cream is renewing its vows on the frozen aisle. Milk chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces, chocolate-coated strawberry hearts, swirls of strawberry sauce, and chocolate icing. See you at the reception.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons and 12-pack cups are $6.99 with coupon at Albertsons and Safeway now through June 10th.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks opened the three-game series in Atlanta with an 8-3 win over the Braves as Zach Gallen cruised through 7 innings, only allowing 1 earned run, and the 1-2 combo of Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte was lethal yesterday. They went a combined 6 for 7, had 7 RBIs, and each hit two home runs in the win. And here was manager Torey Lovello on Corbin and Ketel.
It's a lot of fun, right? Those are your two catalysts, your main players in the whole lineup, and they go out there and they get us an early lead. The whole team was super engaged today and played very well.
Merrill Kelly and the D-backs will look to make it 2 in a row. First pitch will again be at 4:15 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other D-backs news, Corbin Burns will get a second opinion on his elbow later this week and has been placed on the 15-day IL, and D-backs have called up left-hander Tommy Henry. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Phoenix Suns have named Johnny Bryant and Jordan Ott finalists for their head coaching position and continue to evaluate the market for star Kevin Durant. For more on both, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote, send it to State 48 Home Comfort, and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit the number 2, save.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Pack Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin, and Sammy Cebulka. I believe it means little onion.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. And today is going to be a good day. No hand-wringing over the Diamondbacks.
Not yet.
Well, not yet. Not yet. So,
that was kind of a weird feeling last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Watching a real clean, crisp, good baseball game.
Yeah. Cleaner. It wasn't.
Cleaner.
It wasn't perfect.
One bad inning.
There was that moment where you're like, oh, here we go.
It's 4-3. They can't field any balls.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I told you this off the air. I'm a little jealous. Mike Broomhead, our colleague on the news side, is going with the Arizona Cardinals on that trip to Washington, D.C., where they bring all the young students.
Civics Matters.
Civics Matters.
We've discussed it in character counts.
Yes,
we did.
yes. And so they're all taking off today. I want to go.
You just want to.
Bickley's got summer wanderlust.
I was going to say,
do.
Do you just want to go on any kind of a trip or specifically
I would love
this
to go
one?
and see all the monuments in D.C. That would be
I've never
fun.
been to D.C. That would
Never?
never been.
Wow.
Oh,
I know you're shocked. There's so few places I've never been.
I've been very many times. I've
Yes,
been
you have,
many
yes,
times. Been
right.
to all the Smithsonian museums, all the different landmarks and stuff. Very cool.
The first time you go to D.C., you're very underwhelmed when you see the White House. Very underwhelmed.
Really?
Yes, very much so.
I've heard that's like also the reaction people have when they get to Mount Rushmore.
Yes.
Like it's cool,
yes.
but it's not
But you're
nearly
like,
as sizable
It's
as
a lot.
you
It's like the Mona Lisa too. The
Right.
Mona Lisa is like as big as this computer
I'll
screen.
tell you, the most underwhelmed I've ever been in travel in Massachusetts went to Plymouth Rock. You want to talk about the definition of underwhelming. It's just
staring at a rock.
It's just a rock
Right.
with a fence around it. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
It's not this big, gigantic, grandiose boulder.
Yeah.
It's a rock.
It's interesting because even actual grandiose things like Niagara Falls and the Grand Canyon, some people feel that way. And they say, like, okay, we're here. We looked at it. Now what do we do?
Yeah. That's just Clark Griswold.
Well, no, but I mean, that's
look, I am not the most worldly guy, and I'm a little bit cynical. We all know this. If you look at the Grand Canyon and your response is, there's something wrong with
exactly.
you.
Exactly. People say that about Stonehenge. It takes a lot of effort to get there. And when you get there, you're like, okay, what am I supposed to do now? Right? It's the same. Yeah,
supposed to figure out how it got there is what you're supposed to do.
But I would imagine that's like anything, because unless you are then going to take a tour or read up on stuff, a thing is just a thing to look at. A lot of these monuments and national things.
But you got to get the
wonders
selfie, man.
of the world.
You got to get the social media content, Jared.
You got to get yourself holding up the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Right, exactly. All right, we got a lot of ground to cover, I think. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Solid 8-3 win for the Diamondbacks over the Braves in the opener of a 3-game series at Truist Park. Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, each homered twice. The first time in Diamondbacks franchise history that the 1 and 2 hitters in the lineup have each had multi-home run games. Zach Gallen, as good as he's been in a while, the right-hander allowed just 1 earned run on 4 hits over 7 innings. Bullpen combo of Shelby Miller and Ryan Thompson combined on 2 innings of scoreless relief, aided by a great run-saving catch in center field by Alec Thomas to cap the 8th inning. D-backs have won 2 straight. That series continues tonight in Atlanta. Merrill Kelly, who's given up 8 earned runs over 11 innings in his last 2 starts, is on the mound in Game 2. He's taking on reigning National League Cy Young winner Chris Sale, 3-3 with a 3.06 ERA this season. First pitch, 4:15. As always, you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30.
Unbeaten in June, baby. Let's go.
The opposite of the June swoon. Before yesterday's opener in Atlanta, the D-backs placed right-handed pitcher Corbin Burns on the 15-day injured list with right elbow discomfort. Burns left Sunday's win over Washington in the 5th inning. The roster move is retroactive to Monday. Burns is seeking an opinion on his elbow from the renowned Dr. Neil Elatrash in Los Angeles on Thursday. D-backs also recalled lefty Tommy Henry from AAA Reno. Henry pitched 2 2/3 innings of relief for the D-backs at a 5-4 loss to the Mets on Cinco de Mayo, but all of his other action this season has come at the AAA level as a starter, so we'll see how he gets used in the bullpen. Elsewhere in Major League Baseball, the Colorado Rockies beat the Miami Marlins 3-2 for the 2nd straight night, thus clinching their first series win of 2025 and their first series win since last September when they took 2 of 3 from the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I think they were motivated by you pointing out that they had only as many victories as Scotty Scheffler.
Well, I didn't come up with that. I was just furthering that narrative.
That's a good stat.
But they're now 11-50 on the season, and they lead Scheffler 4-3. Just waiting on an announcement on whom the next Suns head coach will be as Cleveland assistants Jordan Ott and Johnny Bryant, the 2 candidates still being considered by Phoenix Brass. But now, complication.
Oh, boy.
There's another head coaching opening in the NBA. The New York Knicks, fresh off being eliminated in 6 games in the Eastern Conference Finals by the Indiana Pacers, fired Tom Thibodeau on Tuesday. He had spent 5 years with the Knicks, 226 and 174 record with 4 trips to the playoffs, and the team's first trip to the Eastern Conference Finals in a quarter century. Johnny Bryant, one of his former assistants, seems to be a very popular choice and a much buzzed candidate in this new opening.
You and I talked. I made a phone call. I couldn't believe what I heard. And Johnny Bryant is literally, he's the odds-on favorite, right? Aren't the betting lines have him as the favorite?
Where
Michael
you look.
Malone.
Michael Malone is as well. But I did see one specific book that had Johnny Bryant as the
This is
overwhelming odds-on favorite.
Only this could only happen to Suns fans, first of all. But I will also say this. It's always interesting when a story completely galvanizes the New York media, and this one has. This one is, seriously, people are going at it. Frank Isola is going after, who's that? It's too early. Chris Russo's former partner.
Mike Francesa.
Mike
Francesa and Chris Russo had exactly 180-degree opposite takes on it.
Yes, and they're all firing at each other. It's fantastic.
NBA Finals get underway tomorrow night in OKC. Thunder hosting the Pacers. Indiana's team flight to Oklahoma City diverted to Tulsa, about 110 miles away from OKC because of tornado warnings in the area. That can't be a good sign. They did get there after a short delay in Tulsa. Mercury on the wrong end of an 88-65 drubbing handed out by Minnesota last night. Phoenix still playing without stars Alyssa Thomas and Kalia Copper. They just could not hang with the Lynx, who are still undefeated. 8-0. Mercury back home to take on Golden State at PHX Arena on Thursday night. Cardinals continuing OTA workouts today at the Dignity Health Training Facility in Tempe. Other football news, Jim Marshall, who held the record for playing 282 consecutive NFL games for decades, died Tuesday after a long hospitalization at the age of 87. Marshall played 19 of his 20 seasons with the Minnesota Vikings, and that record for consecutive games stood from his retirement in 1979 to 2009, when Brett Favre eclipsed that record while also wearing the Vikings uniform. However, we just did, not long ago, the Mock My World for athletes and sports figures known for one moment. Jim Marshall had that record of 282 consecutive games, but more known for his wrong way touchdown run, which turned into a safety.
Yeah. He would have been a great candidate.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Right.
He's people
He's
remember him for
running
that.
the wrong way.
That was great play-by-play. Willie Bloomquist will be back as Arizona State's head baseball coach for the fifth season. AD Graham Rossini announced on Tuesday the Sun Devils finished 36-24. They got bounced in the LA Regional by UC Irvine. Tough to stick with those anteaters. First time ASU reached a regional in Bloomquist's tenure as head coach. Chip Hale and his Arizona Wildcats still alive in the NCAA tournament. They'll take on North Carolina in Chapel Hill in this weekend's best of three super regional Friday, Saturday, and possibly Sunday. In tennis, Coco Gauff through to the semifinals with a 3-set quarterfinal win over fellow American Madison Keys at the French Open in Paris. Mira Andreeva and unseeded Lois Boizon currently playing for the final spot in the semis, joining Iga Swiatek and Ira Sabalenka, who claimed their spots yesterday. Today on the men's side, Yannick Sinner faces Alexander Bublik, and Alexander Zverev taking on Novak Djokovic with semi-final spots on the line. Yesterday, not a good day for the remaining Americans in the field. They remain no more. Tommy Paul got steamrolled by Carlos Alcaraz, and Francis Tiafoe fell in 4 sets to Lorenzo Musetti. So Andre Agassi remains the last American to win the French Open all the way back in 1999.
And how long? Like 25 years since an American has won any Grand Slam? Andy Roddick?
Is it? I don't know. That was early 2000s.
Yeah,
so
like 01, 02, something like that.
Yeah, getting to be a long time. But all these old guys are on their way out. There's room for new blood. There's your splash for Wednesday, June 4th. Coming up, how could a surprising firing in New York affect the coaching search in Phoenix? Yeah, in big ways. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Braves.
Here's the 1-0. Broken back, ground ball to third. Suarez gloves and throws across the diamond. And that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks dominate Atlanta here in the series opener. They win it by a final score of 8-3.
D-backs at the Braves. Game 2 of the series. Coverage begins at 3:30 this afternoon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Tell you all the time I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. Huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you are suffering from any kind of joint pain. They can even help you avoid surgery, and I know that because they helped me avoid knee surgery. When I tore my meniscus 5 years ago, I did not want to go through rehab or surgery. QC Kinetics made it happen for me. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives and helping tens of thousands of people with innovative, non-surgical, drug hassle-free treatments that deliver lasting results. They use these state-of-the-art treatments to harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and the results are extraordinary. Talk to Emmett Smith. He raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him deal with his joint pain after a long NFL career. So make the summer of 2025 the time you reclaim your mobility, your independence, get walking and running and playing and living the way you want to. Call for a free consultation. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the June 14th D-backs game against San Diego. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited-time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off. Select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Primer and Ceiling Paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Back in March, Mikal Bridges kind of sounded the alarm on the fact that he thought that the backup should be playing more minutes, which is kind of a no-no. It's obviously something you don't normally hear players talk about openly, certainly not Tom Thibodeau players, but there were some rumblings about his coaching style. There were some rumblings about the minutes. There were some rumblings about the stodginess of the rotation. I didn't necessarily think that it would lead to him being fired, certainly 48 hours, 72 hours after their season ended. But there were some things that I think, he did his way, and he always has done his way. And it seems like the Knicks want something new and something with maybe some fresh air to it.
That is ESPN senior NBA writer Chris Herring on maybe one of the reasons why Tom Thibodeau was fired by the New York Knicks yesterday in a move that took a lot by surprise. Look, when you're the head coach of a team in New York, and you have that length of tenure, 5 years, which by today's standards is pretty long in the NBA, and you fall short of a championship, people are going to speculate. I was surprised by it. I mean, the New York Knicks toppled the defending NBA champions. in the second round of the NBA playoffs, and they ran into a better team.
This move is astounding to me. I know that there were complaints about Tom Thibodeau, however you pronounce it.
It is Thibodeau.
It is Thibodeau.
Yes.
That's the way I've always pronounced it. His nickname is Tibbs, but it
Right.
doesn't mean it's Thibodeau.
Yeah, Budenholzer's
And
nickname
Bud.
was Bud.
That's
Yeah.
right. It's not always a straight derivative of the main word.
My name is pronounced Jarrett, but my nickname is Jackass. So,
So there you go.
so there you go. Could
So
be.
there you go. There were quibbles, like, for instance, suddenly during the Eastern Conference Finals, Tom Thibodeau decided he liked Landry Shamet more than he liked Campaign. And people in New York were like, we've never seen these combinations before this season. What is he doing? But is that enough to fire a guy that got you 10 playoff victories this past postseason? Is that what it was? Yeah, 10.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
you know what I've heard it compared to is Buck Showalter, and that he could build a program, he can get you to a certain point, then he kind of wears out his welcome, and you need to bring in somebody to take the next step.
Yes. So, as Vinny and I were discussing yesterday afternoon after the show, I kind of placed a call, and this Johnny Bryant thing slapped me in the face. I had no idea that there is a portion of that Knicks organization that loves this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Loves this guy.
William Wesley, who's one of their executive vice presidents, was the guy who pushed for his hiring in the first place. He was with Thibodeau for 4 years on that staff, left this year to kind of rekindle that relationship with Donovan Mitchell in Cleveland. And I could not help but get past the fact, as we've been sitting here talking about, and in some ways lauding and applauding what the Suns are doing, taking their time, casting the wide net, being deliberate. Did this deliberate pace of a coaching search cost them their number one candidate?
Remember yesterday when I talked about you just expect kind of the worst when it comes to Suns and stuff?
You did say that.
I didn't know that Tibbs was going to get fired and that this was maybe going to transpire the way it did. But if Johnny Bryant's the next New York Knicks head coach, like, it would make all the sense in the world.
Yeah, he has relationships with most of the core players on that team, except for Mikal Bridges, who's the definition of coachable, by the way.
Yeah.
Hasn't worked with Karl Anthony Towns, but those guys are they're all familiar with how he coaches. Apparently his personality, and the Knicks want to go in a different direction personality-wise from Thibodeau. So that probably eliminates Michael Malone from the mix, who's got a lot of ties to New York, and his dad was a longtime assistant there. There is a lot of intrigue here, but I think the juiciest part is right in our own backyard again. Is the Knicks going to swoop in and pluck Johnny Bryant as their next head coach while he's a finalist? Like, what were they waiting for? And there seems to be some speculation that Johnny Bryant's availability as a head coach might have had something to do with the decision anyway that the Knicks made yesterday. They don't want him to be hired by anybody else.
That's it. That's what I was told. I was told that as ridiculous as this sounds, everything against Tom Thibodeau was not rising to the level of, okay, we need to fire him, but the idea that, Johnny Bryant is not only going to get scooped up and given a 5-year contract in Phoenix, he's going to be given time there. So we're not going to have access to him in this window of opportunity. And I was told this could very well be a trigger point for what happened to Tom Thibodeau. So this issue that is consuming the New York media and the basketball world might have all pivoted off of the Phoenix Suns lollygagging.
Now,
to sit here, and it's just so... listen, I'm laughing because if I weren't laughing, I'd be screaming. Because for weeks we've been talking about, hey, you know what? Take your time. There's no competition. There's nobody else looking for a head coach. Ha!
Are you not seeing the? You're not seeing the 5D. Forget 4D. The 5D chess that the Suns and Matt Ishbia
really?
are playing.
Is that what they're doing?
They're going to say, we really, Johnny Bryant. That's who we wanted. That was our guy. But what were we going to do? He had such ties to New York. He felt like he had to go home. There, we couldn't do anything. All right.
Okay.
On
we'll
is our
take
guy,
the
the
Michigan State.
That's not what's going. If this indeed happens, the Phoenix Suns will stand on their personnel will stand on the podium and say, Jordan Ott was our guy.
Yes,
from
they
the
will.
beginning.
Yeah, I know.
Of course they will. They'll have to.
Now, there might be a different story told at the New York press conference.
Right. Now, could you could make the argument, though, that if they are in fact making a move from Thibodeau, that they want something totally different, that they wouldn't want to bring in somebody that was on his staff and part of, you know what I mean?
Just because he was on his staff doesn't mean he's not totally different. I mean, personality matters. And people have, if you read up on Johnny Bryant's coaching background, his relationship with players and working with them in terms of player development and just relationship is a very strong point. And again, he's got the roots there.
Yeah. You ever have that thing where you're trying to wonder whether or not you should make a purchase, whether or not you should buy something that you're kind of on the fence about?
Every purchase I ever make.
Well, but right, but then suddenly it's gone or it's out of stock, and now you want it 10 times worse.
Yeah,
that's the way you feel about Johnny Bryant. Now that he might be slipping away, it's like hire him now.
See, the Knicks just need to do the Knicks thing and just promote Jalen Brunson's dad to head coach, and They do the Nick thing, and then we get Johnny Bryant. Like that's how it's gotta go.
I'm gonna say right here and now, I will be stunned if Johnny Bryant is not the next head coach of the New York Knicks.
Wow.
Speaking of that purchase thing, I was just faced with that yesterday.
Were you?
Yeah. LaDonna from KTAR let me borrow her earphones because they don't go over your head, and I wanted to try them out.
Right.
So she sent me the link. This is where you order them, and I wanted to get them, and I went on the website. 1 pair left, so I buckled. I had to pluck Johnny Bryant from Amazon because I don't want my remaining 7 hairs on the top of my head to be matted down at the end of the show anymore.
That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Man, so yeah, listen, this is
the Suns are going to sun.
Yes, they are.
Shine, sun.
Whatever it is. Yeah. They're going to do it.
A Day to Remember is coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on October 25th with Yellow Card for the Maximum Fun Tour. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m., but you could win a pair right now by heading to the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, the D-backs may have finally found the recipe for success. Have all your best players be great in the same game. That's what happened last night in Atlanta. We'll tell you about it in D-backs Daily straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We're hearing the Suns are down to their final 2 candidates for head coach.
According to our very own John Gambadoro, the Phoenix Suns have narrowed their coaching search down to 2 candidates, both from the Cleveland Cavaliers. One is associate head coach Johnny Bryant, and the other is assistant Jordan Ott. The final interview will be taking place in Michigan.
Suns breaking news and the new head coach announcement coming soon to the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. How does someone go from getting 0 after they've been hurt in an accident to recovering $10 million? They hire Sweet James accident attorneys. That's what an accident victim did after they were hit by a semi-truck and seriously injured. You think the insurance company will be on your side in a situation like that? But their goal is to pay as little as possible. They can't guarantee the outcome, but if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone and hire a world-class firm like Sweet James. Don't pay until they win. Call 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Green flag in Michigan International Speedway.
It's madness in Motor City as NASCAR in Prime heads to Michigan International Speedway. 200 miles per hour feels even faster than it sounds. These white-knuckle, three-wide thrills bring us one of the fastest tracks in the Cup Series. So strap in and stream Michigan Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at americaroofingco.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs opened the 3-game series in Atlanta with an 8-3 win over the Braves as Zach Gallen cruised through 7 innings, only allowing 1 earned run. And the 1-2 combo of Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte was lethal yesterday. They went a combined 6 of 7, hit 2 home runs each, and had 7 RBIs in the win. Today, Merrill Kelly and the D-backs will look to make it 2 in a row. First pitch will be at 4:15 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And other Diamondback news, Corbin Burnes will get a second opinion on his elbow later this week and has been placed on the 15-day IL. And the D-backs have called up left-hander Tommy Henry in the time being. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Phoenix Suns have named Johnny Bryant and Jordan Knott finalists for their head coaching position and continue to evaluate the market for star Kevin Durant. For more on both of those stories, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
After an off day, D-backs back on the road to face the Atlanta Braves in a 3-game series at Truist Park. Zach Gallen on the mound for Arizona against Braves right-hander Spencer Strider, who I wondered in a text message to a buddy of mine who is a Braves fan, do you think Spencer Strider's ever gone as Freddie Mercury for Halloween?
Hey-oh. He's got a good mustache.
Strider was making just his 4th start since missing most of last season with injury. D-backs jumped on Strider quickly. He got Corbin Carroll to pop out to third on the game's first pitch, but Ketel Marte would open the scoring just 3 pitches later.
High fly ball deep to right field. 1-0 Diamondbacks. A moonshot for Marte. His 9th, and there's the long ball in action for the Diamondbacks.
We were missing the bat crack there, Bick. Can you give me one? Thank you.
You got it, bud.
That was
bat
deserving of a
on
bat
demand.
crack. That was one of those home runs where the outfield doesn't even move.
Yeah.
Oh, he crushed the 0-2 changeup, 445 feet. To right center field, his 9th of the year. Arizona grabbed a 1-0 lead. After a 1-2-3 inning from Gallen in the first that saw him throw only 5 pitches and saw a great catch at the wall by Corbin Carroll, D-backs got more offense in the second. Gino Suarez started the frame with a ground rule double leading off the inning. Two batters later, with Suarez on third, Gabby Moreno facing Strider for the first time.
Strider from the stretch, 1-1. Swung on, little flare towards the right field line, dropping fast and down. That's a base hit. Suarez scores. Moreno comes through in the clutch, and the D-backs now take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, 2-run lead there. Gallen would get Olsen, Ozuna, and Albies in order in the second without breaking a sweat, and Arizona tacked on again in the third. Carroll singled to center leading off, and that brought up Ketel Marte for his second look at Strider.
Here's the 3-0. Swung on, ripped again to deep right field. This one headed towards the top of the wall. That is a home run. Oh my goodness, Ketel's second home run of the ball game. Just a laser shot. He's got 10 on the year, and he doubles the lead. It's 4-0.
Yeah, Chris Garagiola used the word. If Dr. Evil was doing play-by-play for the D-backs, that was a freaking laser beam.
Yeah, it was.
4-0 at that point. Gallen would not sniff any trouble into the fourth. With one out and the base is empty, rookie catcher Drake Baldwin in the box.
There's the 0-1. Swung on, that one hit to deep right field. Carroll turns, looks, and it is gone. The first hit for the Braves, a solo home run by their rookie phenom in Baldwin. It's his sixth of the season. It's now a 4-1 game.
Yep, the Braves on the board, but not done with two outs. Matt Olson reached on an infield single. That brought up Ozuna and some spotty defense by the D-backs.
Now Ozuna rolls the first pitch over to third. It's under the glove of Suarez. Down the left field line. In comes the left fielder, Gurriel. He's going to pick it up. They're going to send Olson home. Here's the throw to the plate. It's off target. And the Braves get another run. It's now 4-2.
Stop making errors, Gino.
Yeah, lead down to 2. Next hitter, Ozzy Albies, would make it a little bit closer.
That is 3-2 pitch. Instead, a little lighter, shallow left center field, down for a base hit. Ozuna going to round third and come home. He will score. And the error hurts doubly as the Braves are now back to within 1.
Yeah, despite Gallen's performance at that point, lead down to 1, and you're thinking, oh no, here we go again. But Gallen would get Alex Verdugo to line out to center to end the inning. D-backs would answer right back in the 5th. Strider's still on the mound. Corbin Carroll, the hitter.
As the one, there's a swing and a drive. Deep right center field. Back and goes. Way gone. Another home run for the Diamondbacks. This time it's Carroll, number 17. And the D-backs get one right back. It's now 5-3.
Lead back up to 2. Gallen would settle right back in a pitch through the 7th inning, leaving with a 5-3 lead and a very manageable pitch count. Shelby Miller pitched out of a jam in the 8th with some help from his defense. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. Marcell Ozuna up representing the go-ahead run.
The 1-2 pitch. Barreled to center field and deep. Thomas is hustling back to the track. He will make the catch before bracing himself against the wall. And even though the Braves rally, they do not score.
Yeah, Thomas's sparkling defense saves the day. D-backs would tack on some insurance in the 9th. Gabby Moreno and Thomas would string together consecutive 2-out singles, providing another opportunity for Corbin Carroll facing right-hander Rafael Montero.
And here's the pitch. Swung on, this ball hit out to deep right center field. Harris going back, he is at the track, turns, looks, it's gone! Into the Braves bullpen. Second home run of the night for Carroll. It's a 3-run shot, and the Diamondbacks take a commanding 8-3 lead.
And that's the way it would end. Torey Lovullo doesn't have to use Justin Martinez in the 9th. Ryan Thompson, a stress-free 9th inning, and a comfortable 5-run win over the Atlanta Braves.
That last home run from Corbin Carroll, talk about exhaling.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Perfect word.
Because that game was kind of trending in a direction, and you're like, uh-oh. Alec Thomas, like you said, made that really nice over-the-shoulder catch right before hitting the wall. And that homer from Corbin Carroll made the ending of that game nice and tidy. We joked about it and talked about it in the terms of baseball superstitions, how you can turn the page of a calendar and you can convince yourself that it's a hard reset. Wouldn't that be something if the Diamondbacks are doing exactly that?
Like they did last year, pretty much.
Well, pretty much.
It would be just so nice that the month of June, the NBA Finals go away. It's just baseball, and your team just starts winning game after game.
Right.
That would be so nice.
It would be.
It would also feel good that the rock bottom that felt like rock bottom was actually rock bottom. And now they're digging out of it.
Now they can put their shovels back in the shed.
Right. We have talked frequently on this show about how Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll have not sort of combined their hitting brilliance together in one game. Yesterday, first time in Diamondbacks history, they got a pair of home runs from the leadoff and number 2 hitter. First time in history.
And going into that game, they had not had a game where both players had 2 hits in the same game, and not had a game where both players had a home run in the same game. And they got both of them yesterday.
They got 3 hits from each of them and 2 home runs from each of them. Torey Lovello after the game.
That really good players can do things at special times, right? So we backed up the outfielders, put them in a no double situation, and Alec made a great play. But a lot could be said for us, too. I think our best players step up at the right time and did a great job today.
Yeah, when you get a victory, when you need a victory, and it's powered by Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and Zach Gallen, that feels right. And
yes,
again, the nature of the win, you look at the box score, if you didn't watch the game and you see 8-3, it was in the balance. And that 4th inning got real shaky. And I was overcome with the thought of, man, this team just doesn't respond to adversity well. And I know Suarez might have been still banged up on the previous ground ball that he got off the heel of the hand, but he took a weird approach to that ball that got by him. And let's face it, to this point of the season, it's not just Zach Gallen. It's Diamondback starting pitchers have not responded well to plays not made behind them.
That's very true.
And I got to give Zach Gallen a lot of credit because he was in control last night. The Braves, Josh Colmentor, I thought, did a really good job on the television broadcast, too, pointing this out. Zach Gallen comes in leading the National League in walks. It's been a struggle for him. And they had this aggressive early count approach against him, kind of making his job easier. And I know there's all kinds of analytics and game planning that goes into it, and there's staffs of people that are in charge of coming up with that game plan. That one made no sense to me. And it didn't make any sense to Josh Colmentor either.
Well, unless you, as an opponent, are fixating on the fact that, okay, he's had control issues, he's not going to get behind in counts, he's going to come over the plate early, be ready, pounce early. I know exactly what you're saying, and I thought the same thing myself. Like, aren't you playing right into Zach Gallen's hands by doing this?
I think he had 22 pitches through 3 innings.
Single-digit pitch counts in each of the 3 innings. 4 total.
Yeah, you remember, too, in his last start before things went south, he had his lowest 4-inning pitch total to that point, and then the 5th inning happened. But he was well ahead of that pace, and I think he had to throw 28 pitches in that 4th inning to get out of it.
What's the important thing is, like you said, not letting adversity swallow you up and lead to like a horrific defeat, and then just Zach Gallen stepping up in the first start after Corbin Burns has gone down.
Yeah.
And so the idea of, okay, Zach, we need you now.
Yeah, and I think the timing of this start, particularly against Spencer Strider, was very fortuitous for the Diamondbacks. He's still working his way back. And I remember watching Spencer Strider before the injury last year, and your jaw would drop.
Oh, yeah.
How does anybody hit this guy? He looked very hittable last night. He's going to get back to what he was. But
yeah, I agree with you.
It was good to get him when they got him because they needed a performance like that.
The Diamondbacks lineup against Spencer Strider yesterday, Ketel Marte was the only dude in that lineup to have come into the game with an extra base hit against Spencer Strider. So that kind of amplifies what you're saying.
Yep.
That wasn't classic Spencer Strider. You got him on an off night.
No, they won't have to worry about seeing him until next year unless both of these teams turned it around and make the playoffs. But Kelly and Sale, game 2 of that series tonight from Truist Park, as that D-backs looking for a 3rd straight win. Coming up next, the Arizona Cardinals made very few offensive roster moves this offseason. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Depends on who you ask. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Rook! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kiltlifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Bickley and Murata talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Yeah, it already is. I could tell from the first year they were here to where we are now, the plays they're putting in, it's not as fundamental, it's not as basic. They're adding a lot of motions and a lot of, sauce is what I call it, just putting a little, extra flavor on the same plays that we have, maybe motion guys to it, running different guys and different things. So definitely a lot more complex. trying to stick to our main, concepts that we have, but dressing them up in different ways, whether, one guy's running a motion or some guy's doing a route, but it's all kind of the same concepts, just different ways to get to it. So, yeah, this offense can be very complex, and the way that Drew and these guys have changed throughout the offseason and continue to build it, it's been a lot of fun, and I'm excited to, see us in action here.
Tight end Trey McBride of the Cardinals talking out at OTAs yesterday, week 2 of OTAs underway for the Cardinals. They're talking about this subject of continuity with the offense. And go back to prior to the draft. I remember a conversation we had with Dave Pasch and, picked his brain on what he thought should be the tack, the strategy for the draft for the Arizona Cardinals. And he said everything the Cardinals do should be centered around helping Kyler Murray. Well, they didn't go in that direction. I guess they had different plans in the way things shook out, because if you look, Bick, at the 2 deep right now, their depth chart, and this is not provided by the Cardinals, This is speculation, but on ESPN.com, they've got current and up-to-date depth charts as they see it. There's no new names in the starting lineup offensively.
Right.
And if you look at the 2 deep, Jacoby Brissett as the backup quarterback, Simi Fehoko as a backup wide receiver, and a couple of guys like Royce Newman, really the only one, a newcomer on the offensive line in the 2 deep. That's 3 out of 22 players. So no real turnover or improvement to speak of on the offensive side of the ball. So it depends on who you ask. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? If you don't make those changes, people will talk about continuity. If you do, everybody's excited about the newcomers. But I am curious to see what this continuity looks like, especially as it begins with Trey McBride and Kyler Murray.
Well, and the secret sauce, what I think they're getting at is getting receivers in motion before the ball is snapped.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that has obviously been conspicuously absent from the Cardinals offense, and I think it's something that can help in any number of ways. And I think it can help receivers get off the line of scrimmage, get into their routes a lot quicker and a lot more seamlessly. And it can confuse the defense. You're not letting the defense just kind of stand there and take stock of what's happening. You create motion, you create confusion, you create maybe even a little chaos. And I think that is going to help the passing game dramatically.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you, and that goes back even before this regime.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Cliff Kingsbury's offense was criticized for not utilizing pre-snap motion and being very stagnant in terms of where these wide receivers lined up. I think it's been better under Drew Petzing's offense for the last 2 years, but still somewhere I think they need to improve, and I think you make some good points there. Drew Petzing spoke to the media earlier this week out at Cardinals OTAs, talking about the wide receiver position, and everybody's got eyeballs on Marvin Harrison Jr. for good reason, but where does he think the wide receivers can grow and improve from last year outside of MHJ?
Absolutely, and I think competition brings that out, and I think that's our goal as we stepped on the field today, and it's going to be that way throughout training camp, is we want those guys to push each other, and so that they each elevate each other's games, and we get the best version of each player. I think that's really important.
Yeah. So, there's going to be eyeballs on Marvin Harrison Jr. There's going to be pressure on Greg Dortch. There's going to be pressure on Michael Wilson. Zay Jones was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday, too. I think that's a guy that a year ago, even knowing what his suspension situation was, that he was going to miss the first 5 games of the year, I think people counted on Zay Jones to play a much bigger role in the offense than he did last year.
Right.
And I was somewhat surprised that he's back with this team. So that might indicate that they got a plan for him to be more involved in the passing game.
That's what I thought when they brought him back. Is why are they bringing him back rather than going for a different veteran?
Yeah, so this might all be part of this evolution that we're talking about. And then you have to ask yourself, too, if everything has been done for the comfort of Kyler Murray, would the idea of getting wide receivers in motion, is it something that he hasn't necessarily wanted? Do you know what I mean? He's, as people have pointed out, he's a notorious chess player, and the pieces on the chessboard do not move. And so if you're coming up,
well, they don't move before you make your move.
Right, exactly, right, and then until somebody
goes in motion,
until somebody throws the table over, the chessboard over. So I'm looking at this and I'm wondering, okay, what exactly is the impetus for it? I think that most thriving offenses need that for a lot of different reasons. You don't want to subject all your receivers to bump and run coverage, press coverage. We've seen from watching Cooper Kupp annihilate the Cardinals with all that motion and getting off the line. You don't know where he's getting off, but he gets off where he knows he's getting off, and boom, he gets to his spot, and the ball's there, and you're like, how'd that happen?
Mm-hmm. You also can't go into the season counting on being that reliant on Trey McBride every single game. As great as he is, you can't just have the offense revolve around him like it did last year every game, especially with more eyes on him this year.
Yeah, I mean, exactly where I was going was on the stat haul of Trey McBride, because his numbers were huge last year outside of the touchdown numbers. But if he's that unguardable, you're going to lean on him. And I think a quarterback, especially like Kyler Murray, who did not have that reliable a tight end option for the first 4 or 5 years of his career, I'd lean on him too. And you wonder if there's another jump Trey McBride can make. He was asked that question yesterday, what kind of a jump he wants to make this season.
Yeah, I think for me, just being the same person I've continued to be, consistency is big for me. You know, the great ones do it all the time. And for me, it's no secret anymore that what they're going to do, they're going to get me the ball. And it's like, now I just got to continue to make plays when the ball comes to me and continue to grow as a player, a leader on this team and really elevate my teammates around me, because it's no secret defenses know, what we're going to do. And, I just have to continue to be me and go out there and make plays.
Yeah, the biggest jump I want to see is Trey McBride visit the end zone a little bit more. There was a real possibility going into the final weeks of the season that he was going to be a triple-digit receptions guy
without a touchdown.
With a goose egg in the touchdown reception. He had scored one on a run and one on a fumble recovery.
Right.
He was asked, "Hey, do you put that in focus for yourself? More touchdowns?"
Not at all. I just really just want to go out there and make plays, do whatever I can, and if the ball finds me in the end zone, it finds me in the end zone. If I have 110 catches with no touchdown this year, that would be crazy too. But whatever happens, happens. I'm just going to go out there and make plays for our offense, and hopefully I find myself in the end zone a few more times.
That's Trey McBride saying the right thing.
Yeah, that kid has just got his vibe right.
Use him.
Listen, that's when you talk about can he make another jump. He was so good last year, you'd struggle to find areas where he could take a quantum leap, but that is really it. If he can become a red zone monster, the Rob Gronkowski archetype.
Yes, but it's also reliant on other things.
Well, of course.
Yeah. His absence in the red zone didn't make sense to a lot of people. And I don't have the number of targets he had in the red zone right in front of me, but it just seemed like once they got there, Kyler was looking elsewhere in the passing game. And the fact of the matter is, when you have McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr., that was one of the areas where he really excelled, was in the red zone last year. And if he's getting better and stronger and, being improved at making contested catches, you probably have 2 elite red zone targets.
Right.
And not to say Michael Wilson's not a bad red zone target either, with the size that he has.
He should be. Yeah. And the fact that he can be physical. Yep, exactly.
Yep, so the Cardinals continuing OTAs this week, week 2. Mandatory minicamp starts next week. Coming up next, join us for I want to remind you can join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club. Next Wednesday as the D-backs take on the Seattle Mariners. Just text HALF to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. That is HALF to 620-620, H-A-L-F. Coming up next, Kevin Durant will have a say where he plays next season, but what exactly are his priorities in a landing spot? We'll examine some possibilities next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs opened the 3-game series in Atlanta with an 8-3 win over the Braves as Zach Gallen cruised through 7 innings, only allowing 1 earned runs. And the 1-2 combo of Corbin Burnes and Ketel Marte was on display yesterday. They went a combined 6 for 7, had 7 RBIs, and each hit 2 home runs in the win.
And here's the pitch. Swung on, this ball hit out to deep right center field. Harris going back, he is at the track, turns, looks, it's gone! Into the Braves bullpen. Second home run of the night for Carroll. It's a 3-run shot, and the Diamondbacks take a commanding 8-3 lead.
Merrill Kelly and the Diamondbacks will look to make it 2 in a row. First pitch will be again at 4:15 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And other Diamondback news, Corbin Burnes will get a second opinion on his elbow later this week and has been placed on the 15-day IL. The D-backs have called up left-hander Tommy Henry. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Phoenix Suns have named Johnny Bryant and Jordan Knott finalists for their head coaching position, and they'll continue to evaluate the market for star Kevin Durant. For more on both, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote, send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Arizona Sports.
As the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Suns, a new horizon.
We will win championships with an asset here in Phoenix.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
These contracts are close enough where it wouldn't require a whole lot of gymnastics to make it work financially. Now, on the Knicks side, it's pretty simple. We spent a year with Karl Anthony Towns, and while he can be very helpful in certain situations, he's also a liability, and he costs too much money for the problems he creates on the floor, especially on defense. We need to move on. On the other side, if you're Phoenix, you're going to lose Durant anyway. So what do you want to do? Do you want to wait a full year where you're not going to get anything, or do you want to move him this offseason, try to maximize the investment? Durant's going to be leaving. Towns comes in. Hey, here's a guy that can average 20 and 10. That's a great spot. He's also close with Devin Booker. So there's a lot there that you could like. And it could put Phoenix in a situation with Towns and Booker where you're still competing to a certain extent.
That is Joe Fortenbaugh from ESPN Radio kind of sorting through a trade possibility. And now with the Tom Thibodeau firing in New York, you wonder what the next step is for the Knicks. Do you fire your head coach and run it back with the same team? Or was this the first step in a bigger overhaul for the New York Knicks, who are dissatisfied and they have a singular goal of winning a championship, according to Leon Rose?
Yeah, listen, so to me, if the Knicks are thinking of running it back, maybe the move they make is the move they just did. Maybe they are thinking, we can run it back, but we need a coach that better suits this group of players, that for whatever reasons.
But the reporting coming out of New York, too, after the playoff exit, I didn't mean to cut you off, Dick, but it seemed to indicate that Knicks players were the ones that identified Karl Anthony Towns and his shortcomings on the defensive end.
Yes.
And how he really, at times, when pressed on it, didn't have an explanation for the things that he did.
He does a lot of dumb things.
Yes.
He gets lost in drop coverage. He doesn't respond well to pick and rolls all the time. There were many instances in that series against the Pacers where Indiana exposed him, and he was horribly out of place. And teammates were seeing, going, dude, what are you doing?
But you know what? If you're going to be that guy on defense, it's pretty good that you can average 24 and almost 13 per game, because let's face it, we watched the Phoenix Suns play last year.
Yeah.
Their centers were out of place defensively without scoring any points.
I said this to you in our text exchange yesterday. I think I've had a dramatic about face on this trade idea. I was once all against Karl Anthony Towns coming to Phoenix. I think he's emotionally immature. He is not in control of his emotions. They can get the best of him. He's very limited defensively. When he's not clicking offensively, you think he's the worst player you've ever seen, right? He moves like a brontosaur.
Is there a butt coming here?
Yeah, there is a butt coming here. But he can be very good offensively. And when I went through the machinations in my brain of what you might get in return, this really seems like the only thing close to star power you might get in return for Kevin Durant.
Let me add some numbers to it.
All right.
$53 million, $57 million, and $61 million.
It's awful.
On a player option. 53, 57 under contract, then he's got a player option for $61 million in the 27-28 season.
Ooh.
But I will say this. If this was close to a one-for-one trade, and Joe Fortenbaugh looked at the numbers. I haven't looked at the numbers. There's a lot of things that have to line up.
Mm-hmm.
Adding Karl Anthony Towns, and I'm not a huge Karl Anthony Towns fan, But I think the Suns could, with a straight face, say we might compete for a playoff spot next year.
But is that the goal? What's the goal? Is the goal to be like a champion?
You know what the goal is. They don't want to rebuild. They want to stay. They want to stay competitive.
Matt Ishbia has told you the goal repeatedly.
You're exactly right. That is the move. If you want to stay in the 7 to 10 range, the play-in to a first round bye at the bottom of the playoffs, that's the move you make. You stay competitive. You stay around 40 to 50 wins or so every year the next few years. But if you're building to try to make the next great Suns team,
which they should be doing,
this is one of the opportunities to do that, because you have an asset that could, in theory, get you back some young players or assets.
Look, you've been in this corner. You've been saying this all along, Jared. I happen to agree with you. I think the smart thing to do, if you brought in a real life NBA general manager, a guy with experience, I think almost to a man they would tell you need to rebuild from scratch. You need to take phone calls on Devin Booker. You need to weigh that against where you're going with him and this team. And the smart thing to do would be map out, rebuild, tear down, and slot a return date. When the return to prominence is going to happen here. And this is how we're going to get there. The idea of trying to constantly put the right mix together on a yearly basis is a plan to fail. It hasn't worked 2 years running, and it's not going to work. But we already know Matt Ishbia has told us he's not in that mindset.
He doesn't understand the concept of a rebuild.
Exactly. And people have even said it, that lengthy ESPN piece on him, the anonymous quote, he doesn't understand there is no process with Matt Ishbia. It's just go, win, now. And it's impossible to do, but that's what they're going to try to do. Yeah. And with that in mind, that's why I'm starting to flip on this Karl Anthony Towns thing.
Well, there's going to be a ton of speculation that follows for the next month on Karl Anthony Towns, whether it's to Phoenix to somewhere else. Minnesota's in the mix. There's rumors out there now that Atlanta is talking internally about the possibility of adding a Kevin Durant. We don't know what Kevin Durant's desires are right now.
Mm-hmm.
How is Kevin Durant's number one spot? If they're sitting down with Rich Kleiman and Durant and that whole boardroom camp, what is his number one criteria for moving on? Is it, I want to play for a championship contending team? We don't know that.
No, we don't. No, we do not. And so I think that, and I'm not sure we're going to find that out.
I mean, the Atlanta doesn't seem close to competing at all.
Why would you be interested in that?
It would be a draw for them to drum up some interest in their team, certainly. But, I mean, they're years away from competing for a championship.
So what's interesting to me is KD constantly will tell anybody, and I mean anybody, he'll tell strangers on social media that he doesn't care about legacy, and yet he gets into arguments with total strangers on social media. He obviously cares about legacy. There are stories dating back to him despondent, to asking his agent, how did you let me do this? How did you let me go to Golden State? You remember those stories?
Mm-hmm.
So is he going to look for a place where he can make a run at a title? Or does he think that if he does that, the criticism is going to get even worse?
Yeah, because it would be a double dose of, just latched on to a championship team at the end of your career. Just
Ring
like
chasing.
So we don't know what his desires are.
No.
Gambo did say this yesterday during his show here on Arizona Sports on another team to keep an eye on.
The team that I heard last night in speaking with somebody pretty close to the situation with KD is keep your eye on the Spurs. That KD could have some interest in the Spurs. That might be a good landing spot for him. You know, with Fox and Wembanyama and an up-and-coming team on the rise that has a great defensive anchor to their team.
And we've talked about those possibilities in the past because of what San Antonio does have to offer. How much do the Spurs want to try to accelerate that process? Well, they accelerated it by getting De'Aaron Fox, who didn't play a lot for them before the injury, but Kevin Durant with Wemby and De'Aaron Fox, that's a pretty good core for a year or two.
Small market San Antonio, real supportive fan base, not a strong media presence. Texas, there's a lot of boxes that would check for KD.
Absolutely.
Now, again, that's me assuming he wants less pressure, but I think that I don't think he wants crucible kind of stuff.
And it's also us assuming San Antonio wants an aging superstar right now on their timeline.
Yeah, I mean, again, it would be all about acceleration, but they might be in the mindset of, we better do something while we have Wemby. We better try to maximize this because patience might not work.
No
he
doubt.
reaches free agency for the first time. What are the chances that he's back with a San Antonio team that's not competing for championships? Have to consider all these things.
Yeah, we've always thought San Antonio was a strong location because of all those reasons.
And that's a different. The haul would be different. It wouldn't be getting a Karl Anthony Towns. It would be getting 2 or 3 guys that could be depth, possibly starting rotation guys. Coming up next, when it comes to sports injuries, are second opinions ever really a good thing? That's the question the Diamondbacks are facing again. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We're hearing the Suns are down to their final 2 candidates for head coach.
According to our very own John Gambadoro, the Phoenix Suns have narrowed their coaching search down to 2 candidates, both from the Cleveland Cavaliers. One is associate head coach Johnny Bryant, and the other is assistant Jordan Ott. The final interview will be taking place in Michigan.
Suns breaking news and the new head coach announcement coming soon to the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Parker & Sons is fabulous in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency. I called Parker & Sons 4:30 in the morning, got a live person on the phone. That blew my mind. By 8 a.m., I was delivering the Bickley blast, and they were already at my house fixing my issue. That was tremendously impressive. But they're also great for preventative measures, and right now that means getting your air conditioner tuned up before it is too late. Parker & Sons, an air conditioning tune-up, their air conditioning tune-ups do a lot of great things, prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, prevents costly repairs, helps prevent future breakdowns, and it gives you that peace of mind you really need, because the last thing you want is the nightmare of waking up in the summer and finding your air conditioner isn't working. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox Internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What is the latest when it comes to Corbin Burns' injury? What is the latest on the Suns' head coaching search? On today's Burns and Gambo show, we'll get you all caught up on everything, and it starts at straight up 2 o'clock.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Burns to Abrams with 2 outs in the inning, and a line drive to right that's going to get down for a hit. Pritchett will field it and get it back in, and Abrams with a 2-out single that gets James Wood to the plate.
Kind of left that one up. And right after he threw that pitch, Corbin looked in the dugout. That's not a good sign.
Nope, that is not a good sign. And Burns doing all the talking right now.
And Corbin's the one that called him out.
Yeah, he's going to leave. Good boy. Well, just when you thought it couldn't get worse, it may have.
That was Greg Schulte and Tom Candiotti Sunday as Corbin Burns left the ball game with what was described as right elbow discomfort. Yesterday, he was placed on the 15-day injured list, with also news breaking that tomorrow, Corbin Burns will visit Dr. Neil Elatrash in Los Angeles, noted orthopedist, and usually not a good sign when you're getting second opinions, especially when that particular name is involved.
Right.
I also found it interesting, too. Torey Lovello pregame yesterday said, quote, "I did speak to Corbin today. He seems to be in really good spirits. You're grouping up the information. He's got an army of people that love him and care for him. We're just trying to figure out what the best game plan is moving forward. Nothing has been determined at this point." And the reporting yesterday was the results of the MRI were inconclusive.
Mm-hmm.
Torey was asked about that, if the seeking out of a second opinion from Elatrash was proof that they were inconclusive. And Lovello said, quote, "It was not inconclusive. I just think there are other opinions he wants to get, and we totally respect that."
Yeah,
that's the part that really jumped out at me.
Yeah,
too.
that is interesting. So the reporting that it was inconclusive was not accurate, according to Torey Lovello.
Yes.
And so that, and then you combine that with going to see Dr. Elatrash. Can you imagine that being so good as a surgeon that you get the nickname Dr. Doom? I could imagine, because James Andrews dealt with the same thing. It was like every time people went, it became a negative connotation.
Yep.
That, oh, you're going to the best. You must be really messed up. So I don't know what to make of it, but I do think that the bottom line is Corbin Burns will not be pitching for the Diamondbacks for probably quite some time.
Yeah, and the 15-day could easily turn into a longer stint. I get what they're doing right now before they get all their information.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this could be a death blow. This could be a rallying cry for a desperate team. And if the first game after Corbin Burns exited the mound on Sunday was any indication, I mean, Zach Gallen looked like he was treating it like a rallying cry. The rest of the team did as well. I mean, it wasn't the smoothest of victories last night, but it was solid.
Well,
and I thought Zach Gallen was outstanding.
It all goes back to that real funky few days when this team was trying to decide who should be the opening day starter. And it was really one of the weird. If you think the Suns head coaching search was convoluted, Torey Lovello in the opening day starter says, "Hold my beer."
Yep.
And
it was really weird when the Knicks announced that Merrill Kelly was going to be their opening day starter.
And so, to me, this is something where Zach Gallen, as the guy that was always the unquestioned ace of the staff, this is the time for him to shine. He's financially motivated to do so since his contract is up at the end of the year. But more to the point now, everyone is looking at him like, okay, you're our guy now. You got to help us. I do believe that this rotation even with the setbacks to Jordan Montgomery and to Corbin Burns, they can get this done. Eduardo Rodriguez has got to come back, and he's got to be really, really good. He's got to be better than he's been.
No problem.
Kevin Ginkel has got to come back to this team and be really, really good. Christian Mena has got to be a solution in the bullpen. Justin Martinez has to be rock solid in his role as closer, which he looks to be now. And I'm really behind some of these moves that they have done starting last Friday. Bringing some stability and established roles to the bullpen. I get the idea of mixing and matching and this and that. Nothing can replace the mental stability you give a bullpen by when guys know, okay, this is my time. This is the situation. Now I'm going to get ready.
Mm-hmm.
So there are things that lead me to believe this team can get this thing done. But there's also that the absence of competitive fire that has plagued this team that Bob Brenly so eloquently made clear in his last visit with us, that they're just missing that competitive juice sometimes, which speaks to a lack of internal leadership. They got to get that solved. This team has got to start burning hot on the daily.
Well, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, him saying it's going to need to take a couple high inside fastballs on Eugenio or someone sliding the wrong way.
Right.
Yep. Like, that shouldn't need to happen for a team to have that internal fire.
Right. Well, the way to combat that, too, is to have your best players dominate, and we saw that yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
That makes it real easy for everybody to be comfortable when Ketel Marte is playing like that.
How about it?
And when Corbin Carroll's playing like that. Is it sustainable? No, not to that degree, but
you see they go on these road trips and they come up against teams that look good on the marquee, are considered elite programs, and it gets their attention, and they respond more often than not. It's the rest of the time that's like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
But look, love the vibe coming off that team yesterday. Great play at the wall by Corbin Carroll. Alec Thomas made the kind of play that the outfielders haven't been making consistently.
Yeah, there was two great plays defensively by Carroll and Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Even when the sloppiness, for Gallen to minimize the sloppiness as much as he did, and then follow it up with the fifth inning that he had, was huge. The fact that they scored in multiple innings,
that's huge.
I mean, that was huge.
Yeah.
That they didn't let Spencer Strider off the hook after the first inning when they first scored. I want to know real quick, going back to the pitching staff. They called up Tommy Henry, who's been nothing but a starter at Reno this year. And when that happened, I was like, oh, no. Are they not going to put Ryan Nelson back in the rotation? And then during the game, you see Ryan Nelson in the dugout. And you're like, okay.
They finally did the right thing by Ryan Nelson.
Your fears are quelled, so he's going back in the rotation, and Tommy Henry's going to pitch out of the bullpen. But I don't know what his role is going to be either.
And I'm glad to see this in a weird way because Sammy feels this way, I feel this way, and there's a good portion of Diamondbacks fans who do not like the way the team has treated Ryan Nelson.
Well, I think that's accurate. The guy has proved himself time and time again.
Their devil's advocate argument is that, well, he's even more valuable in the bullpen.
Hogwash!
Blame it on signing Corbin Burns. That's what did it all.
Yeah, it's the high dollars given to Corbin Burns and Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yeah.
That's
more so the Burns thing.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. But now he's back due to circumstances beyond anybody's control, and so I still think they've got the starting pitching to make this happen.
I do too, because now they're back to the rotation that they had last year in the second half of the season. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday morning, the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals organize team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really? Really, really?
So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes.
There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Sports fans know better than anybody that results matter, wins and losses matter, scoreboard matters, and this is why if I am ever hurt in an accident, I am calling the attorneys at Sweet James, and so should you, because hiring the right attorney, folks, might mean the difference between $10,000 and $10 million. And know this, the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win big. And for example, one of our listeners injured after being rear-ended at a red light, the insurance company offered them $60,000. Now, that might seem like a lot of money, but Sweet James' accident attorney said, no. We can do much better than that. With Sweet James protecting him, they were awarded $745,000 instead. Now, Sweet James cannot guarantee outcomes. No law firm can, but the attorneys at Sweet James, they are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They are exactly the firm you need in your corner in your time of need, and you pay nothing until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION. Online at sweetjames.com.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovig's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Baysonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with turbo power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay. As we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs opened the 3-game series in Atlanta with an 8-3 win over the Braves yesterday as Zach Gallen cruised through 7 innings, only allowing 1 earned run, and the 1-2 combo of Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte was lethal yesterday. They went a combined 6 for 7, each hit 2 home runs, and both and combined for 7 RBIs. Merrill Kelly and the D-backs will look to make it 2 in a row today. First pitch will be again at 4:15 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other D-back news, Corbin Burnes will get a second opinion on his elbow later this week and has been placed on the 15-day IL, and the D-backs have called up left-hander Tommy Henry. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Phoenix Suns have named Johnny Bryant and Jordan Ott finalists for their head coaching position and continue to evaluate the market for star Kevin Durant. For more on both, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:33. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Whether you're on your way to work, dropping your kids off at camp because it is summertime in Arizona. But let's start with the Diamondbacks. The Snakes got a nice win in Atlanta yesterday, and Torey Lovello talked about his best players stepping up in a big way yesterday.
That really good players can do things at special times, right? So we backed up the outfielders, put them in a no double situation, and Alec made a great play. But a lot could be said for us, too. I think our best players stepped up at the right time and did a great job today.
So aside from maybe one inning where the heart rate got going and the blood pressure spiked, how did it feel to maybe sit back and relax and watch your ball club get a much-needed win?
I think Beck used the perfect word in the eighth, the ninth inning where Carroll hit the home run. Exhale.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to do that. I would say there was 2 innings. The fourth inning got messy and the eighth inning got a little tense, and Alec Thomas's catch made it less interesting. But, it felt foreign. I could say that much. There hasn't been very many wins that felt that comfortable, even though that game was very much in the balance in the bottom of the eighth inning.
I like the star power that came off of last night's game for Zach Gallen to be really good, then Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte to combine for 6 hits, 7 RBI, and 3 walks and 4 home runs. That's getting it done.
Star power.
Yeah, and
star power.
Ideally, your star power would be there on a nightly basis. We saw both Ketel and Corbin maybe spark something at the top of the lineup yesterday. But if you had to pick, would it be Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte staying hot, kind of scorching hot, or your starting pitching being electric? If you had to pick one of the two,
why do we got to pick?
Because we can't have nice things in Arizona.
We can be greedy hypothetically, can't we? Keep it rolling. I want to see, regardless of what the ingredients are, what I want to see from this stretch is reel off some wins in a row.
Yep.
5, 6, 7, just to show that you're capable of doing it.
So true.
Now they got Chris Sale today and Holmes tomorrow. Really good pitchers, so I don't know if they can keep it up, but I'd like to see it. They've notched 2. We haven't been talking about back-to-back wins very often recently, so whatever goes into it, reel them off.
This was the first back-to-back win since, May 19th, that second Dodgers game?
Yeah.
So, and Vinny's absolutely right. If you're going to be that team, those kind of teams, championship caliber teams, they get winning streaks. That's a hallmark of a really good team, and this team needs to go on one.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see either winning streak or 10 out of 12, something like that. So this morning we talked about just maybe the firing of Tom Thibodeau came at a very peculiar time with Johnny Bryant being a finalist for the Suns head coaching job. Now, Bryant does have pretty major ties to the Knicks. He was an assistant there for 5 years. So say Johnny Bryant is your guy for the Suns. Should the Suns be confident that he still is your guy, skeptical, or downright terrified of him leaving for the Knicks?
Terrified is a little bit strong, but I would shudder to think of what it would feel like and how it would go over if they whittled this long-winded head coaching search from 20 down to 2, and they targeted a guy, and for that guy to get stolen at the last minute, it would really be bad.
Yeah, terrified is not the issue because, again, like Vic said, they've had every opportunity to lock him up at this point. it's a different sport, but it involved a New York team. I had thoughts of New York Jets head coach Bill Belichick when he was head coach of the Knicks for, 48 hours?
Yeah, right.
And then did an about-face and became the head coach of the Patriots. To me, Sammy, it comes down to, from the Suns' standpoint, if this indeed happens and Johnny Bryant does go to New York, how you deal with the optics. The optics are going to be terrible for the Suns again, but we've had this discussion almost on a daily basis. Does this team care about the optics? I don't know.
Do you open the search back up?
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, I was thinking
oh my
goodness. Chris Quinn, we know we said no, but you want to come back in for another interview?
You weren't good enough to make the top 2, but Johnny Bryant just left, so you want to interview for the 9th time?
I was thinking who would have been the perfect coach for last year's Suns team would have been Tom Thibodeau.
Oh, my God.
Hard-nosed, defensive mentality.
He might have killed somebody.
He might have killed somebody. Vinny's right.
He definitely may have. Speaking of last year's Suns team, Durant speculation has begun kind of picking up again, and I'm assuming some more momentum will continue as the draft approaches and you can start making trades. And so knowing what we know right now, who is the number one team that you would want them to get into business with if they were to make a trade? Not thinking about future draft picks or do we need a star, but who's the number one team that you would want to get into business with?
I like the idea of getting involved in, even though I made the case earlier that I'm sort of coming around to the 1-for-1 Karl Anthony Towns, because that's probably the best way to go if you are really adamant about trying to compete for the playoffs next season. And at least he would be something interesting to watch and discuss and all that. But to me, if you could get the right package from the Rockets, I would really be interested in getting a lot of those draft assets back if you could pull it off.
I mean, the reporting yesterday from Kelly Eco said that they are very interested in getting those picks back, especially the number 10 pick in this draft. But the reporting also said the Suns, in recent conversations with Houston, have lessened their demands on what they're looking for a return. So I don't know. I don't know if that knocks Houston down a peg or two on this pecking order. I'm curious. I am curious to see. Well, again, it's hard not knowing. Everything's hypothetical now. Mm-hmm. What they could offer, what they're willing to offer, what Kevin Durant's interest level is. But I am intrigued by San Antonio as well. I'm not intrigued by the New York possibility either. Although I still don't think Kevin Durant wants to go there.
I'm in
I agree with that.
I'm in Team San Antonio at the moment. But the NBA Finals, they start tomorrow. The Thunder and the Pacers. And the Thunder are an overwhelming favorite. They're the largest favorite since, I believe, either the 04 or 01 Finals. Do the Thunder warrant being this type of a favorite heading into tomorrow?
I believe they do because of the level. They've gotten stronger as the playoffs have gone on.
Mm-hmm.
They're starting to rely more on their style of play where defensively they can just clamp down. I think when you consider the recent history of what Oklahoma City's done against Indiana teams with Tyrese Halliburton at point guard over the last 2 seasons, only a 4-game sample, but they've really kind of stunted their offensive abilities. And when you can play defense like that at the drop of a hat, and add the reigning MVP and scoring leader on your team, I do believe they're warranted. And we had Stephen Hunter on yesterday, and he said without pausing, he likes Oklahoma City in 5. I kind of feel the same way. I'm hoping for something better, but
I shudder to say this, but I think the officials are going to play a role in this NBA Finals. The thing is if they let everything go, that really benefits Oklahoma City because their wings get up on you. They are so physical, and they're going to test you right away. The first possession of the game, Lou Dort's going to be right up on the ball handler, and you're going to test to see what the officials are calling. And then if it's a hard whistle, or what's the term for a loosely officiated game?
If it's a tight whistle, if they're calling everything?
Okay, so
a loose whistle.
If it's a loose whistle, and for everybody but Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, then people's heads are going to explode. And that's what happened to Minnesota.
Yeah, no doubt. And on the way out, I've failed to keep us accountable on Monday and Tuesday. Our bingo card went 0 for 7 on the weekend.
Is that all?
That is all. We just got to be better come Friday. And that's we'll get there.
And at this point, nobody remembers what we even said on Friday.
I did. I predicted Novak Djokovic losing at the French Open. That
I thought
didn't
Corbin
happen.
Burns was going to take a no-hitter into the 6th inning on Sunday.
Yeah,
that didn't happen.
And I thought we'd win in a walk-off. And Jarrett thought we'd lose on Sunday, but that was the one game we won. So we'll be better. I'll make sure of it. But that's the Rush Hour Reboot today.
Thanks, Sammy. Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, the Cardinals' first-round pick, Walter Nolan, make a good or bad first impression at OTAs. Depends on who you ask, and also depends on how you interpret their answers, I guess. We'll get into some of that next as we talk Cardinals football here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz, and Waltz has been serving the Valley since 1957. They are a Valley institution, but have you seen them lately? If not, great time to go take a look. They can take your sports fandom to the next level. For example, my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs, owns, and operates Waltz, not that long ago came out to Fountain Hills, brought me an 83-inch OLED television, brought me a great soundbar, put them both on my downstairs wall, gave me a great price, and just like that, upgraded my sports viewing experience to the next level. Like I said, gave me a great price, and they'll do exactly the same thing for you. Waltz offers unbeatable prices on the products you want. If you think you found a good price elsewhere, bring it to Waltz, and they will beat it. They also offer same-day delivery, 7 days a week, which means get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. You're going to also get the best in-store and in-home experience every time. Go check out their great selection, speak with their knowledgeable staff, and then enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. That's what you'll get from Waltz. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the June 14th D-backs game against San Diego. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing. Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Obviously excitement, sitting there, in my office, or actually we kind of gathered around in PT's office. He's got a big screen headed up, and just hoping that we were able to get Walt, and obviously super excited about the player that he is, the guy that he is, and like you said, that's 2 years in a row at defensive line. I think that just shows the importance of that position. You can really wreak havoc up front in the run game and getting after the quarterback. So critical. And I love where that whole room's at. They're working really hard right now and competing.
Cardinals defensive coordinator Nick Rawlis talking to the media yesterday as week 2 of OTAs rolls on out at their training facility in Tempe. They're talking about first-round pick Walter Nolan. And he's back competing on the field during OTA workouts. That was not the case last week. Walter Nolan III was working out on the side. Jonathan Gannon yesterday, the head coach, and JG is interesting because sometimes he will give you a very, very complete response to a question, and other times he'll give you a quick answer.
Mm-hmm.
So here was the exchange when a reporter asked about Walter Nolan and his work on the side last week, what that was related to.
With Walt being on the side last week, was that an injury issue or a contract issue? Neither.
An injury issue or a contract issue? Neither. Follow up.
What kind of workload do you expect for Walter this week?
I don't know. We'll see. Pretty full.
And that was Tyler Drake asking the follow-up. So there's back-to-back examples of, on one player, being very short
Very
answers.
short and measured.
And I could not help but, and I think a lot of people made this leap, and it might be a leap. It might be completely incorrect. But if it's not injury-related, and it's not contract-related, because Walter Nolan III is one of 6 unsigned first-round picks in the NFL right now, what could it be? Did he show up out of shape? That's where everybody arrived at, if it's not one of those two things. And then you start having Robert Kimdichie PTSD about because of the similarities between the stories. I'm not even talking about the individuals.
Yeah.
The stories of Walter Nolan and Robert Kimdichie are very similar. But apparently that's not the case.
Well,
and hopefully they get past that quickly.
Yeah, well, listen, I think I won't call them red flags, but there were cautions that came with Walter Nolan coming out of the draft.
Yeah.
And he was considered a boom or bust kind of draft pick. And if he booms, you're looking at a guy that might wreck a game from the defensive interior, which is invaluable in the NFL. But there's no way you can listen to Jonathan Gannon there and not hear the dissatisfaction. Now, Nick Rawlis raved about how he looks.
He did.
So maybe it's
good cop, bad cop.
Maybe. Good call.
Because if you look past that, and it's June 4th, how much concern can you really have? If you do have concern, it's probably minimal. But look to the future. Walter Nolan III and Darius Robinson could be the cornerstones of a dominant defensive line in Arizona for the next 5, 6, 7 years, if this works out. The if is big, certainly, because Darius Robinson's first year in the NFL did not go the way anybody planned it to go, either on or off the field, unfortunately for him. But the potential is so great for those guys to just wreak havoc in what is a deep rotation, too, on the defensive line.
Yeah. Well, listen, if there's anything that sort of defines this coaching staff and the vibe of this team, it's professionalism, competitiveness, overachievers, serious-minded football players. You can't let that drop of Tabasco get in the ice cream, to quote Kenny Dillingham. So maybe that's kind of Jonathan Gannon's approach. That okay, he needs to kind of adjust to what we do here a little bit.
I wish somebody would, when he said neither, somebody would have said, okay, then what was it? Why was it? If it was neither of those two, what was it? Because I guess it could be out of shape. It could also be showing up unprepared in a different way. Maybe you didn't study or something. I don't know.
I don't know what it was related to. The big part of it is he's back on the field and getting good reviews from his defensive coordinator.
Yes.
And what is the contract thing? That's nothing to be worried about, right?
I don't think so at this point because, again, it's only 6. The 6 players that don't have contracts signed from the first-round class are Travis Hunter doesn't have a contract signed yet. You don't have to go very far to see the headlines coming out of Jacksonville. I read a headline today that described him as having inhuman skill.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Shamar Stewart from Cincinnati hasn't signed. Jahdae Barron from Denver. Maxwell Hairston from Buffalo. Jihad Campbell from Philadelphia are the others. I don't think there's much concern. Those are mostly slotted
But that's
contracts.
what I'm saying. These things are all slotted anyways, right? So you wonder what the holdup is, unless some of these agents have wild hairs and they're asking for something that's atypical.
Mm-hmm.
And no owner wants to hear that from an agent of a rook.
Not these days.
No.
Shouldn't give you Andre Wadsworth flashbacks. If that's what you're concerned about.
I had a long talk with Andre about what he went through before that rookie season. Man, that was an era of football we can never get back to.
No.
Embarrassing the way the Cardinals conducted themselves back then.
And it was always the Saturday before the season opener. Hey, he's signed.
Yay!
Now he's going to come in and dominate. It doesn't usually work.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Because it wasn't like, hey, I'm still here. And there was not really much communication back in those days. Nick Rawlis also talked about all of his new talent on defense and how they can help that unit excel.
Well, I think, this kind of goes back to, I think when we first got here, we talked a lot about adaptability, right? And so as years go, as weeks go, you go through training camp, you go through the season, like things can change, and you always have to have the ability to, utilize your best players and what they do best. And so I think that just goes into our overall philosophy. It's not about here's what we do and do these guys fit. It's who are our people, what do they do really well, and how can we bring that out in them. So, it's still very early. We got to keep going through the process of the off-season program into training camp and really then start to say, what are we best at, and really get better at that and major in certain things and you kind of minor in some other things, and that can change throughout the year.
Yeah, major in the majors, minor in the minors. Where have we heard that
Where have we heard that before? That's a new one of those corporate sayings that's everywhere.
Not a bad philosophy.
No, of course not.
OTAs continue this week. Mandatory minicamp next week out at the Cardinals training facility. Coming up next, we hit the 8 o'clock hour on this Wednesday, the very midway point of the week.
Ooh.
And I think it's going to be a gadget play kickoff with today's. No,
really?
I'm just joking.
Wow.
It's not going to be an onside kick. It's going to be a boomer. The Bickley Blast is next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Suns reportedly pitched Kevin Durant trades to the Rockets. Walter Nolan has got things down pretty fast with Cardinals OTAs underway. And Gallen, Caro, and Marte dominate the Braves in a D-backs win. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement. But you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare, side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing. Because, you know, we all have bills and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The D-backs opened a 3-game series in Atlanta with an 8-3 win over the Braves as Zach Gallen cruised through 7 innings, allowing only 1 earned run. And the 1-2 combo of Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte was on display yesterday. They went a combined 6 for 7, had 7 RBIs, and each hit 2 home runs in the win. And here was manager Torey Lovello on Corbin and Ketel.
It's a lot of fun, right? Those are your 2 catalysts, your main players in the whole lineup, and they go out there and they get us an early lead. The whole team was super engaged today and played very well.
Merrill Kelly and the D-backs will look to make it 2 in a row. First pitch will be again at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other D-back news, Corbin Burns will get a second opinion on his elbow later this week and has been placed on the 15-day IL, and D-backs have called up left-hander Tommy Henry. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Phoenix Suns have named Johnny Bryant and Jordan Ott finalists for their head coaching position and continue to evaluate the market for star Kevin Durant. For more on both, head to ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Suns' lengthy, performative head coaching search has featured cutdowns and callbacks and prompted many eyes to roll. Now it might have real consequences. With the surprise firing of Tom Thibodeau, there is a strong groundswell in New York City for the Knicks to bring back Johnny Bryant, who happens to be one of the Suns' 2 finalists, and it's enough to make your head explode. The Suns fired Mike Budenholzer on April 14th. Brian Gregory has been searching for a head coach since his promotion on May 1st. And after all this deliberating and pondering and narrowing of a candidate list that once featured 20 names, what if their number 1 choice was stolen at the last moment when they could have signed him any time after the Cavaliers were eliminated on May 13th. Welcome to another defining moment, folks, because for all the financial constraints that doom our roster, they do not apply to the head coach, which means Matt Ishbia can spend infinite dollars to make Bryant choose Phoenix over New York, or he can hire the guy with Michigan State ties and claim that Jordan Ott was their guy all along. Imagine the gaslighting if that happens. Now, I'm tempted to take solace in the head coaching search because the Suns were clearly looking in the right places, unless Johnny Bryant ends up in New York and we end up with the green and white consolation prize. Today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
What was Tom Thibodeau supposed to do? Carl Anthony Towns, he started off the series, bro. He put you in the pick and roll. He switched it. You were getting cooked in the switch. So he tried to make an adjustment, and he tried to challenge the guards to fight over the screens a little bit harder and put you in the drop coverage. You was getting cooked in that as well. You wasn't getting back in transition. Jalen Brunson, outside of Game 5, what was it, 68% of the time? He was getting scored on. So I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, what was Tom Thibodeau supposed to do at that moment?
That's Kendrick Perkins from NBA Today on ESPN. There's a lot of people that are not only disagreeing with the decision the Knicks made yesterday, there's a lot of people angry about what the decision the Knicks made yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Just from a New York standpoint, Tom Thibodeau coaches the Knicks to Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. They got beat by a better basketball team, a more connected team, a deeper team, and, yes, a better coach team, but the continuity of Indiana really stood out in that series.
Now, Kendrick Perkins, it has to be told, because I heard this, my guy Frank Isola, Frankie Ice, played a soundbite of Kendrick Perkins predicting before the season began that the Pacers were not going to make the playoffs and that Tyrese Halliburton has turned into a guy who is distracted after getting the bag. Terrible takes. Terrible takes. So keep that in mind with Kendrick Perkins.
Look, when you give a take, or you're required to give a take on everything that pops up in a particular subject, you're gonna miss on some. You're gonna hit on some. You're gonna miss on some.
You're gonna hit. You're gonna miss. You're gonna carry the hell on.
Leon Rose said in a statement, "Our organization is singularly focused on winning a championship for our fans. This pursuit led us to the difficult decision to inform Tom Thibodeau that we've decided to move in another direction. We can't thank Tom enough for pouring his heart and soul into each and every day of being the New York Knicks head coach. He led us not only with class and professionalism for the past 5 seasons, but also to tremendous success on the court with 4 playoff berths and 4 playoff series victories." It's very interesting to see the difference in opinions on where this came from.
Right.
There's a lot of people saying the players were involved in it. They had a say. Now, Jalen Brunson, over the weekend, took exception to a question that was asked in a post-game press conference about the future of Tom Thibodeau. Here's what that sounded like.
Jalen, when you talk about the confidence, obviously, I feel like nobody takes more criticism than Tom. And this team obviously has turned around during his tenure. Do you kind of feel that going forward he's the same guy to lift you guys the rest of the way, that next level?
Is that a real question right now? You just asked me if I believe that if he's the right guy. Yes.
Thanks, guys.
Come on.
So yeah, and so I thought it was patently absurd then that you're going to hold him. You want him gone after eliminating the Celtics?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why people are connecting the dots with Johnny Bryant. That if they weren't fearing that Johnny Bryant was suddenly going to be off the market and not attainable for years to come, and this is what I was told last night, that it wasn't just, okay, he's going to get hired by the Suns. He's going to be given runway, real runway, that this was their only opportunity in the foreseeable future to circle back and get a guy who was once the associate head coach, who's got a great reputation with some of their players, and what I was told, part of the organization adores the guy. And all of it together led to a decision that has really kind of galvanized the basketball community today. Like, really? The Knicks went decades without playoff wins. And you put them in the Eastern Conference Finals that included an upset of the Celtics, and you fire the guy? It's asinine is what it is. Now, maybe Johnny Bryant says to himself, you know what? I'm not working for Tom Dolan. I've been there, done that.
Well, I mean, I yesterday when I'm having these thoughts, because we were talking about it, hey, the Ishbia interviews were supposed to happen yesterday in Michigan. And I could just see Johnny Bryant walking in, getting ready to shut his phone off before he's meeting with Matt Ishbia, and he gets a text. Hold on, I gotta answer this.
Don't sign anything.
That's what his agent see. Whatever you do, don't sign anything. Get out the door in one piece because I got something cooking for you here.
At the very least, it's leverage.
Yeah.
For a bigger, better deal, even if he wants to coach the Suns.
But again, the Suns being as patient and complete in this process as they've been might end up being a 9-egg omelet on their face.
Exactly,
if Johnny
Vinny.
Bryant is the guy that they wanted the whole time. And he might still be.
Yeah.
They got to be getting close to making an announcement on this.
I would think. If both those interviews went down yesterday, the only thing that would hold it up is if they want Johnny Bryant, and Johnny Bryant now is going to circle around and interview with the Knicks.
Before there's anything signed, before there's anything announced, before there's anything agreed to, he's got every right to do that.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So, but again, this is something where Matt Ishbia's wealth and his willingness to spend money, if he truly wants Johnny Bryant, he can make that happen.
But is Johnny Bryant the guy that you're going to cash whip? If everything else was that close in this competition?
It sounds absurd. I know. It sounds absurd. If it weren't obvious after his interview, like I said, the Cavs were eliminated on May 13th. That's almost a month ago.
That is true. And the two finalists didn't even come down to anybody that was still coaching in the conference finals.
Nope.
Dave Bliss was a finalist, and Micah Nori, depending on who you believe, was not a finalist.
It's just mind-blowing to me that all of these times that we have talked, hey, you know what, there's really no reason to hurry. There's no one else looking for a head coach. And then the Knicks fire a guy and then allegedly hone in on exactly one of your two finalists. Buzzard's luck, Vinny. It's all we've had recently.
It was literally the only team that could have raised an eyebrow in firing their head coach of, oh, Johnny Bryant has coached there for 4 years. Like, he has the ties to the Knicks. If it were, say, any other team, you wouldn't bat an eye because Johnny Bryant
Minnesota or Denver fired their head coach or something.
Well, yeah, which they did. Or if they didn't bring back their interim, you'd be like, okay, you wouldn't be as worried. You'd speed up the process a little bit. But it's because it's the Knicks and the manner in which we've waited so long, and now he's the guy for that job. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah. It is mind-blowing.
And I know some real harsh critics of the Suns will say, well, they should have seen this coming. Probably not.
No, probably not.
And let's be fair also, as of 2 days ago, we were saying Johnny Bryant had no chance at the Suns head coaching job anyway, and it was all performative. So we don't really even know what they were thinking, the Suns, or what they are thinking now.
I mean, that is true, but I think when the announcement comes out, I think the name Jordan Knott is going to be the guy that is the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
Now I think that myself. And I really had a strong it was a guess. I just thought that Matt Ishbia is giving the guy from Michigan State some run, but Johnny Bryant is clearly the superior candidate based on things that you were looking for in a head coach.
Yeah, but there's a lot of reports from New York saying, look, that you can find controversy in this decision all you want, whether or not Tom Thibodeau should have been fired. But the New York Knicks, being as close as they are, they're not firing their head coach without a plan in place. This wasn't, hey, we just need a new voice and a new direction.
That's right.
This very well could have been the gut reaction to, that's our guy. We want him. We better move now.
That's it. That's it.
Or unless, the last thing, the Knicks are close to winning an NBA championship. Do they really trust a first-year head coach to get them there? Maybe not. That's the silver lining for the Suns.
That is fair. That's the argument for a veteran Michael Malone type.
But it's also not your typical first-year head coach. It's coming in from the outside with no familiarity and no relationships already in place in New York.
No, listen, and that's the level that this thing is at. That this thing might be happening because the Knicks don't want to lose out on a chance to get Johnny Bryant. Not can Johnny Bryant do it? They're looking at it. We can't let this guy go somewhere else.
Yeah.
What a twist.
We'll have more on this story later on in the 8 o'clock hour. Rick Bucher from FS1 is going to join us. Coming up, you can join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the D-backs take on the Mariners. Just text the word HALF, HALF, to 620-620. We'll send you a link to buy lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Once again, that's HALF to 620-620. Coming up next, the D-backs look like a different team in June. Reason for optimism or too small a sample size? We'll debate next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Would you rather have Devin Booker and some minor security for future draft assets when you have little to no draft assets to begin with? Or would you rather do a form of a pivot and reload that requires you to sacrifice your homegrown star for another one and a bunch of bad contracts, but veterans will fill out the roster better than anything else that you will find out there?
I don't want to trade Devin Booker.
I do not either.
This is Cooper Flagg we're talking about. So if I ever had to trade Devin Booker, I would be ecstatic that I was getting Cooper Flagg. That's the #1 pick and a generational talent.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know all about Game Changers, and that is exactly what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing for people with dental issues, for people who are looking for that new smile and that new life. So if you've got missing or loose teeth, if you're wearing dentures that don't really fit, if you're struggling to eat because of all of these inconveniences, or if you're ashamed to take pictures because you do not like your smile, New Life Dental Implant Center can come to your rescue. They can restore your ability to chew, to speak, and yes, to smile again. They're changing the game because they're offering amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And you don't have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants. New Life Dental Implant Center uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support. Each new smile digitally designed so your smile turns out perfect and you heal faster with minimal bone removal. Plus, they craft your teeth from solid zirconia for lasting strength and comfort. And best of all, costs 40% less than competitors, with treatment starting at just $99.90 per arch, and easy financing options are available. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Hey, it's Luke. Was Zach Gallen able to get right against the Atlanta Braves and lead the Diamondbacks to a much-needed win? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
You're always looking to push back a little bit. I talk about getting back in the ring and punching back a little bit when you're supposed to, and it was just a really quick point, and Corbin took a really nice swing. And you know, you're concerned about what happened. I think it was the 5th of the 6th. I can't remember exactly what it was, but you're concerned about what happened defensively. It was a little bit of a breakdown, but Zach righted the ship, and the rest of the guys behind him did a great job.
That's Torey Lovello talking about the 4th inning, actually, where Gino Suarez's error allowed Matt Olson to score from first base. Extended the inning for Zach Gallen, kind of ruined his pitch count there for a little bit, and I think the fear in watching that unfold was, here we go again. Diamondbacks baseball 2025. Something goes wrong, everything goes wrong. So Torey Lovello saying that Zach Gallen righted the ship. He certainly did. He looked like Zach Gallen last night, or at least the Zach Gallen of years past. One of his better starts of the year. It was a good win for the Diamondbacks, and it was powered by not only Zach Gallen. Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte become the first 2 1-2 hitters in any single game lineup in Diamondbacks history to both have multiple home runs in the same game. Lovello also talked about that, and there's a little punctuation at the end of this particular soundbite.
It's a lot of fun, right? Those are your 2 catalysts, your main players in the whole lineup, and they go out there and they get us an early lead. I thought the tack-on home run by Corbin after we gave up a couple of little scratch runs to make it 5-3 was a really good kind of momentum changer for us. So they were the whole team was super engaged today and played very well. But those 2 were certainly a highlight. It's fun to watch Ketel get into that mode. He gets hot. He carries teams when he's rested. This is what he looks like, and he's in a very good spot.
So just
okay, all right. I gotta stop. I just gotta stop because my radar went off again. Beep, 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 beep. When he's rested, did Torey Lovello need to say that? When he's rested,
it was just a little sprinkle.
Yeah.
So guess what that means?
He's gonna have
day game following
off.
A night game tomorrow. He won't be in the lineup one of the next 2 days.
Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't go down this path after a very good win and the hopes that this baseball team has, as you aptly said yesterday, taken a bucket of cold water over the head and realized, okay, we're making a mess of this season. We need to stop this. And a night when Zach Gallen, it was the first time since the second start of the season where he didn't issue multiple walks.
Yeah.
So and the star power that came off yesterday's game, that made the Diamondbacks look like the team we all want them to be. But throwing in that rested word there, it's
he's not 38 years old.
I know.
When he got picked off last night for the second time, by the way, he got up a little nonchalant, and I was like, oh, my God, not again, not again.
Well, that slide back to first base, his arm kind of got caught underneath him, and I mean, that was That was quite a flex of an inning for Drake Baldwin, wasn't it? Everybody's new favorite Baldwin.
Right. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I mean, throwing out Carroll, stealing second, and then picking off Marte, wandering off the bag, and that was another. I saw a lot of reaction too on social media from Diamondbacks fans. There's a sloppy, undisciplined team. Well, yes, it has been certainly, but on those two plays, don't you just credit the opposition?
Mm-hmm.
Corbin Carroll stealing a base. People want to sign up for that.
Mm-hmm.
Get him into scoring position. He made a great throw. He made 2 great throws in 1 inning. So I think that was more credit to Drake Baldwin and the Braves than on the Diamondbacks. Yeah. But they did shake off some negative things yesterday. The rest thing is I'm with you. You know who else that applies to? Everybody on planet Earth is better at their jobs when they're rested.
When they're rested.
But not everybody's a professional athlete.
No, listen, and it really offends old school baseball and even casual baseball fans who ultimately look at this and go, "Come on, you're not playing football. This is baseball. You're standing most of the time, doing nothing." That's the common perception of baseball. I've said for years that baseball is much more dangerous. The nicks and cuts that you get playing baseball, they're endless. So you're constantly dealing with stuff. But the sensibilities of it all, the idea of load management in baseball, it's bad enough in the NBA. It really makes my brain hurt. I've told you the story about that pitching game, the famous game in 1963. Did I bring that up? Warren Spahn and Juan Marichal, they went one-on-one. Warren Spahn was this aging dude. Juan Marichal was this young, the dude. 16-inning pitcher's duel. 16 innings. Each pitcher threw over 200 pitches in a game.
And each of them retired the very next day.
And now they're dead.
Right.
So, are you happy?
Right. Are you happy?
Sure. You were pleased with their performances, but it killed them ultimately.
Eventually. It is a weird thing that he just had to throw in. It was so nonchalant. I didn't even, when I was cutting the soundbite, I didn't even catch it.
Yeah.
Because I thought, just praising. We finally got the good games at the top of the lineup from both these guys.
He's he dropped that in there, maybe even subconsciously to kind of alert people. Look, this guy's different. This guy needs a lot of time off. Don't blame me.
Or I'm sick and tired of hearing the criticism of days off that this is proof of it.
Right.
Ketel Marte's played 34 baseball games this year. 34.
I love Ketel Marte, but I'm getting the idea he must be exhausting to manage when he's exhausted.
But he's great, though. And then that last night showed how essential it is and how great this team looks when Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte look like the MVP candidates we've seen.
He brings the team so much swagger.
Yeah.
Right? Every time he goes up to bat, he walks up there like he's Elvis Presley. He walks up there like he is just, and I love that. Teams need guys like that. He needs to ramp up his availability. That's all I have to say.
2 years ago, he played in 150 ball games and the entire postseason and came back when he was on the field last year was even better. By the way, his OPS is up to over 1,000.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
The first home run he hit and just stood there. Oh.
Yeah. Again, that's the kind of stuff that makes a baseball team feel powerful.
The second home run he hit might have even been more impressive because he hit it 114 miles per hour.
His exit velocities are insane.
What'd you say? He's played 34 games?
Yeah.
Has 10 home runs?
Yeah.
So that's on pace for 50 home runs if he would have played 162.
Yeah, but that second home run, that laser beam shot, that was one of those ones where if it got a little bit higher, that was a lawsuit kind of home run because somebody was getting hurt.
That's a good point.
That's how hard he hit that ball.
Right.
Just nuts. D-backs going for their 3rd straight win tonight in Atlanta with Merrill Kelly on the mound. 4:15 first pitch here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, what is going on in New York and what effects can it have in Phoenix, if any? We'll talk some NBA. Rick Bucher from FS1 will join us straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Braves.
Here's the 1-0. Broken back, ground ball to third. Suarez gloves and throws across the diamond, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks dominate Atlanta here in the series opener. They win it by a final score of 8-3.
D-backs at the Braves. Game 2 of the series. Coverage begins at 3:30 this afternoon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands?
Aw, man.
Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602 Blue Sky today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Join the party on Saturday, June 7th at 7:30 p.m. as Phoenix Rising takes on Orange County in a night full of color, community, and top-tier professional soccer. Be one of the first fans through the gates and grab a free Phoenix Rising beach towel. Perfect for the summer and perfect for showing your pride. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. That's phxrisingfc.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets go on sale this Thursday, June 5th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs opened a 3-game series in Atlanta with an 8-3 win over the Braves, and Zach Gallen cruised through 7 innings, only allowing 1 earned run. In the 1-2 combo of Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte was lethal. Yesterday, they went a combined 6 for 7, had 7 RBIs, and each hit 2 home runs.
And here's the pitch. Swung on, this ball hit out to deep right center field. Harris going back, he is at the track, turns, looks, it's gone! Into the Braves bullpen. Second home run of the night for Carroll. It's a 3-run shot, and the Diamondbacks take a commanding 8-3 lead.
Merrill Kelly and the D-backs will look to make it 2 in a row. First pitch will be at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And other D-backs news, Corbin Burns will get a second opinion on his elbow later this week and has been placed on the 15-day IL. The D-backs have called up left-hander Tommy Henry. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Phoenix Suns have named Johnny Bryant and Jordan Ott finalists for their head coaching position, and they'll continue to evaluate the market for star Kevin Durant. For more on both, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink.
Hey, it's Luke. Should the Phoenix Suns reopen their coaching search and consider Tom Thibodeau? We'll discuss that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. There's an interesting question.
What a ridiculous take.
I thought about it too, I'm not going to lie.
Tom Thibodeau fired yesterday as the head coach of the New York Knicks. Might have ramifications right here in Phoenix, Arizona. To talk about all of it with us and the rest of the NBA. NBA analyst for FS1, Rick Bucher, joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Fun times, Rick. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Yeah, it's an interesting time. We're talking, once again, we're talking more about transactions and potential moves over the summer than we are about the actual NBA Finals. It's not only in Phoenix that's happening. I think there's a lot of places that people are taking it as a foregone conclusion in terms of what's going to happen in the Finals, and not all that excited about it. I actually am, at least for the first game. I'm intrigued to see where this goes. As I believe we've seen with many of the series, where there was thought about how they were going to go or who the favorite team was. And I know for myself, watching game one, I was like, oh, no, this isn't going the way we thought it was. This is going to go the exact opposite direction.
No doubt,
But that's the fun of the playoffs.
All right, so the Suns are down to Johnny Bryant and Jordan Ott, and now Johnny Bryant's being talked about as a potential successor to Tom Thibodeau, maybe even the reason why the Knicks pulled the plug on Tom Thibodeau. What do you make of all of it?
Well, I think we are in a new era of in terms of what teams are looking for, GMs and owners are looking for in head coaches. And you know, when I first started in this business, and for a good long time, it was, let's go get a coach who's going to bring in his system and is going to bring in his mentality and is going to create a culture. And what we're seeing more often now is the owner and the GM have an idea of what they want their culture to be. They're building the roster, and who can we get who's going to coach and operate this our program the way that we want it to be. And obviously, getting younger coaches who aren't established, you're going to get somebody who is more malleable. Now, that doesn't apply across the board, but I get the feeling that that's what's going on in Phoenix. With Tibbs, it was a matter of, you know, the Knicks went and they got Karl Anthony Towns. They paid a high price for that. They went and got Mikal Bridges. They got a high price for that. And lo and behold, they still couldn't get past the Indiana Pacers. And, oh, by the way, you weren't using your bench, Tom, and then you were forced to by foul trouble. And you know what? The bench we gave you actually was pretty good. Yeah. Maybe you should have been using it all along. I think there was a number of factors here where, in essence, and I would say, you know, it's probably why Bud lost his job and why we've seen multiple Suns coaches go by the boards is because it's been looked at from management's end of things that, hey, we gave you a roster that's better than what you did with it. We're going to go and find somebody because we believe in our roster. We believe in our talent more than what you have accomplished with it.
Despite, you know, there seems to be some debate, Rick, about whether or not the Knicks made a mistake by letting Thibodeau go. That being said, Johnny Bryant has a history there. He's worked with most of the core players on that roster. Does he make sense in your mind, and could the Suns be left holding the bag if he wasn't indeed their choice?
You know what? I think I think it goes to one of the elements here when it comes to familiarity. It's impossible for me to say what Johnny Bryant is going to be as a head coach because until you get into the weeds, much like J.J. Redick, I think J.J. came in with the best of intentions. I think he's really smart about the game, but your ability to get through when things go sideways, how do you gather people? How do you get people to continue to believe in what you are asking them to do? And how do you pivot when you realize, and can you realize before anybody else, you know what, we need to go in another direction? Can you do that and still maintain your authority? It is impossible to know what somebody's going to do in those situations until you actually see them in them. And so I think what we're seeing, what would be lost is the familiarity of we know who this guy is. We know how he operates. We know how he connects with people. There's a certain comfort level there because it goes beyond just the decisions within the game and your relationship with your stars on your team. It goes, how do you deal with everybody in the organization? Because the head coach really is the maypole in all of that. You've got to be able to deal with your GM. You got to be able to deal with your stars. You got to deal with the business people. You got to deal with the media. Like that, you are as the head coach, the connective tissue. And your ability, like as the owner and the GM, hiring someone who knows how to build and maintain strong relationships is, I believe, what is the new blueprint for what we're seeing in the NBA, as opposed to we're going to go and get a head coach and then we're going to allow him to determine how the relationships are. I think because front offices have become so complex, your coach's ability to develop and maintain good relationships is as vital as it's ever been.
That's a great point. Yep. So here in Phoenix, Suns fans are bracing and really fearing, most of them anyways, that we could have a first-time general manager from Michigan State, which we have in Brian Gregory, hiring a first-time head coach with Michigan State, which is what Jordan Ott would be. Already it feels like many of the national media have gone from criticizing what the Suns are doing to kind of rolling their eyes like, look at this clown show. What is going to be the perception nationally if they hire Jordan Ott?
I would hope it would be wait and see. I mean, it depends on what part of the national media you're talking about. And I think one of the problems that we have is that we have really loud voices that aren't necessarily tuned in to the ins and outs of the NBA today, or any particular league or sport. Mm-hmm. And so they kind of go with, is it familiar? Do I know who they are? And if it's not, then it's immediately, well, they can't possibly know what they're doing. I mean, it's a little bit like I look at the Mike Malone situation, and people were still heavily questioning, how do you do that? Like, how do you get rid of that coach? Well, insiders will tell you that situation was so toxic, and there was such a battle there. And as a result, I think it's going to be difficult for Mike Malone to find another job right away for the reason that I said in terms of the relationship. So I believe that Matt Ishbia is a smart guy, and I believe that with his experience at Michigan State that he knows what constitutes a healthy, successful, winning environment. And I believe, like a lot of owners, he came in and he tried to reinvent the wheel, and I'm just going to go and like, I can get a Kevin Durant. Well, I'm going to do whatever I can to get a Kevin Durant. Or a Bradley Beal. Like, he kind of got lost in the idea that he was going to outsmart everybody. I mean, going back to Mark Cuban, I've seen it happen with owner after owner after owner. And then they realize, you know what? The details are more important than the names. And so I believe that this is actually the step in the right direction. Now, there's a lot of damage that's been done, and there's a lot of work for them to excavate themselves, the Suns, from the hole that they put themselves in. But it's such that this direction is so dramatically different from the last one that I'm going to give it a chance. I'm going to let it breathe and see if Matt has learned from his mistakes and is working off of a different blueprint.
Yeah.
And we'll ultimately see whether it's successful.
Rick Bucher, our guest from FS1. Before we let you go, and we're kind of up against a break, so 30 seconds or less. Kevin Durant's market, you can't go a couple of minutes without getting another rumor. What makes the most sense to you right now?
Probably the difficulty is what the Suns want back, but a Minnesota situation makes the most sense for me if Minnesota is willing to do it. But keep this in mind with Kevin Durant. Teams are looking at that as much for the potential cap relief as they are for adding another star. The fact that he has an expiring deal is going to be in the mix. Now, the question is, did KD take the approach that Jimmy Butler did, which was, I'm only going to a place that's going to guarantee me another big chunk of change? That's going to have a huge influence on who ultimately ends up getting him.
Absolutely. Great stuff as always,
Thank you, Rick.
Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, guys.
Rick Bucher, FS1, NBA analyst, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, how close are the Arizona Cardinals to winning the franchise's first ever Super Bowl? An interesting look at that coming straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We're hearing the Suns are down to their final two candidates for head coach.
According to our very own John Gambadoro, the Phoenix Suns have narrowed their coaching search down to two candidates, both from the Cleveland Cavaliers. One is associate head coach Johnny Bryant, and the other is assistant Jordan Ott. The final interview will be taking place in Michigan.
Suns breaking news and the new head coach announcement coming soon to the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living. Wouldn't that be nice?" DISC's website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Honestly, just efficiency. You know what I mean? Let's make sure that we're every play we're getting something out of it. You know what I mean? I like where we're at from an operational standpoint. I know he feels really comfortable with the schematic parts, the things that we kept the same, things that we changed. And that'll be a work in progress, but he's working on things that he wants to work on, and then he's the leader of the offense, so he's responsible for all other 10 guys and himself out there, so he's doing a really good job.
Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Cardinals, speaking with the media yesterday during week 2 of OTAs in Tempe on Kyler Murray needing to improve his efficiency to take the next step. Look, we're still in June. There's a long way to go before football is upon us. But I found this to be interesting. On NFL.com, Eric Edholm, longtime NFL writer, has a piece out where he ranks 12 teams. Is it 12? Why did I think it was 10? 12 teams that have not won a Super Bowl in their franchise history. Of course, the Arizona Cardinals, one of those 12. Mm-hmm. So he ranks them 1 to 10 on their chances of becoming that team this year.
All right.
Best chances to win their first Super Bowl title. Not surprisingly, the Cleveland Browns come in at number 12. You pencil them in every year, number 12.
Yeah.
Tennessee, number 11. Carolina, 10. Jacksonville, 9. Atlanta Falcons, 8. The Arizona Cardinals came in at number 7. The teams ranking ahead of them, the LA Chargers, Houston Texans, Cincinnati Bengals, Minnesota Vikings, Detroit Lions, Buffalo Bills. It's hard to, I mean, in the snapshot of what is the NFL right now, it's hard to, especially the top 3, probably the top 4, argue. But Chargers with better chance than the Cardinals. I mean, I guess a lot of it hinges on Jim Harbaugh being the head coach, the fact that people are still enamored with Justin Herbert at this point of his career, although he really hasn't done much.
Right. It's the Harbaugh effect. It's the Justin Herbert effect. I'd question. Look, the Vikings are the Vikings going to win a Super Bowl with basically a rookie quarterback?
But the rest of their team
is really good.
Is probably closer to Super Bowl ready than the Cardinals.
That's interesting to me because I think that what that tells you is that people can't envision the best of Kyler Murray winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Ed Holm wrote, we're coming up on 17 years since the Cardinals' lone Super Bowl appearance.
Mm-hmm.
Let that sink in, by the way.
Yeah, how about it?
So depressing.
How about it?
They've made the playoffs a mere 4 times since then. Jonathan Gannon has steered the team back toward respectability again, and Arizona was briefly in the NFC West driver's seat last November. He talks about Kyler Murray heading into his age 28 season, acknowledges the up and down nature of his career, points out the number of targets and weapons that he has, and all of the improvements on defense, and there's a lot of them. And he wraps it up with, perhaps this team remains a year away from making significant noise, but don't overlook Arizona's ascension. Even in the tough NFC West, the arrow appears pointing upward.
I don't know how tough the NFC West is, to be honest with you. I think the 49ers, I think they're going to benefit from having an easier schedule based on their finish last year. As I've said before, they have been on they've come out of an era where they made deep playoff runs fairly consistently. Their guys have played a lot of football. Last year was the exception. I think that's going to mean something good for them this coming season, but I still don't think they're as dangerous as they've been. Seahawks have made
the only thing that's derailed the sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
The only thing that's derailed the 49ers in the last 5 or 6 years is injuries. When they're healthy, they're a playoff team.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
I know the roster looks different this year, but they brought back the guys that they thought were very important to winning. And talking about Fred Warner, Brock Purdy, George Kittle, locked all those guys up. And you hear all the reports coming out of OTAs about the mindset being what it is. If they stay healthy, I think they're a playoff contender.
Could be. They've also lost some premium talent on defense as well.
And you also are saying if they stay healthy with players that notoriously don't stay healthy, like Bosa, like Christian McCaffrey.
So there's the 49ers. The 49ers are no longer the clear favorite. That's what I'm trying to say. The Seahawks have made a ton of changes. I don't know if they're going to work. All right. I said this to you guys before we started the show. They had a reporter ask their head coach, "Hey, is there any chance that Jalen Milroe might be the starting quarterback? Are you certain that Sam Darnold's going to be the guy?" And basically said, "Are you guys idiots?" So
you know where he said that? On our sister station in Seattle.
Is that right?
Seattle Sports 710.
All right, that's good. Did Stacey Joe ask him?
I'm not sure what show it was.
Okay.
Yeah. The question came up. McDonald was asked whether anything other than an injury between now and the start of the season could lead to the Seahawks going with another quarterback not named Sam Darnold. Quote, "No, you guys are crazy. I respect that you've got to ask it, but it's just a crazy question. It's not going to happen. Sam is our starting quarterback. We love him. He's doing a tremendous job." End quote.
Okay, so it comes down to me. It looks like the Cardinals are in position to compete with the Rams for the division title. If the Cardinals win the division, you know what that means. It means you got a path. And I think what we're all waiting on is the big jump from Jonathan Gannon's first year to Jonathan Gannon's second year was a defense that made the leap from being the second worst scoring defense. They allowed almost 27 points per game in 2023 to being average last season, ranking 15th. So if they make another big jump like that, and it looks like that's where they put most of their offseason priority and emphasis, then you're talking about a team that might be really difficult to deal with in the NFC West. And that on the blueprint, that's got to be the plan. That defensively, we're going to throw something at these teams they haven't seen from us in a while.
Yeah, a 4.5 point difference in points per game given up is significant. And if you look, I don't think you're going to shave another 4.5 points off that and dip under 20. But if you can be around 20, that is significant. The only problem is then the onus falls on the offense to pick up the slack. And do they have enough? Did they make enough improvements on that side of the ball, which is the big question that we've been talking about for 2 years now.
Yeah, because they're counting on. It's the famous Al McCoy line. It's internal. That's what they're waiting. That's what they're hoping for. Internal improvement from the offense, from the growth of Marvin Harrison Jr. to finally, having Kyler Murray where he needs to do this and get this done.
It's internal.
If you had to place a wager on one of those 12 teams becoming the team to win their first title.
Run the list again by me real quick, so I have all of them in my head.
Buffalo.
Okay. Yes, that's the answer.
That's the answer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too.
Over Detroit.
Yes. That's the answer.
I am interested to see what Detroit does this year.
So am I.
Wait, run the list again. Buffalo, Detroit, Cincinnati,
Minnesota, Jacksonville, Carolina, Atlanta, the Chargers, the Cardinals, the Browns, the Titans. Am I leaving somebody out?
I'm intrigued on Cincinnati.
I mean, they still have Joe Burrow.
Mm-hmm.
They've been there.
Mm-hmm.
And he's apparently on a quest to play the greatest season a quarterback's ever played because he has to be better than he was last year when he had 43 touchdowns and 9 picks.
Yeah. Listen, I too...
They don't have the horses defensively to win a Super Bowl. Sorry. Not happening this year.
Yeah. I'm looking at Detroit like Jarrett, and I'm thinking, can they, after having such emotionally charged seasons and the way that they've had them end, what's it going to be like for them? They are in a monstrously good division.
They are, but I also wonder about how the thud of their playoff exit against Washington last year affects them. Because that was, the Lions were America's darling. They were must-see TV, and they got dominated.
Yes, they did.
On their home field by the Commanders.
Yes, they did.
Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour on this Wednesday. Sammy's going to take us through social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. And if you've got great credit, if you've got a great credit score of 800 or better, you should wear that like a badge of honor, and you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. Why is that fair to you? It's not fair to you. Fortunately, there is a better way. On Life Changer Loan, you get rewarded for that great credit score. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that allows you to do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first, which means you pay off your house in years, not decades, which then means you get decades to build personal wealth because you're not dealing with that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back from yourself whenever you like because you've earned it with that credit score. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to have that great credit score. But if you're a good fit on Life Changer Loan, I guarantee you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers by making just one phone call? That's what you get when you call me, Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or I will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, I deliver. Call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have 2 things for you, Basinonians. 1, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And 2, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive. Message and data rates may apply.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs opened their 3-game series in Atlanta with an 8-3 win over the Braves, and Zach Gallen cruised through 7 innings, only allowing 1 earned run. And the 1-2 combo of Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte was on display yesterday. They went a combined 6 for 7, had 7 RBIs, and each hit 2 home runs. And here was manager Torey Lovello on both.
It's a lot of fun, right? Those are your 2 catalysts, your main players in the whole lineup, and they go out there and they get us an early lead. The whole team was super engaged today and played very well.
Merrill Kelly and the D-backs will look to make it 2 in a row. First pitch will be at 4:15, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And other D-back news, Corbin Burns will get a second opinion on his elbow later this week and has been placed on the 15-day IL, and the D-backs have called up left-hander Tommy Henry. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Phoenix Suns have named Johnny Bryant and Jordan Ott finalists for their head coaching position, and they'll continue to evaluate the market for star Kevin Durant. For more on both, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money, so when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you online at readyservices.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour upon us. Time for some social studies with Sammy Sabolka. Take it away, Sammy.
Yeah, good morning. Be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata. We're on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook at Bickley and Murata. And shout out to all those watching on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And we start with the Diamondbacks. They got a somewhat comfortable win last night, and that's the premise of our question. D-back fans, what will it take for you to feel comfortable with this year's team again, and why?
Like I said earlier, reel off 7 to 10 wins in a row. Show the capability of doing it. Show that you are able to have stretches of baseball like that. I think their longest win streak this year is 4 or 5 games.
Mm-hmm.
And that came a while back. There was that long stretch of win-loss for 12 straight days or whatever it was. Give us a winning streak that is worth talking about. That kind of rekindles the flame.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at.
I think I'm going to copycat that answer, Sammy. I think that you can cite individual things, Zach Gallen getting his control and his command back and dominating again, but it's really that. I want to see this baseball team kind of declare its intentions by rattling off 8 wins in a row or 9 out of 10, something like that. That's where I'm going with the whole thing.
Yeah, Tom Foss kind of agrees with you, but on a little bit of a larger scale. He says go 15-5 over the next 20. That'll be a tough task based on their schedule of great teams, but I thought the D-backs were a great team and were a playoff team, so yeah, this is the only way they can prove it. Also, Gallen continuing to pitch like he did yesterday. A 20-game sample size, I think, I feel comfortable with 15-5. Stockton says the defense and base running becoming their staple again, and hitting with runners in scoring position. I feel comfortable when all that's happening. Hey, that's winning baseball right there. Our next question, it's on the premise of Johnny Bryant maybe being poached to the New York Knicks, and in the latest of this question, it's one of my favorites. What is the biggest example of, yup, this is what it's like to be a Phoenix sports fan, and why?
Ooh.
There's a lot to pick from.
There is. I'll go with
the ton to pick
the most recent one. I mean, I can't even say it's the most recent one. Game 4 of the 2021 NBA Finals. Suns are up 2-1 in Milwaukee. Devin Booker's having an incredible game. It's right there for the taking. And DeAndre Ayton gets a dunk attempt blocked by Giannis. And it basically just sucked all of the energy out of the Suns for the rest of the series and gave Giannis superhuman powers.
Yeah.
He could have scored 80 points in Game 6 if he wanted to.
Oh my goodness.
That's an example. I mean, watching John Paxson hit the shot in 93.
Watching Giannis make 90% of his free throws in Game 6 was brutal. The one that first jumped, when I read the question, the one that jumped to my mind, and it's probably not at the top of the list, but I remember feeling the absurdity of it all in real time, was when Steve Nash had his nose bloodied.
Yep.
And they could not get the bleeding to stop. And at the time, everybody raved about Aaron Nelson and the Suns medical staff, how they were the best in the NBA, and they could not get a nose to stop bleeding at the very worst time.
To be fair, that nose was messed up.
Yeah.
That is a great call, though.
That is a great call.
I can go back to exactly how I was feeling watching that. I was like, you gotta be kidding me.
Got a bloody nose?
Bloody nose?
Really?
Let me ask you a question about the Paxson shot in the 93 finals.
Mm-hmm.
Was the feeling of, oh, here we go again, being a Phoenix sports fan, was at that time of being a Phoenix sports fan, did everyone feel that? Because that's, 3 decades less of having all these other examples. Or is it hard to remember?
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a good point. That was still...
We weren't a cursed city as much.
Not as much, because there was still only 2 pro teams.
Mm-hmm.
And the ASU sports really to fall back. Oh, that's a good point. But I remember thinking that game, watching it with my family on a Sunday afternoon, we were making plans on where we were going to watch Game 7.
Wow. That's brutal. Some of the responses, there's some good ones. CT says it will always be stern suspending Diao and Amari Stoudemire for leaving the bench during the Robert Horry hip check of Nash. Wookie says the Santonio Holmes catch in Super Bowl 43, I felt depressed just writing that. I remember that vividly. That was brutal. Daniel says, the D-backs season last season, when the Mets and Braves played each other for the last 2 playoff spots, and them not caring about Game 2.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
And as a Diamondbacks fan, just holding out hope that somebody would care.
Yeah.
And it became obvious that nobody cared.
That was me. Raider J32, it's a long time ago, but he says losing the coin flip for Kareem and most recently acquiring KD and waiting for the first home game he plays, all for him to get hurt during warmups.
That's a good one.
People forget about that one.
Yeah, that one is up there. The Kareem one started it all. That's where this run of bad luck. Do we have to have an exorcism or some sort of sage burning? Because I've talked to you about this a lot over the years. Yes, I understand why Phoenix sports fans feel this way. We have dozens of reasons to feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
But we also lean on it, like almost like the sports Eeyore.
Well, when a team is good, we're just expecting somehow for it to fall apart. That's the thing that makes me
it always does.
most mad, and because it always does, and it's so annoying. Keep those responses coming in. That's a great question. Our last question, we talked about underwhelming and disappointing natural places to go or significant places to go. So we asked, what is the most underwhelming, disappointed you've ever been as a tourist? And then what is the most pleasantly surprised and impressed you've ever been as a tourist? Okay,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say most underwhelmed, disappointed tourist destination attraction I don't get. It's got to be Vegas for me.
See, we had a Vegas.
It's got to be Vegas, right? And I know you two are the exact opposite, but for me, it's pointless.
Yeah, I gave mine Plymouth Rock. From a professional standpoint, the most underwhelmed I've been from a sports setting was Pauley Pavilion at UCLA.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was drab and dank and boring. Granted, I was there. I was there for a women's game. And they weren't exactly drawing very big crowds back in those days. But I remember walking around the arena going, "This is it.
This is it."
Yeah.
The most impressed, probably. I've been to a lot of places. I've been very blessed that way. But I would have to say the Amalfi Coast in Italy is just breathtaking. Breathtaking.
There were a couple Amalfi Coasts. Just to rattle off some, Justin Prestegard said underwhelming, and we've got a couple of this. The Alamo. Not sure if it's because of all the development surrounding it, but it was a lot smaller than he thought. Impressive, he said Pebble Beach. He's not a golfer, but when he saw it for his own two eyes, it was exactly like he'd seen it on TV. The Suns fan, again, said the Alamo, and a lot of impressives here for Tokyo. A lot of people saying the city is gigantic, there's no trash, and the streets are extremely safe. That's on the bucket list.
And the trains in Tokyo, they arrive the very second they're supposed to arrive. It's unbelievable. The efficiency.
Say it's like a futuristic Manhattan.
I've heard that as well, and that it's clean.
It's also very, very safe. When I took my kids there, we actually let our kids go back out at night on the train back to wherever they wanted to go because there's no fear of, there's no guns, there's no crime.
Yeah.
Godzilla?
Well,
Notorious outlaw.
Ever heard of him?
Godzilla. Talk about a creature that just thumbed its nose at laws and society.
Oh my gosh.
There was a lot of good answers on this. A lot of people said Disneyland.
Yes. A lot of people said Disneyland.
I will say this because I brought up Niagara Falls was kind of the impetus of this question early in the show. I've been to Niagara Falls. And the falls themselves are breathtaking. At least when I went, and this was in the 80s, the area around it was so bogged down with like cheesy tourist crap that it took away from on the American side.
Yeah,
that it took away from the experience.
Brutal. I will say from a ballpark standpoint, Wrigley and Fenway, I've always dreamed about going there, and I was able to go to both. And some people are like, oh, it's too small, it's not great. I am in love with both of those ballparks.
Same here.
Same here. And people that say they're not, I'll respect you, but I disrespect that take. So that's some social studies.
All right. Thank you, Sammy.
Sammy, thank you.
Coming up, Suns coaching search is in its final stages. Or is it? KD trade rumors running afoul. NBA Finals right upon us.
And is LeBron James on drugs?
And suggestions of cheating.
Who's the face of the league?
All of these things next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
If you are a homeowner in Arizona, chances are very good that you've had a very bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Maybe they charged you a fortune. Maybe they ghosted you when the work was done and something went wrong. Maybe they just quit showing up. Happens to all of us. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, no matter what you're looking for. Fire pits, barbecue pits, patios, pergolas, hardscapes, sidewalks, sparkling green lawns built with beautiful artificial turf. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means you get that beautiful green, popping, sparkling lawn without the water bills, without the seeding, without the mess. State-of-the-art customized putting greens that are absolutely fabulous. Anything you want, they can build that backyard oasis that will make your neighbors green with envy. But here's the big point I'm trying to make. They believe in professionalism, staying on schedule, doing what they say they're going to do, sending devoted crews to your house so you're not dealing with different workers every time you look out the window. They truly believe in your happiness in the finished product. Go check out some of their samples online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Join the D-backs for Father's Day on Sunday, June 15th. Purchase a special event ticket pack to play catch on the field before the D-backs versus Padres game. Visit dbacks.com/dad for tickets.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the June 14th D-backs game against San Diego. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports.
We're going to think differently. We're going to be unified in our approach on a daily basis.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
You know that they had exit interviews. You know they talked to players and prominent players in the exit interviews. It's clear that something that happened there let them feel like it was okay to move on from Tibbs. And we do know Mikal Bridges earlier in the season said, hey, we're playing too many minutes. We know that there was some disconnect with the defense. What was interesting was that I thought the shoe to fall would be Cat, because as soon as the season over, there was all these grumblings about people being upset with Cat's defense, right? So there was something with the players that had to make you feel like this was okay to do, whether it wasn't it wasn't probably an all-out mutiny like as you mentioned. There was something that had them feeling like, all right, we can make our decision to move on from him, and the players will not go into a full revolt.
David Dennis Jr., ESPN, talking about players definitely having a say on the Tom Thibodeau firing, which is what the NBA world is reacting to today, not only in New York, but every other market. And certainly here in Phoenix, with the Suns down to their final 2 candidates, have yet to name the successor to Mike Budenholzer as the next head coach, whether it's Jordan Ott or Johnny Bryant. But is now Johnny Bryant being eyeballed by the New York Knicks to return there, where he spent 4 years on Tom Thibodeau's staff? There seems to be a belief that that was part of this decision, that Johnny Bryant being a finalist for the Suns job would preclude, if they hired him, would preclude the Knicks from getting their hands on him. If he was the guy they identified, I could see the Knicks being aggressive in that pursuit, but that's where it stands right now. The Suns have to be getting close to making a decision or / an announcement.
There's no way they couldn't. If both the finalists met with Matt Ishbia yesterday, you would assume it's coming down any minute, right? It's natural. You got the NBA Finals beginning tomorrow. You don't want to do it in that space, which means today would likely be the day at some point.
And what's left to do? They've met with everybody, so what's left to do?
So
why wouldn't it be
closing arguments?
Yeah, right.
Bikini competition.
So the idea that Johnny Bryant might have been stolen at the last minute, exposing this take your time, turn over every stone plan, that might have had real consequences that nobody anticipated, because the Suns thought they had a blank canvas all the time in the world to do anything they wanted because there was nobody else in the market for a head coach until the Knicks shocked the basketball world. But there's also a text or a tweet from somebody I do not know who, hold on, let me see this. The Airy Report. He's a senior NBA insider at Draft Stack.
Sure he is.
But
he also drives for Uber Eats.
Should I read his tweet?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. He tweeted out, one prominent player agent, widely regarded as a top 5 agent in the business, on Jordan Ott potentially landing the Suns job, tells me, quote, yep, he's been the choice for a while now, end quote. So maybe the Johnny Bryant thing is inconsequential. Maybe it's been Jordan Ott all along.
Maybe
We're gonna find out.
Kevin Durant trade rumors. They're not going to go anywhere between now and the beginning of July when all the fun could start. We talked to Rick Bucher from FS1. He says Minnesota makes the most sense for him. Again, for me, and going back to the beginning of this, if there's cooperation, there's no reason to believe there won't be cooperation between all sides.
Mm-hmm.
But what does Kevin Durant want? And this, we didn't have enough time with Rick to get into all of these different rumors, but to me, the Atlanta rumor that popped up, the Hawks are having internal discussions on whether or not they think it's worth going after a Kevin Durant at this point. To me, that doesn't make sense for the Hawks. It doesn't make sense for Kevin Durant. But does he want to avoid a high-pressure situation? Could he avoid a high-pressure situation and say, look, I don't want to go to New York, but Minnesota might be it? And people are putting that Kevin Durant, Anthony Edwards connection together and arriving at that as the most logical landing spot. And it's there's a lot of ways where that's hard to argue. Now, the San Antonio thing, Gamble brought them up yesterday. There's so many plates spinning on that front.
Yeah, I do think, and again, this is just armchair psychologist here. I think Kevin Durant, I think the idea of joining a big market team that's maybe in the running for an NBA championship like the New York Knicks, I think that's the chaos and the noise that he doesn't want. I may be wrong about that, but I do think a smaller market like San Antonio, maybe even Minneapolis, I think that might be different. My gut instinct is, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I really feel like Anthony Edwards has been convinced that Kevin Durant is on his way, or they're going to make every effort they can to trade him, just because his verbiage just doesn't make any sense to me other than that.
Yeah, and we had a reaction to what Anthony Edwards said during that final playoff series that the Timberwolves played in, and we weren't the only ones that reacted that way. There was a lot of national critics that were like, that's what you want to hear from your star player after an elimination? But it seemed like, to what you suggested, that, hey, there's something coming in the future that's going to make everything okay.
I had somebody send me an email that thought I or we were crazy for bringing up the idea that Giannis might end up in Toronto. I want to remind everybody that Masai Ujiri, who runs the Raptors, is as close to Giannis as any executive in basketball is to any player. Masai Ujiri not only helped Giannis and his family get Greek citizenship, he got his first visa to America for him. That's the kind of stuff you don't forget as a player. So there is a personal connection that Giannis has with Masai Ujiri and a belief that that guy knows how to build a good team.
Yep. And then speaking about running out of time with Rick Bucher on things to talk about, Rick Bucher mentioned recently on Fox Sports this. He said, quote, I appreciate LeBron for what he's done. I just don't make the assumption that everyone wants to be him. There's also the nagging question about how exactly he's maintained such extraordinary fitness at such a ripe age. Now, whether there's any basis for the speculation, and I think you all know what I'm talking about, I'm not going to voice it because I don't have the means of backing it up. But we all know what the speculation is out there, and I can assure you there's plenty of it privately by players and personnel in the league, maybe suggesting or believing that LeBron James has a little unnatural help in maintaining that physique. He said, quote, like I've always thought maybe it could be, and I've had players and coaches say things to me like they take it for granted. They take it, they assume it's true. Look, it could be jealousy, it could be wild speculation or gossip being presented as fact. This Yahoo Sports article also mentioned that Jaylen Brown has made comments similar in the past.
Oh, has he?
That Chael Sonnen, former MMA fighter on ESPN with a gigantic platform,
I remember
said,
that.
I know he's doing it because his drug dealer is my drug dealer.
Yeah.
I believe that people think that. I just don't believe it's true. I mean, I could see why you would think that. He's had an unprecedented breadth of a career of being good, and he has an unprecedented look for a guy his age.
I can't. This would be one of the. If this were to be true or ever to be found out, I think it would be one of the most damaging things that could ever happen to an individual sports league ever. Black Sox scandal, yes. Steroid scandal. The Tim Donaghy scandal was all damaging stuff. But if the 2-decade face of the NBA was found out, and I'm not alleging anything either, I do know he's ripped for any
He's always
age.
been.
Yeah. I mean, he's gotten bigger as his career's gone on.
Well, look, Jared, sometimes you're wonderfully naive, but your naivete with LeBron, you do know this business partner, Ernest Mims. You know who this guy is? The guy that was in the biogenesis scandal?
Like, don't they test? They don't test stuff in the NBA? I mean, I understand how much it would hurt to have your star face of the league get in trouble, but I don't know.
Look,
I always thought the same thing about Tiger Woods. And there was always whispers about that, especially as his body broke down as he got, into middle age.
Well, and there was a lot of people that thought that maybe the use of those substances contributed to the breakdown.
There's no doubt about it. He became way too yoked up for the good of a professional golfer.
Look, I thought the same thing about Barry Bonds, but he never failed a test. And look, the guy always said he was innocent, so I was wrong.
I just wonder where that. That's an interesting suggestion to make it at this time.
How about
the
it?
NBA
Yeah,
calendar.
how about it? Yeah, I was like, wow, that is quite something.
I wonder what the reverb's going to be on that.
If there's any?
If there is any. Because it has been out there very quietly for quite some time. Coming up next on this Wednesday, Jared has prepared a round of start, sit, cut for us. We'll do it straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Rook! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kiltlifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about natural gas and how it delivers good value and how Southwest Gas provides safe and reliable energy service customers can depend on. Natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, and cooking meals. In fact, a typical new home in the Valley can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas, quite simply, is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can learn more about these prestigious recognitions and about how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in our community by visiting swgas.com.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hi, Shane O'Grady here with Life Changer Loan, and we've all heard that time is money. That's why your 30-year mortgage is killing you financially, regardless of the rate you have. On a Life Changer Loan, you're able to do your banking inside your mortgage, so you can pay off in just a few years without changing a dime of spending habit, all while keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Finally, a financial tool for those with great credit. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep. Just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets go on sale this Thursday, June 5th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs opened the 3-game series in Atlanta with an 8-3 win over the Braves as Zach Gallen cruised through 7 innings, only allowing 1 earned run, and the 1-2 combo of Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte was lethal yesterday. They went a combined 6 for 7, had 7 RBIs, and each hit 2 home runs. Today, Merrill Kelly will be on the mound as the D-backs look to make it 2 in a row. First pitch will be at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Phoenix Suns have named Johnny Bryant and Jordan Ott finalists for their head coaching position and continue to evaluate the market for star Kevin Durant. For more on both, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is what about the D-backs' 8-3 win over the Braves yesterday was most promising? Was it Zach Gallen looking the part, Corbin Carroll breaking out of his lull, or Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte clicking in the same game, or the fact that they didn't blow an early lead?
Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll clicking in the same game sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I give you credit on that, Sammy. You brought that up weeks ago that they hadn't had good games together all year. And, man, talk about putting it together in a big way. So, yeah, I'll go along with that vote.
It'd be nice to see them continue that. But 40% say Zach Gallen looking the part. And then 38% say that they didn't blow an early lead. Only 16 saying Carroll and Marte clicking in the same game. And 6% in the Corbin Carroll breaking out of his lull. It was nice to see Zach Gallen put together a start that he looked pretty compatible in, I will say.
That is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Marotta want to know. Who would you start, sit or cut?
What have you got for us today, Jared Carlin?
This is start, sit, cut. I will be presenting you 3 options. You have to tell me which you would start, sit, and cut, essentially ranking them in order. We have some sort of interesting, debatable topics coming up, but we'll start with a couple of sports-related ones here.
All right.
And we just talked about the Diamondbacks, and we talked about Zach Gallen's performance yesterday. It looked very good, very compatible. And Zach Gallen, and of course, with Corbin Burns out, somebody has to step up. Which of these 3 pitchers do you think is under the most pressure to actually perform well now going forward? Start, sit, cut. Zach Gallen, Eduardo Rodriguez, or Ryan Nelson?
I'll let you start this one.
All right. I'm going to start Zach Gallen. I'm going to sit Eduardo Rodriguez. I'm going to cut Ryan Nelson. Zach Gallen is pitching for his next contract, and he's for the ace status of it all. Eduardo Rodriguez needs to be better, but he's got guaranteed money in the future. And Ryan Nelson is just a young buck.
Yeah, because I agree with that order. I think Gallen's under the most pressure. Start Gallen, sit Erod, cut Nelson. Because Gallen represents the biggest source of hope from the pitching standpoint that the Diamondbacks fans have to turn this around, especially if Corbin Burns is out for an extended period of time. Erod's got the price tag. I think Ryan Nelson's kind of, I'm not going to say devoid of pressure, but it's way lower on him. So I agree with that order.
All right. We talked earlier about Trey McBride hopefully getting in the end zone more this season. Start, sit, cut. Who will finish with the most touchdowns this season? Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., or every other wide receiver combined?
Ooh. The difference was, 8-2 last year between Harrison and McBride, and that was before Harrison even found his real footing. I got to start MHJ. I think McBride's going to have way more than 2 catches for touchdowns. I'll sit him, and I'll cut everybody else.
Yeah, that's going to be my order as well. Marvin Harrison Jr. gets started. Trey McBride gets sat, and cutting every other wide receiver.
Everybody else gets cutted.
Cutted.
Double digits for MHJ. Because I could see like 10 touchdowns for him.
Yeah, I think so.
6 or 7 for McBride. That right there's 23 touchdowns. Everybody else would be around 5 to 7. Yeah, I agree with
23
that.
touchdowns. 10 plus 7?
10 plus 6. Well, wait, no, that's
6 or 7.
16 plus 7.
I added 6 and
That's
7.
all right. You can do that.
That's
all right. Of these options, which of these gives you the biggest endorphin rush?
Okay.
You know what that means. Like, the shot of adrenaline, the feeling of joy.
I know what it means.
Okay.
I love swimming with the dolphins. Look, I do it all the time. I swim with the dolphins.
Dan Marino's my favorite quarterback. I love the Dolphins.
Okay. The Miami Dolphins.
I will only eat tuner fish. That is dolphin safe.
All right, biggest shot of endorsements. Start, sit.
Endorsements?
It's all about the money.
Endorphins.
And that's on top of your compatible.
Happy as which makes you happiest? I was trying to sound like all right. Start, sit, cut. Watching your favorite team hit a walk-off home run or walk-off hit.
Okay.
The comedy of Bill Murray. Or hitting every green light when you're late for something.
Oh yeah, you did. I'm full on resonating, vibing on that last one. I'm starting hitting every green light. I told you I get so outrageously mad. There's this stoplight on Shea and 110th Street that goes yellow on me in the morning, and there's not a soul to be seen, and I am screaming at the stoplight. I am sitting the comedy of Bill Murray. I'm cutting watching my favorite team with the walk-off home run.
I got a much different order in this one. I'm going with watching my favorite team. I'm starting hitting the walk-off home run. I'm sitting hitting every green light because you hit on the other side of it. if I hit every green light, it's not outward happiness. It's just the lack of
frustration,
being irate over missing every.
I get giddy. I get giddy. If I string together like 12, 13 lights in a row,
That is a good point, because the feeling of hitting the green light, you do feel good, but it's when you're late for something and you hit the red light, or the person in front of you, it turns green and they don't move. One Mississippi, two Mississippi, three Mississippi, move. Okay.
And then I'm cutting the comedy of Bill Murray, which I still enjoy.
All right, more satisfying.
Okay.
A hot shower on a cold day. A cold beer on a hot day. Or your favorite meal when you're starving.
Ooh.
That's a great list.
Yeah. I love non sequiturs like this.
I'm starting cold beer, hot day. I gotta sit favorite meal when you're starving, and we live in Phoenix, so how often are you really that cold?
Oh, man, the cold...
The hot shower?
The January mornings at 3 a.m. when it's freezing in the
but then
house.
you got to get out of that hot shower.
I know. It's true.
I'm going to start a cold beer on a hot day. I'm going to sit a hot shower on a cold day. I'm going to cut the favorite meal when you're starving. I'm just not that big of a food
You're
guy.
less of a food guy than...
Yeah.
I would start a cold beer on a hot day. I would sit a cold beer on a cold day. I would cut a cold beer.
You would cut a cold...
At
You would
any
start
time.
a cold beer in the shower.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Cold beer.
I will say this. My last 2 days in the Rio Olympics, the hot water went out in my shower, and taking a cold shower is torturous.
It's the worst.
It's the absolute worst.
The mental preparation it takes.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
We do have some breaking news. Just in, the Phoenix Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as the franchise's new head coach.
Surprise.
Hey, it tricked we all, the last couple of days, were like, well, maybe.
We knew.
No. After all this, guys.
So when are the Knicks announcing Johnny Bryant as their head coach?
Now they have, they can take their time.
I think they know their guy.
Right.
Yeah, Jordan Ott, who was, when this whole thing started, when this process was at like 15 plus, people zeroed in on that name and the name of Steve Hetzel with only the connection to Michigan State. And Jordan Ott is the last man standing.
On the banks of the Red Cedar, there's a school that's known to all. Its specialty is winning, and those Spartans play good ball. It's the first lines of the fight song. Get to know it.
Wow.
Spartan teams are never beaten. All through the game they fight. Fight for the only colors, green and white.
We'll have more reaction to that breaking news, but also want to remind you, when the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. Jordan Ott, the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns. More reaction.
To go with another Spartan, that takes a lot of guts. But they chose Jordan Ott. So kick me in the...
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Would you rather have Devin Booker and some minor security for future draft assets when you have little to no draft assets to begin with? Or would you rather do a form of a pivot and reload that requires you to sacrifice your homegrown star for another one and a bunch of bad contracts, but veterans who will fill out the roster better than anything else that you will find out there?
I don't want to trade Devin Booker.
I do not either.
This is Cooper Flagg we're talking about. So if I ever had to trade Devin Booker, I would be ecstatic that I was getting Cooper Flagg. That's number one pick and a generational talent.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so one of our great listeners, he texted me. He went down to Chapman BMW. He took my advice. He took a test drive. He asked for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He could not be happier. He said he got a great vehicle and a great deal. He got the hookup, and that is what you can get from Chapman BMW. Remember, Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business, For almost 6 decades, they do everything the right way. First class. You'll feel the difference the moment you walk into either of their locations. And those 2 great locations mean you are going to get the best selection you are going to find no matter what you are looking for. You will find it at Chapman BMW. Great reputation for making luxury attainable. And yes, you have got a friend in the business. So take my advice. Head on down to Chapman BMW. Take a test drive. Find what you like. Then ask for Shane O'Hanrahan. Don't forget the name. He's GM of both locations. He vows that every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the best deal possible in the state of Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands-off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to LundMortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's LundMortgage.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
This is interesting.
You don't have to wait for any words.
This is a song from the soundtrack of 300. This is Sparta!
I could feel my abs tightening just by listening to this music.
Really?
Everybody had abs in that movie.
They did. They sure did.
Who knew the...
You know who was in that movie? No, you don't. You never watched Game of Thrones, so it wouldn't matter to you.
Gerard Butler.
Yeah.
Who else?
Lena Headey, who played Cersei in Game of Thrones.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Love her work.
Fantastic.
This is the track To Victory, track 1 on the original motion picture soundtrack of the movie 300 by the artist Tyler Bates. Wow. I'm mixing him up. I'm mixing up Tyler Bass and Jake Bates. I made one NFL kicker out of that name.
That's funny.
That's today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Yeah, in case you are just joining us, A, where you been all morning? And B, the Phoenix Suns have made their hire. Jordan Ott, assistant coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers, is their pick to become their fourth head coach in 4 years. Shams Charania had it first of ESPN. He also, Shams Charania said, after a comprehensive 4-round search that included over 15 candidates, Suns ownership and front office aligned on Ott, who joined Coach of the Year Kenny Atkinson's staff last summer and played a key coaching role on an East Best 64-win Cavaliers this season.
He looks a little bit like Sammy, the guy.
I'm the new Phoenix Suns head coach. What can I say?
All due respect to Jordan Ott, Sammy's got better hair.
Oh, okay.
Gambo reports it is a 4-year deal for Jordan Ott to be the next head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And Shams also added that Suns franchise cornerstone Devin Booker was involved in the search process during the final stages and stamped Ott as his top choice as well. Sources said Ott has been on NBA coaching staffs with the Hawks, Nets, Lakers, and Cavs since 2012.
All right.
And I did notice, like I told you earlier in the week, really wanted to sit down and do a deep dive on Jordan Ott.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't have a Wikipedia page.
Now he does?
Until the last last day or so, yeah.
Wow. Okay, so listen, Jordan Ott does have credentials. He has been on NBA staffs. He has got a good reputation, but he also comes with the green and white, the Sparty logo, and that is going to be a challenge for him. So I wish him the best of luck. It's not what I would have done, but it's what the Suns are doubling down on. They are really, really leaning into this. We are going to present an identity that mirrors what we did at Michigan State.
And it also sort of makes fans think, was this a real coaching search?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Listen, there's going to be attrition here. There's going to be fans where this is going to be the last straw for them. Now,
absolutely.
Yeah, and that's. But again, they're leaning into this, and this is what Matt Ishbia was talking about when he said, "The changes to you, meaning all of us, they'll be undeniable, meaning you'll know exactly what I'm doing here." And now we do.
You got your clarification of what undeniable meant, because that was a word that stood out to you right from the very moment it came out of Matt Ishbia's mouth.
Mm-hmm. Lots of less than positive reaction online so far from our listeners. Although Tom does say, I don't know what everyone's moaning about. I think the Suns have an excellent chance of winning the Big Ten next year.
Look, I said it earlier this week. I'm not going to back off of it. Jordan Ott getting this job regardless of where he got his master's degree from. This is a massive undertaking.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tough job right now.
Yes, it is.
It was the fact that he is the candidate and has to overcome that connection, that feeling of cronyism, whether or not it's real.
Yeah, it doesn't
matter. He has to overcome that on top of all the coaching challenges he has in turning this franchise around.
That's right. That's exactly right. Like on paper, to me, Johnny Bryant was clearly a better choice. The fact that Devin Booker, I want to hear that from Devin Booker's mouth, to be quite honest with you, that this was my guy. But I wish him well. Like you said, this is a massive undertaking. This is going to be a very tough. This would be a very, very heavy lift for John Wooden.
Yeah, there's one other hurdle that could be, possibly needed to be overcome by this decision.
Mm-hmm.
If the Knicks hire Johnny Bryant, there's going to be a lot of explaining to be done.
Yes.
Whether
totally
or not,
agree with
because of the length of this process and where they landed and where the Knicks would land in that scenario, there'd be a lot of, and I wonder how much those stories would line up, because this was a very deliberate process.
Yes,
by
it
the
was.
Suns.
Yes, it was.
Jordan Ott, the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns, will have a lot more reaction on that tomorrow. Thanks to Rick Bucher for joining us as well. More reaction on the Suns hire coming up next. Wolf Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks opened the 3-game series in Atlanta with an 8-3 win over the Braves as Zach Gallen cruised through 7 innings, only allowing 1 earned run. And the 1-2 combo of Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte was lethal yesterday. They went a combined 6 for 7, had 7 RBIs, and they each hit 2 home runs in the win.
And here's the pitch. Swung on, this ball hit out to deep right center field. Harris going back, he is at the track, turns, looks, it's gone! Into the Braves bullpen. Second home run of the night for Carroll. It's a 3-run shot, and the Diamondbacks take a commanding 8-3 lead.
Merrill Kelly and the D-backs will look to make it 2 in a row. First pitch will be at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other D-backs news, Corbin Burns will get a second opinion on his elbow later this week and has been placed on the 15-day IL. The D-backs have called up left-hander Tommy Henry. Elsewhere in the Valley, the Phoenix Suns have named their new head coach. It is Jordan Ott. He will be your new Phoenix Suns head coach, and they'll continue to evaluate the market for star Kevin Durant. For everything about the Phoenix Suns, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by the UPS Store. Help save lives in the Arizona heat. Text WATER to 620-620 to find UPS Store drop-off locations. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store.
Rookies and vets together on the field to rehearse play, get familiar with team terminology, and bond as teammates.
It's a blessing, bro. Let's get to play football, bro.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing. Arizona Sports presents Wolf and Luke, live from Cardinals organized team activities.
Yeah, we are live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. It is Wolf and Luke on a, what day is it, Wednesday morning?
It is a Wednesday, as a matter of fact.
Hump day! What is going on, Wolf?
What's up, Luke? How you doing, man?
We're really going to put this to a test. Is my happiness to see you, and by the way, Paul Calvisi did a great job. Mitch Verel,
yeah, whatever,
did a great job. But is my happiness to see you going to outweigh what we have to talk about today? I don't know. I'm going back and forth here.
You know, once again, the news came down, did it not? And how do you feel about Jordan Ott being your next head coach of the Phoenix Suns, Luke Lipinski?
I will refer back, and I mentioned this yesterday. Dan Bickley put it in his story a couple days ago when he said the Suns have whittled their extensive head coaching search down to 2 candidates. Okay?
Yeah.
Predictably and alarmingly, the unknown from Michigan State, Jordan Ott, has survived every cut, unquote. Except I would like to steal that quote because this was predictable from day one, and that's a problem.
Yeah, you know what? None of this matters based on earnings, of course, if Jordan Ott becomes the head coach of the Phoenix Suns and suddenly he installs an incredible culture and they go out and they develop some young players and suddenly they have their own culture, their own Phoenix Suns culture. And suddenly the Phoenix Suns, with Devin Booker, of course, leading this team, goes out and leads this team to victories. None of it matters. It doesn't. Right now, the odds have been diminished as far as I'm concerned. The odds lessen when you hire a guy because he is a question mark, whether you want to admit it or not. He is a question mark. Whenever you go with a new head coach, he's going to be a question mark going forward. It's not like a known commodity, somebody that is already achieved, like the last 2 coaches that were here, Frank Vogel and Mike Budenholzer, of course.
I don't have a problem with them going a different route. They went with Frank Vogel. They went with Mike Budenholzer. Did they fire Frank Vogel too soon? In retrospect, probably. I think it was the right move to get rid of Budenholzer when they did. And they've been pretty clear. Hey, we're gonna try this a little bit differently now. We're gonna get a newer guy in here. We're gonna kind of let him grow with the team. I don't have a problem with that. But when you combine inexperience with a very clear hiring requirement, Now here's your two moves so far. In one of the biggest off seasons maybe ever in Suns history, you've said, we're going to take the really inexperienced GM, but it's okay, he went to Michigan State. And we're going to take the most inexperienced coach basically on our list of 9, but it's okay, he went to Michigan State. So you're right. If this all works out, that's great. Yeah. Except you still have a problem where now it seems like you'll only hire somebody into a prominent position if they went to Michigan State. So that will burn you at some point if you're only hiring from one pool.
What's amazing about it, Luke, is Matty Ish has become a man of extremes here. He really has. He's become Oppo man, if you will. He went from aligning himself with the biggest names in the game of basketball, period, to suddenly aligning himself with names that only he would really recognize and trust.
You got to be, if you're going to tell the basketball world essentially with your moves, you know what? We're smarter than all of you. You've all been doing it wrong. And I'll make this analogy again. I was on the air myself the night ASU hired Herm Edwards. And it was like, hey, you know what? All of college football, you've been doing it wrong. We're going to bring the pro model to college football.
And by the way, I love that base audience. I love that hire.
Well, it didn't work. And now I'm not. That doesn't mean this won't work
because Herm Edwards wouldn't coach. All right, go.
But this is now you're basically bringing the college model to the NBA. And again, I'm not saying it won't. I'm not saying it can't work. I just when you're going with inexperience and you're going with something where it seems pretty clear your main requirement is went to Michigan State. When you're telling the basketball universe you've all been getting it wrong all this time. We're smarter than you because we're doing it so unconventionally. That's fine. You better be right.
Yeah, once again, this is what happened. Matty Ish became the owner, of course, and it's really a good thing on one hand that he did because he's so willing to spend money.
Dude, I've been all in on Ishbia up until this.
There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt. But he came in here and he was like, okay, basketball names that the basketball universe will recognize. Well, there's no doubt about it. Kevin Durant is a huge name right there. Bradley Beal, also a huge name right there. Frank Vogel had won a championship. Mike Budenholzer had won a championship. He's gone from, once again, the biggest names, I think, that many people that are basketball fans, anybody would recognize those names. And now all of a sudden, he's gone from macro to micro. And if it works, he's an unmitigated genius if it works.
If it works.
But right now, you got an uphill climb.
Yeah, and I don't know.
The odds say that.
We're going to spend the next, 4 months trying to talk ourselves into this. Then the season's going to start. And this is why this isn't the best situation for Jordan Ott, as I've been saying since they first put out their list of 9 candidates. What does success look like? How is it going to look like this year? Like, okay, just take the 2 finalists they had, Jordan Ott and Johnny Bryant. Johnny Bryant is an up-and-coming head coaching candidate that a lot of teams have wanted. We've heard his name well before this search. His next logical promotion was head coach. Jordan Ott's next logical promotion was either to Johnny Bryant's level or maybe even a spot below that. So let's just take those 2 candidates, okay? If the Suns win 31 games this year with Johnny Bryant, we're all like, all right, but they're trying something. Like, here we go. If they win 31 with Jordan Ott, it's going to be like, well, yeah, because they're only going to hire Michigan State guys. That's all they're going to do. It'd be like if I took over and only hired ASU guys.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, Luke. There's no doubt about that. But, you can do it. You can establish a winning culture. But this is going to be a very difficult proposition to build this team going forward for Brian Gregory. Why do I say that? Because now every veteran that you're thinking of bringing in on this roster, you better think about Jordan Ott.
Yeah.
You better think about this young, relatively inexperienced head coach. You better think about him and consider what kind of individual. So now all of a sudden, your samples that are out there, your possibilities, your variables that are out there shrink.
Yeah.
Because now you've got to consider what kind of dude is this as well. Some guys are going to be veterans. They're going to come in here and they're going to test this rookie coach.
Yeah.
You don't want that guy. You don't want anything to do with that guy, right? And because of that could be a problem.
I like the idea I like pretty much everything Ishbia has said at the end of the season press conference. I like the idea. I mean, clearly the Suns needed some change. I like the idea of, okay, we're going to kind of strip this down and build this sort of gritty culture, and we want guys all on the same page. And I know everybody makes fun of the fact that they all said aligned like 1,000 times, and then Brian Gregory went to his press conference and basically repeated it. But I like the philosophy. I mean, we saw last year the coach wasn't on the same page with the GM and ownership, and it didn't work. So I like it all in theory. I just think when you start to narrow your own, it's almost like they're tying one hand behind their back. And it doesn't, I have nothing against Michigan State. It's one of the better college basketball programs out there. If you could only build your team from one school, I mean, that's a good one to do it from. But all the other NBA teams are going to be building from all of the schools. You know what I mean? So, like, I said this half jokingly yesterday, but now I tend to believe it. Are they going to trade for the number 10 pick just to take Jace Richardson because he went to Michigan State?
I have no idea, Luke. I really don't. But all I can say right now is, okay, so we know that KD's not going to be here. We all kind of believe that as well, that he was not going to be here. We know Bradley Beal as well is going to be moved somehow, some way. Everything is going to change again, and rightfully so. You cannot have a guy like Kevin Durant. You can't have a veteran like Kevin Durant actually being coached by somebody that is this inexperienced when it comes to head coaches. You just can't have it. You can't bring veterans in like that because they're the ones who will be running the team.
Yeah.
They will be running the team, not your head coach. And this is also based on, I want to say this. This is the reason why Devin Booker, it is an absolute must book. And I love Devin Booker. We all do. It's an absolute must that you step up and lead this team. No longer I'm going to improve my leader. No, it's an absolute must that Devin Booker lead this team. Step up and take that responsibility.
All right, we come back. Gambo is going to join us. We're out here at Cardinals headquarters. We're going to obviously talk to some Cardinals players later on in the show as well. But it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals organized team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really? Really?
So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes. There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Join the party on Saturday, June 7th at 7:30 p.m. as Phoenix Rising takes on Orange County in a night full of color, community, and top-tier professional soccer. Be one of the first fans through the gates and grab a free Phoenix Rising beach towel. Perfect for the summer and perfect for showing your pride. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. That's phxrisingfc.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. But your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Arizona sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Gambo's going to join us in 15 minutes. Kellen Olson's going to join us in 30 minutes. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. In case you're joining us, the Suns have a new head coach. And yes, it was probably who you predicted all along. And that it was Jordan Ott. I mean, I don't even... I feel like I'm not going to keep saying this disclaimer, Wolf. In fact, this is the last time I'm going to say it.
Okay.
I'm obviously rooting for Jordan Ott.
Yes.
It's not his fault people are already frustrated with him. It truly isn't. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know the guy's basketball acumen. I'm just going off of the combination of no other team has really pursued him as a head coach yet, and the fact that everybody, when the list of 9 candidates came out, was like, so what, Ott? I mean, he's the one that's at Cleveland and went to Michigan State. That's kind of what this felt like, right? So that would be my biggest question. Did you just know it was going to be him all along, and you were like, hey, we interviewed 14 other people. Hey, we're down to 8 other finalists. Hey, we've trimmed it down now to 5 other, knowing full well it was going to be him all along? Because I keep thinking about what you said when they hired Brian Gregory, Wolf, of Brian Gregory's the guy that can step up if Matt Ishbia is doing something that's maybe a little too unconventional.
Yes.
And say, hey, man, I respect it, but I'm your buddy, and we can't go too far down this path. And he didn't do that here. In fact, it kind of seems like he's the one that drove Matt Ishbia down this path.
Well, for me, can I just say that I saw Brian Gregory as a guy that could actually look Matt Ishbia in the face and say, knock it off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he didn't do it.
Knock it off. All right, sit down and shut up. You know I love you. I've got a history with you. We're great friends. You need to be quiet on this one because you're wrong. Boy, you want to talk about change? I thought that was really going to be change right there. And honestly, when you think about it, you can think about what Matt Ishbia did when he came in as owner, of course, of the Phoenix Suns. And what he's done now. Is that change? That's real change is what it is.
It feels like
it's
overcorrecting.
Complete change. Yet it comes down to alignment. And that is the word he used over and over and over again. So to your point, maybe they knew this whole time.
It feels like they knew the whole
that
time.
It was going to be Jordan Ott.
Because I would love to hear an explanation as to why it's not Johnny Bryant. Why? Just give me those two. Why is it Jordan Ott over Johnny Bryant? I said this the last couple of days, and I was hoping they would do this. Hire Johnny Bryant as the head coach because he's ready to be a head coach, and hire Jordan Ott if you really like this guy and he's good at player development. Have him as his lead assistant.
That'd be great.
And then you've got both of them. If you want to stick it to Cleveland, since that seems to be everybody's theory, there you took both of them. I don't think Dan Gilbert's looking around today like, oh, they took. Wait, who'd they take? Like I don't think he stuck it to Dan Gilbert. And if you want to do things differently, that's great.
Yes.
But this feels like, hey, look what we did in the moment. But how are you going to feel next February or 2 Februaries from now when he's got a tall task in front of him now?
Luke, I just got to say this quickly right here. When the names came down, that it was Johnny Bryant and it was Jordan Ott.
Yeah.
Those two guys right there. When those two names came down, I thought to myself, oh, well, it's Johnny Bryant. Of course it's Johnny Bryant. It's going to be Johnny Bryant. I thought maybe the Jordan Ott, the fact that he was down. 2 finalists right there. I thought maybe, oh, he went to Michigan State. I didn't think there was any way in the world they were going to hire Jordan Ott because he went to Michigan State and the way that looks. Mm-hmm. So I thought that they were going to just put him up there to say, hey, you know what? What do you say we go ahead, Brian Gregory?
Yeah.
What do you say we go ahead and we just kind of wave around? We wave around Jordan Ott a little bit
Get
so he
his
gets
name
some
out
exposure
there. Yeah.
out there. You know what? Hey, this guy's being considered seriously. He's our old Michigan State guy. Let's go wave him around out there. And then number 2, I thought of Johnny Bryant as well. And just the fact that maybe if you hired Johnny Bryant, it would do away with all of the talk that is out there in regard to, oh, they're only hiring him because it was Michigan State. See, we brought him down to the finalists, and we didn't hire the guy that was from Michigan State.
Total missed
so
opportunity.
You were all wrong.
Yep.
That's what I kind of thought was going on.
And that would have been brilliant.
Right there.
It would have been if they did what you just said, it would have been brilliant because you would have got Johnny Bryant, who's one of the biggest names as far as young head coaches that are kind of checking all the boxes of what you said you wanted a few weeks ago. Everybody, I don't know, maybe not everybody, but to a certain extent, I think people would have been like, okay, yeah, he hired Brian Gregory, went to Michigan State, but big deal. They didn't let that continue to the coach. Like I think the whole Brian Gregory got hired because he went to Michigan State narrative would have been gone because you would have, to your point, you would have had a Michigan State guy and Johnny Bryant, and you would have gone with Bryant. You would have lifted Ott's name for a future job somewhere else,
right?
But you would have shut that narrative down, and now you've really opened the door to it. Where now I feel like they have to win games next year.
All right, Luke, not that I'm driving here, okay, but let me just do this based on our names right now. Let's pay the tees off, shall we? I mean, once again, you were talking about what does this say? What does this say to the Phoenix Suns fans that are out there? Are you ready for this,
I'm going to refrain from giving
my answer.
Ready for
this right now, ladies and gentlemen. KD is gone, Ron Wolfley reporting. Bradley Beal is gone, Ron Wolfley reporting. That's what it says. It also says Book will lead this team. Dare I say must lead this team. Number 3, rebuild. The rebuild is officially on, is it not? Be patient.
Yeah.
That's what it says to the fan base. And it also says trust was an issue to me. Trust was an issue. With the old way it was structured, there had to be some type of betrayal. Some type of, you know what, we're not communicating the way that we should be communicating here. Trust was an issue because alignment was everything.
I think, again, everything up until about this point, I've been right on the same page with Matt Ishbia. Now, I know it hasn't all worked. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I hated the Kevin Durant trade when they made it. I liked it.
Now, you know what? I didn't like it at first.
You didn't?
I didn't. And then I came around and said, we got KD.
I mean, it was conflicting because they had to give up Mikal Bridges. But I remember thinking in the moment, yeah, but you got to give up something significant to get a guy like Kevin Durant.
And I was all for it.
But, and everything, everything Ishbia said at his post-season press conference, where he's like, look at all the changes we've made off the court to improve the facility and this and that. And, former players coming back. There's a lot of truth to that. I think he's done a lot of good things as an owner, and I don't fault him for going out there and trading for Kevin Durant. I didn't love the Beal move when they made it, but I don't, I said this then, I'll say it again. I don't hate the go for it mentality. Let's go for it. This just feels like a drastic overcorrect. I think you're right. I think they probably got burned by Budenholzer. But every coach with experience or even, logical credentials isn't Mike Budenholzer.
Yeah. You know what's super cool about this, though, once again, there is a possibility out there that this does work.
That'd be great. I hope it does.
Hey, Suns fans.
I would love it if it did.
A ray of light pierces the darkness, does it not? Hey, Suns fans, there is a possibility that it works. I just cannot wait to see the type of player they're going to start bringing in these doors. Because the type of player they're going to bring in will say everything about this alignment. It's one of the reasons why they had to be aligned. Matt Ishbia, of course, Brian Gregory, and now Jordan Knott. You had to align them all. No, it's not the Michigan State alignment. It's really a cultural alignment. And because of that, what kind of dude are you going to bring inside this locker room? Are we going to see everything that I hope? I'm talking about a tough team. But you've got to, toughness is great. It's great, unless you're losing by 10 and 12 points every night. Then it sucks buttermilk.
I think I was on board, and I'm guessing a lot of fans would have been on board with, okay, it's Johnny Bryant, it's Chris Quinn, it's Dave Bliss, it's whoever. Okay, we're kind of hitting reset. We're rebuilding around Devin Booker. Got to be patient next year. Now I think you make a hire like this, and it's like, yeah, I need to see that you can win right away. And I don't know how you're going to do that as you're trying to restructure the roster.
The next time we talk about this, we have to consider the rumor that is out there that Devin Booker was a guy that wanted Jordan Knott.
Well,
you
asked me how the fans feel. I'm looking at the YouTube chat because we're obviously on YouTube Live right now. Let me see if I can. It's Javier wrote in, "Hey, Michigan State on your resume. Okay, Suns, you're hired." That's one. Let's see. Jim was the mascot's going to be replaced by a Spartan mascot next year. That's all this is, man. It's just a string of this. So.
The gorilla comes out in a Spartan costume.
Wearing the
That'd
green
be
helmet.
awesome.
I mean, that would be funny. I would
That'd be
respect
awesome,
that
man.
if you want to do that. That would be hilarious, actually. All right, join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC on June 10th at 5 for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie. When we come back, we'll talk to Gambo, get his thoughts on what this means now, how this came about, how did they end up choosing the guy that, at least of the final 9, seemed like the least experienced. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Braves.
Here's the 1-0. Broken back, ground ball to third. Suarez gloves and throws across the diamond, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks dominate Atlanta here in the series opener. They win it by a final score of 8-3.
D-backs at the Braves. Game 2 of the series. Coverage begins at 3:30 this afternoon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. What do you say, Rick? You give me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind. That's what I'm talking about. It's heating up, is it not, brothers? But the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn Betting mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now. That's right. Gather around the transistor and press the ear during the Brooklyn Betting summer sale right now. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in store and online. That's right, June 17th. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations. And I can tell you, we of the Woo Fan Clan, we love our Brooklyn Betting Sedona hybrid mattress. It's one of the best sleeps we've ever had. If you want the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, 1 in Glendale, 1 in Scottsdale, and 1 in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have their next head coach, according to ESPN's Shams Charania. The Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach Jordan Ott. Our John Gambadoro reports that the contract is for 4 years. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in Atlanta against the Braves. First pitch for that one is at 4:15, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes.
With Wolf and Luke.
Well, they're making changes. Jordan Ott is reportedly going to be the new head coach of your Phoenix Suns. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning, and we are joined right now by Gambo, of course, of Burns and Gambo in the afternoons and all the other things that Gambo does. Breaking news like this, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. What's going on, Gambo?
Luke, what is happening? Just like we said, it'd be early June. They would make the announcement. We reported the other day after the 2 interviews in Michigan that it would probably be with Wednesday or Thursday. So they got it done this morning. They met with both candidates last night. They slept on it and got up this morning and felt really good that Jordan Ott was the right guy for the job. So they made the decision to hire him.
You have been spot on with the timeline this whole way along, too. So I think we all appreciate that because you did flat out say probably Wednesday of this week. This might be an impossible question to answer because I know you're not the one who made the hire.
Okay.
But why Ott? Because everybody's just looking and saying, okay, Michigan State. And he has more credentials than that, but compared to some of these other guys, why him?
Okay, let me clear this up. Is there familiarity, the Michigan State thing, and people are going to just really go up on this Michigan State thing, and I totally understand it, and there is bias. I mean, Jerry Colangelo hired Brian Colangelo. In Utah, Danny Ainge, they just hired his son, Austin Ainge. So, if you want to say there's bias, there's bias in the NBA, there's bias in all sports. I will say this to you. Matt Ishbia did not know Jordan Ott. He had never met him before. He had never spoke with him before. He didn't have his phone number. First time he met him was yesterday in Michigan. I think he said he said hello to him once at a Cavs game. He didn't know him. He did not know him. So there was no relationship there. They weren't friends. They didn't have each other's phone numbers. They never broke bread together. So there was no familiarity with him, just knowing who he was and that he did have a Michigan State background. The reason he got hired, from my understanding, is that through all the interviews, There was just a different level of sophistication in how he wanted to run things. And, the work ethic, the drive, they felt really good about it. Devin Booker, I was a part of interviewing 5 of the candidates, and Jordan Ott was the guy that he recommended the most. Steve Nash, former Sun, who was in Brooklyn and had Ott in Brooklyn, raved about Jordan Ott and had a lot of good things, a lot of good intel on Jordan Ott that the Phoenix Suns used in hiring him. So they did their due diligence. They did their homework. They took 6 weeks to do this, and they came away with Jordan Ott.
So, Johnny, how much did Devin Booker tip the scales in favor of Jordan Ott, do you think?
I think it had a factor. I think it had a factor. I mean, clearly they allowed him to be a part of the interview process. He talked with Sean Sweeney. Sweeney told me it was one of the best parts about it was speaking about the whole interview process, was getting this chance to speak to Book, and just and hear Book talk about offense and things that they wanted to do. So I do think that Devin. Now was Booker in Michigan? No, Booker wasn't in Michigan, but Booker was last week involved in that process when they had it down to 5 guys. He became involved in the process, and they took his input. And they took a lot of people's input. They took input from Steve Nash because he knew him. So I do think it had a factor. They wanted to hear what Devin Booker had to say. What percentage, Ron? I don't know, but I think he had a small say in who the coach was going to be.
Gambo's joining us right now. Gambo, look, I mean, you can't run a team based on what the fans want. That it just doesn't work. That's not a successful way to run a team. But this is not being met with a lot of enthusiasm from the fan base. I almost feel bad for Jordan Ott because now it feels like he's going to be judged on what he does right away, and that's going to be tough with this roster. How aware are they of the fan reaction to this, do you think?
I think you got to do what's right, and I don't think you can worry about what people are saying on social media and what fans say. I think if he's I said this. Listen, if Johnny Bryant's the best guy for the job, hire him. If you think Jordan Ott's the best guy hire him. Hire the best guy for the job.
Yeah.
My favorite would have been Sweeney, and only because I know him and I believe he's going to be a great coach. So. I think my favorite probably would have been Sweeney or Quinn as well. I don't know if I would have had Jordan Ott as my number 1, but if they feel that he's the right guy for the job, I mean, who are we to tell them who to hire? They did a very thorough process. Brian Gregory did a terrific job throughout this whole process of vetting all these guys, of pushing guys to the final round, and then they left it up to Matt to meet with these guys in Michigan yesterday, Matt Ishbia, the owner, and make a decision on who they were. And both guys had a very good interview yesterday. But, there was – and keep your eye on this, too. I'm just trying to find out. But Jared Dudley, who did interview for this job, he didn't make it to the past the first round. But Jared Dudley, who did interview, keep your eye on him possibly getting an option to come here to Phoenix to be one of the top assistants because I think Dudley would have been the number 1 assistant had Sweeney got the job. And I think there's a chance that Ott will look at him as well because Ott and Dudley were together in Brooklyn. So – while Ott's really good with the offense and the mind and stuff like that, I think I do think they need somebody who can hold the players accountable, that has that connection. And so I do think it'll be interesting to see if Dudley gets a chance to come over here as one of the top assistants. And again, familiarity with Ott from Brooklyn, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a name that they talk about.
So now with this hiring of Jordan Ott, Johnny, right now, how different do you think this roster is going to look going forward and how it's constructed?
Well, I expect a Kevin Durant trade by the draft. So we got the draft coming up in just a few weeks. I think it could be tied to draft picks. So I am expecting a Kevin Durant trade. I do think there will be interest. What they would get back for Durant, I don't know. Yesterday, from a really good source of mine, said that keep your eye on the Spurs. That's a place that KD would like to play. He's actually talked to some people about the Spurs. So keep your eye on the Spurs. We've talked about Houston and Minnesota and New York in the past as teams. I think there will be a really good market for Durant. What you could get back for him, I'm not sure. But I do think that they will trade him by the draft. And then all eyes turn to Bradley Beal. Look, make no mistake about this. They don't want Bradley Beal on this roster. They don't want him. They don't want him here. They want him gone. But it's a lot more difficult because you can't trade him because nobody wants him. They've tried that, and it didn't work out. And then you get to the buyout option, and they can't buy him out fully, so they'd have to get him to take less. So it becomes more complicated. But make no mistake about this. They don't want him. They don't want him on this team. They want him gone. So now they got to figure out a way to make that happen. And then after that, he'll have free agency, and you'll get a whole new roster. They need to build a roster with younger, more athletic players, that can defend and play with a little bit more heart and passion. They want guys that will dive on the floor for loose balls. And more than anything, just make the fans proud, because let's be honest, the fans were not proud of this team the last year. They hated this team. They were embarrassed by this team. This team humiliated themselves and the fan base many times by getting blown out in basketball games. So they need to build a team that will make the fans proud by at least playing hard night in and night out.
Gambo, we had talked to a couple of Cleveland reporters the last couple of weeks, and one of the things they said is, as far as a good trait of Jordan Ott, was that he's great with player development. Whether it's that or even beyond that, what stood out in this hiring process? Set aside the Michigan State stuff. Like, what is this guy good at?
Spacing, cutting, basketball stuff, Luke. All stuff that they hadn't been doing, that they feel like they were just behind on.
Yeah.
There's a new way to play in the NBA, and it's different. The game is different now than it was 10 years ago. The game is much different now than it was 20 years ago. So, like I said, a different level of sophistication into the offensive schemes. Of course, they're all going to be aligned and try to do it there. We found this out. I mean, some of these coaches have just such tremendous egos. We've dealt with that with Monty, and we dealt with that with Budenholzer, and it's all over the league. I mean, the coaches' egos are just out of control. You got to work together. You got to have everybody working together. So I do think that was important, that they're all going to do it. And I don't want to say the word align, because I know people hate the word align, but they're going to do it a certain way. They're going to do it a certain way. But yeah, the spacing on the floor, the cutting, all the basketball stuff that you could put together is. I had when I talked to Jared Dudley about him, just said, yeah, really, really good offensive mind, really good, really bright offensive guy. So. That's what he's going to bring to the table. There will be weaknesses that he has, and they've got to figure that out with their assistant coaches. That's why you got to have a really good number 1, number 2, and number 3 assistant coach.
Well, Gambo, we appreciate all your work on this, Johnny, all the way along, and then for joining us here today, man. Thank you.
You got it, boys. Okay, see you later.
Man. That's Gambo right there. Of course, you can hear him on his show at 2 o'clock, too, so they're obviously going to go very deep into this whole process. And he's been every step of the way saying, yeah, expect the finalists to get narrowed down last week, is what he said, and it ended up happening. And he said he said over the weekend that you can expect a coach to be named this week, either Wednesday or maybe Friday, because they probably weren't going to do it when the NBA finals start on Thursday. So we've got the answer. We've got some clarity, Wolf. We got a lot of questions now, too. We've got some clarity. Day to Remember is coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater October 25th with Yellow Card for the Maximum Fun Tour. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m., but you can win a pair right now by heading to the contest page at arizonasports.com. We come back. More on the Suns head coaching hire of Jordan Ott. Kellen Olson's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? Yeah, I do too. Go to a lot of concerts, even more sporting events, obviously. Well, why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. It makes a lot of sense. So learn more at Chime.com, because the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Plus, with Chime, you get fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit, and you get much, much more as well. Make everyday purchases count with Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top-quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Always keep you watered
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I can see you out there, Kellen.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
Arizona sports. Our son's mega mind, Kellen Olson, joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the Phoenix Suns now.
Or did something happen with the Phoenix Suns today? We hadn't noticed. Poor Wolf, you come back right into the fire. Not even a chance to talk about anything else.
Yeah, it really is. Jordan Ott, ladies and gentlemen, that's what has happened with the Phoenix Suns. Jordan Ott has been hired as the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
I could sit here and read the comments on YouTube Live, and we are on YouTube Live, and just know I'm reading the comments, even if I don't read them all in the air, because a lot of them can't go on the air. But they're entertaining me, at least. Or we could talk to Kellen Olson, who's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. So let's do that. Kellen, thanks for the time, buddy. I know it's a busy day. I just want to get your just initial reaction to it being Jordan Ott as the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, right. It's not a simple one to have, because just on the surface level of this, Ott is qualified to be an NBA head coach, or at the very least, reach this stage of the process. He was a finalist for the Hornets job last year, so he has been someone who has coached through the ranks of the NBA for nearly a decade at this point, and has had great things said about him in Brooklyn, in Atlanta, and now in Cleveland as well. But I think the overlaying thought and the overlaying anxiety from everyone is the Michigan State tie, and just how much of this was a factor. And it's not so much, I honestly don't think it's much about Michigan State anymore. And what I mean by that is the concern shouldn't be that it's Michigan State specifically. The concern should be that this a concerning trend of like-minded individuals who are going to be agreeable, and there isn't going to be much diversification in terms of the thought process over there. And if there isn't, this is a recipe for disaster, because you need to disagree. You need to have different opinions. And again, these are things that we don't know for sure are things that are happening. For all we know, Gregory and Ott could be completely different in terms of their opinions on basketball between the two of them, but it's something that has to come up with this trend now, and it's like it's following the meme at this point. It's kind of ridiculous, honestly.
You know, for me, of course, I look at Devin Booker. Devin Booker, I think we all do right now. We know he's got to become the leader of this team, the de facto leader of this team going forward right now. How much do you think Devin Booker actually weighed into the decision to hire Jordan Ott?
Yeah, Wolf Gambo just said it on your guys' show that he was involved in the interviewing process, and that was a great move by the Suns and something I think they needed to do. And for Book to come out and say, according to Shams, that Ott was his number one choice after what Gambo kind of shared on your show, that he was there asking about offensive principles, asking about, I'm sure, all kinds of basketball things and philosophies of that nature. So for Book to be aligned with
dang, but I'm just saying, you know what, you just said it right there, Killer. It's the truth. You know, I think honestly, if Book is gonna be the de facto leader of this team, which he must be, in my opinion, going forward, or you would move him as well if he's not willing to do that. But if Book is going to be that guy, man, he had to weigh heavily into the decision, in my opinion.
No, I agree with you, Wolf. It's a non-negotiable at this stage, because especially with what happened the last 2 years and how they didn't have a recognizable style of play, how it was clear that both he and Durant at times weren't subscribing to what the coaches wanted them to do, the style that they wanted, weren't playing the style that the coaches wanted consistently. So it's one of those things where I'm sure there's an older generation kind of rolling their eyes right now that you're doing what the star wants, but that's the way the NBA works, and that's the way that this has to get done, and I'm glad that the Suns went that way.
Talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, I want to go back to something you said there in your initial answer, and you're right. It's not an anti-Michigan State thing. There's not a rivalry between Michigan State and anybody in Arizona. It's more of are you just going to go with your comfort zone? Are you just going to limit your pool of GM candidates, coaching candidates? Okay, well, those are done. Like, is this going to be the way you hire assistant coaches? Is this going to be the way you add players in free agency? I guess that's my question to you, and maybe we don't have a definitive answer yet, but where does that stop? Because that ultimately, if you're just going to stick in your comfort zone and just stick with one thing all the time, that feels kind of limiting, big picture.
Yeah, and you can't build a roster that way either, to just like stretch it more to basketball. Like, you can't just play in one particular style. You cannot just grab one specific type of player who has all of these traits above all of these other traits. Like, I'm sure there are a lot of successful teams across the league right now that have a lot of like hard-nosed, tough players, but they have a lot of players. They have some players who contribute to their team who are soft too. Like, I'll just say it. Like, you can't just have every single player on your team check every single box that you're looking for. That sounds like what the Suns are going to do regardless, but that's just not the way the NBA works. You can build a roster that way, but you're just handcuffing yourself and making it more difficult on yourself. And I think another layer of this, Luke, that's kind of hanging over it exactly is the timing of all of this. And what I mean by that is the Knicks firing Tom Thibodeau yesterday before these two final interviews took place that night, according to Gambo's timeline. Like, did Johnny Bryant, who worked under Tom Thibodeau for 4 years, get wind of this, get here from New York, and did his feelings change on this job? Was he offered this job? Like, these are the types of questions that I have to ask now that I didn't feel necessary to ask a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago, that we now have to sort of look into and wonder about. It's something that I'm curious about now.
You know what's interesting to me as well, Killer, but to Matt he said this, Matt Ishbia. He said this, of course, from the very beginning, that this is going to be the case, that it was going to be real change. Isn't this the biggest change of all, when you go from big names in the NBA universe to names that maybe only Matt Ishbia would recognize and trust? I think trust must have been some type of issue in the last regime, was it not?
Yeah, well, 100%. And that goes back, Wolf, to something that Luke was bringing up there, and just like the comfort zone and the common thought process that you're going to have now, and just like the shared alignment. I'll use it twice. There we go. We can ring the bell again, Jesse. There we go. Ding number 2 is on the board for us with alignment. There's the third mention right there. I think something else that's on my mind too here, and just like how it feels like I'm on this crazy ride that I'm never going to get off of, is the way that Jordan Ott got started in the NBA is because of two things. One is Mike Budenholzer, who is the guy he is replacing, and two, because he went to Michigan State. Budenholzer was looking for a new film coordinator in Atlanta. and he asked a longtime NBA coach by the name of Jim Boylan, who worked at Michigan State, who's from Grand Rapids, like Devin Booker, asked him if he knew anyone from Michigan State he should keep an eye on, talk to, or whatever, and it was Jordan Ott. So it's just this thing where it feels like I'm going crazy. What's going on?
We're talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, let me ask you this, because you and I even talked about this last week when it was kind of like, okay, they're down to 6, but they're going to take Jordan Ott because they clearly want to do that this whole way. It almost doesn't seem fair to him that this is now his big break to be an NBA head coach, because he's coming in with the entire fan base looking at him like, okay, what are your qualifications other than that you like green? What does success look like for Jordan Ott in year one in a way that is realistic with the roster, but also is one that is going to keep the fan base engaged?
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are going to be playing the cuts throughout the shore from Chris Fedor, who we talked to when I was filling in for Wolf. He had a lot of really great insight on what makes Jordan Ott like a good candidate and someone with an extensive player development background. It was always going to be someone in player development for this job, because Brian Gregory, in his limited time in the NBA front office, in his Suns front office so far, worked in player development, and it always made sense to get someone from that background as well, given what the Suns are going to have to do in terms of developing their own talent. And that is something that Ott has done going back a decade now. Like, you go back to his work in Atlanta when he was a film coordinator. He was working with the Summer League team. He was hosting like the draft workouts, and he was doing a bunch of stuff in Atlanta from the coaching side when he wasn't even the coach, before he went to Brooklyn, before he worked on some of the offensive things that he worked on with Steve Nash. And then he went to Cleveland, and that's where he worked with Evan Mobley. And you think about, from like a trust perspective, Kenny Atkinson handing Jordan Ott the reins on handling the day-to-day development, the day-to-day work for Evan Mobley. Like, he's the future of their franchise. Like, Donovan Mitchell is their big star player. Darius Garland's very important to them as well. But Evan Mobley is sort of like their prized treasure, and the guy that they have to develop properly over the next couple of years to turn him into their face of the franchise. Ott was the guy in charge of that, and it went extremely well. Mobley made a huge jump this year, made second-team All-NBA, won Defensive Player of the Year. So he has the track record here for sure, but it's just this multifaceted thing that we're not going to get away from, and we're always going to have to feel like we're either going to have to say, he was qualified for this, don't get me wrong, or, well, he did go to Michigan State. And we're just going to be saying that now for months and months and months until we actually see real basketball, and that will be a beautiful day when we do.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think we're all like, now just get us to actual games so we can get some real clarity on this. Kellen, thank you so much for the time, man. We'll talk to you again.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thanks. That's Kellen Olson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. This is going to be an interesting season coming up, Wolf.
It's going to be really interesting to see how they rebuild this team.
Yeah.
Because it's a tougher proposition right now.
When we come back, I tell you what, the Diamondbacks won last night. We're an hour into the show, and we haven't even gotten in. And Zach Gallen pitched well, so we're going to get into that. How big was that win over the Atlanta Braves in the series opener, over Spencer Strider as well? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morano mornings.
The Phoenix Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as the franchise's new head coach.
Surprise. Jordan Ott, when this whole thing started, when this process was at like 15 plus, people zeroed in on that name with only the connection to Michigan State. And Jordan Ott is the last man standing.
On the banks of the Red Cedar, there's a school that's known to all. Its specialty is winning, and those Spartans play good ball. That's the first lines of the fight song. Get to know it.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting to sell your old place first, not getting caught up in any of those delays. Just move into the new place right away. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You can buy your new home now, and then you can sell the old one later. If you think about it, that's really the way this needs to work. It just doesn't always work that way. Well, here's how it's going to work with Orchard. They're going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of those extra complications. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, make price-boosting upgrades, and then once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first. Just do that right now and then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your old home. That's a huge part of this equation with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of the 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have their next head coach. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach Jordan Ott. Our John Gambadoro reports that the contract is for 4 years. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in Atlanta against the Braves. First pitch is at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. It is a terrific pitching matchup as Merrill Kelly goes up against last year's Cy Young winner, Chris Sale. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit the number 2 save.com.
Grown-ups in between churning baby.
Hey, it's Gambo. Will the D-backs bats be able to counter the reigning Cy Young Award winner and Chris Sale? We'll get you ready for Game 2 of the series, starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back on this Wednesday morning to the Wolf and Luke Show. We are live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center, by the way, and we're going to talk to Darius Robinson. And, Wolf, I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy. Tip Ryman's going to join us
of
later.
course, yes.
Okay, yes.
Grow strong, grasshopper.
So we got a lot of Cardinals to talk today. We have a lot of Diamondbacks to talk today, and yet here we are starting the second hour of the show. We haven't talked about any of it yet because of what the Suns did. So in case you're just joining us, Suns hired Jordan Ott. Yes, your reaction is probably the same as my reaction, but we'll get into that again in a little bit. We got to talk Diamondbacks.
Yes.
We had this whole plan to like catch you up on things that may have happened while you were gone, Wolf, and then just chaos this morning.
What's going on with the Arizona Diamondbacks, Luke?
Well, how much time do you have?
That was
yeah. Well, let's see. There was a stretch there where they couldn't win any games.
I see.
Okay, so you left going into the Cardinals series. They proceeded to lose 3 one-run games to the Cardinals. Got
That's
swept,
right. Yeah,
okay?
got swept.
Beat the Pirates in the opener, then had last Tuesday what I think a lot of us believed was the low point of the season. They were up 6-0. Corbin Burns pitching great. Total meltdown. Kevin Ginkel, unfortunately, in the middle of it, he ends up getting sent down. We were out at Chase Field. We interviewed Mike Hazen last Wednesday. That was quite the experience coming off that game. And then the Diamondbacks didn't even show up for that game. They lost 10-1. Then they went to the series against Washington. Merrill Kelly actually had a rough outing. Didn't get a whole lot of help from his defense. Let's see. Saturday night, Brandon Pfaadt left with 8 earned runs allowed. Didn't record an out. Then
that one right there, honestly, I saw it and I was like, what? No.
That was the one where I was like,
no.
You know, I hope Wolf isn't watching.
No.
I hope. I wondered if you might join the Amish and just totally cut electricity out of your life at that point.
So you're telling me that Brandon didn't fight? He
no,
didn't
he got fought.
No, he did not. Oh my goodness, that was heartbreaking right there.
And then they won on Sunday, but Corbin Burns got hurt, and yeah, we can get into that in a little bit too. So there has been, I would say, 0 good news with the Diamondbacks in the time since you've left, other than Justin Martinez came back and looks good. But they did win last night, and they did beat Spencer Strider, and Zach Gallen looked solid.
You know, the best thing about this game, Basinonians, to me, was Zach Gallen, Corbin Carroll, and Ketel Marte. Those 3 names right there. Would you say that those are, the Predator, of course. Would you say those are big names, Luke, for the Arizona Diamondbacks?
3 of the very biggest now.
3 of the very biggest names for the Arizona Diamondbacks went off, and they won a game. Can I just tell you this right now? Brothers and sisters, if the Diamondbacks are going to get this right, it's going to be their best players stepping up and playing like what we saw yesterday. This is exactly why I think this was a huge game. You know me. How you know me.
Yeah.
Am I going to read into one game of 162? Am I going to do that? Yeah, I am. I'm going to read into that game, and I'm going to say, look at the names. You had Ketel Marte, who set the tone, going off in the first inning, of course, and hitting his home run. 1-0 lead for the Diamondbacks. Zach Gallen then came on and solidified the tone. Ketel Marte set the tone. Zach Gallen solidified the tone. And Corbin Carroll put on his cloak and grabbed his sickle and suddenly turned into the Grim Reaper. And that's what he was, or the Predator, as we all know. Those 3 names. You know what, brothers, if you're going to win games, you need your best players to win games and play well. You need your best players to win games for you. And if they're not winning games for you, they're not your best player. Does that make sense? And that's why every guy, every Diamondback player inside that clubhouse that is a great player has got to go out and take it upon himself to be himself and play great. Yesterday, that was on display. They need a whole lot more of that going forward.
It's a great point. It's where I kind of thought you might go when I was watching the 9th inning when Corbin Carroll hit his second home run. It was the first time in D-backs history that their leadoff and second hitter in a game both had multiple home runs because it's just so right. Like where this team has been, and everybody I think has a sense for just how depressing it's felt for the last, I would say, since the Pirates game. I understand there were lower moments, not lower. There were low moments this season, like, you blow the lead against the Dodgers on that Friday night. Okay, but it is the Dodgers. Like, it's frustrating, but it is the Dodgers. There's the loss to Colorado. That was certainly a low point of the season, but I at least for me, it took a turn last Tuesday with that loss to the Pirates and then the follow-up 10-1 loss to the Pirates. So to see some good that they could maybe build off of. I mean, tonight they are going for their third straight win. It doesn't even really feel like it because Sunday's win didn't feel like a win through no fault of their own, but because of the Corbin Burnes injury. Last night was just a legit win. And to your point, Wolf, your best players, your biggest names stepped up. And that's the only way this is going to work now, is if your best players stepped up, because you lost arguably your best player with Corbin Burnes.
No doubt about it, Luke. Absolutely. If the Diamondbacks are going to pull out of this, they need their best players to play best when it matters the most. Having said that, the Braves, I just want to go back to this, man. Corbin Carroll. It's not just what you do, Basinonians, it's when you do it as well. You've heard me say this over and over and over again, but it was on display yesterday specifically, where suddenly the Diamondbacks got off to a 4-0 lead, and then in that fourth inning, it got sideways on Zach Gallen. And suddenly it was a 4-3 game, right? They came back, they scored 3 runs. It was a 4-3 game. And then in the next half of an inning, Corbin Carroll stepped up there, hit a home run, his first home run of that game, and made it 5-3. That to me was answering, once again, it's not just what you do, it's when you do it. And Corbin Carroll had the opportunity and made the most of it. And I know you can't will yourself to be successful. You just can't. You can will yourself to be prepared and try as hard as you possibly can. You can. And then let your natural talent take over. That's exactly what Corbin Carroll did. But he came up when it mattered and actually made it a 5-3 game after it looked like, oh boy, the wheels are wobbling right now. Again. And then he did it again. He did it again in the 9th inning with a 3-run shot, a bomb. And man, that right there again, to see your best player in that clubhouse, one of your best, come through when it matters the most. This is why this could be a game you could build on, to me. This could be a game where you could build a little bit of confidence. Doesn't mean you're going to win every game. It just means right now it sends a signal to every great player inside the clubhouse. It's time to play great because the wheels are starting to wobble. And that's exactly what Corbin Carroll did.
If they win tonight, and we'll get more into this later, it's Merrill Kelly against Chris Sale. If they win tonight, it's their first 3-game winning streak since the middle of April. And it kind of feels lost in the shuffle because of all the Corbin Burnes stuff, because of all the I don't know, my perception, and we can talk about this throughout the show too. I feel like the fan perception right now towards the Sun, not the Sun, the Phoenix Suns is negative. With the Diamondbacks, it was more like, we're pulling for you guys. Like, we understand what you're trying to do. It's just not working. Like, last week was a depressing week with the Diamondbacks. Wolf, you picked the perfect time to not be here.
2-9 in their last 11 games before yesterday.
And that stretch ending with Corbin Burnes getting hurt the way he did. Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on the Seattle Mariners. Just text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. We'll be out there for that, Wolf. That's half to 620-620. Text half again to 620-620. All right, we come back. The Suns did hire Jordan Ott as their next head coach. Does it make you feel any better as a Suns fan that Devin Booker was reportedly involved in the decision? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns have a new head coach.
Jordan Ott.
Yep.
Assistant coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers is their pick to become their 4th head coach in 4 years.
Ott has been on NBA coaching staffs with the Hawks, Nets, Lakers, and Cavs since 2012.
All right.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Arizona Sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep. Don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona sports.
We're going to think differently. We're going to be unified in our approach on a daily basis.
Suns, a new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
Wolf, the comments are keeping me going today.
I can only imagine.
I can read some of them. Let's see. Javier said Sun's new uni and colors will be green and white. That seems to be a pretty popular theory. King Nacho said we are Spartanonians now.
Spartanonians. Okay,
that was directed at you.
This is Sparta.
It is. It is now. We can officially say that. All right, I'm going to read this post from Shams. Gambo referenced this before. I'm going to say it again right here. This is the most recent post by Shams Sharania, actually. It says, Suns franchise cornerstone Devin Booker was involved in the search process during the final stages and stamped Ott as his top choice as well. Sources said Ott has been on NBA coaching staffs with the Hawks, Nets, Lakers, and Cavaliers since 2012. So I'm not saying that needs to make everybody feel a certain way about this. I think we're all going to kind of react to some of this stuff differently. Nothing against Shams. Shams is impeccable. Typically, I'd like to hear that from Book. You know what I mean? Like on this day when it's very clear the fan base is upset about this.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to hear from Devin Booker. Oh, yeah, he was absolutely my top choice. He may have liked him. He may. I mean, I don't doubt that he had to sign off on it, which I think is a smart move. If Book's in on it, that's good, because one of your biggest concerns as a Suns fan now is if this just goes completely sideways because they're going way off the beaten path, is it going to cost you Devin Booker in a year or two? Is he going to be like, hey,
right,
you guys, if it's going to take you 3-4 years and this guy isn't, he wasn't ready, well, now that's my prime in the NBA. Get me out of here. Not that I think he would say that, but we're getting to a point where if it keeps going down this path, he would be justified in saying it. The fact that he signed off on this is at least a good sign that that's not coming.
I think this is absolutely huge because it verifies so many things, at least for me, Basonians. Number one, the fact that Devin Booker has got to be the leader of this team. This is something I've been talking about for years now. This is something I have been talking about for at least the last 2 years, if not more. Devin Booker has got to lead this team and be the de facto leader of this team. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means if he's going to be that guy, especially when we're talking about the NBA, where we all know players and the power they have within an organization, you're talking about the NBA, that means Devin Booker has got to step up and lead this team and also be involved in the next head coach hire. And that's why I like this, because I believe this story that Devin Booker said, this is the guy. I like this guy. If I'm going to put my stamp of approval on this guy, he's the best guy for the job. I'm going to buy into that and believe it. And the reason being is because Booker has got to be included if he's actually going to be the answer for this team as a leader. He has to be included.
I think that's one of the smartest things they did. I'm assuming it's true as well. I think that's one of the smartest things they did. I do, and I said this at the time, and I'll continue to say it, I liked that they made the change from Budenholzer. I mean, I already like Jordan Ott better than Budenholzer the way it was going, right? But I got a lot of questions about this. And so if Devin Booker is, for lack of a better term, aligned, then I do think that's a good thing. You want everybody on the same page. I just keep coming back to what's it look like next year if this team is 20-43. Most people are going to look, unless you give them a reason to not look at it that way, and say, well, yeah, you hired the inexperienced guy because he went to Michigan State. I mean, that narrative is going to hang over this team now until they are good.
It's so cool, too. I think the fundamentals really matter to Devin Booker. He talks about it all the time. Remember, he was talking about little things. Mm-hmm. Little things. It was one of the things he was saying. We don't do the little things we need to do to win. And that's one of the reasons why I think Jordan Ott hit it off with Devin Booker, because allegedly he's all into the little things and the fundamentals of the game of basketball. And because of that, this is what I want to see. It's got to happen. The Suns have no chance of becoming a good team, let alone a great team, if they don't have leadership. It's what they've been lacking this whole time is leadership. I've been talking about it again for 2 years, and I'm sorry to be redundant, but this is the problem. This has been the problem for the Phoenix Suns. They have not had leadership. They've had the talent. They just didn't have the leadership. And now all of a sudden you could say, well, Wolf, Devin Booker was there. He was there with KD and Bradley. Yeah, you're right. He was. But to me, Book is always going to defer to Kevin Durant because he's a class act who's a good dude who actually respects guys that have done a lot of things that he is not.
Well, he's not going to defer to him now because there's no way to
That's
look at
what
this
I'm
coaching
saying.
hire. And, I mean, you have told the league that you are definitely trading Kevin Durant.
Yes.
No matter what you are offered for him, you're gonna sell him for pennies on the dollar if you have to. Because at least with Johnny Bryant, I mean, there's a couple things here, right? One, and nowhere in that Shams post did I see Devin Booker and Kevin Durant were instrumental in this hire, or that they gave. It's just Devin Booker, which is fine. But you're not bringing in a guy that I don't want to say has no credentials. Like, I don't want to overstate this with Ott the other way, but doesn't have the credentials of pretty much anybody else that would be on anybody else's list. Like, this is a reach. It may work, but you reached. And good luck explaining that if you're trying to keep Kevin Durant around, to Kevin Durant.
Yes.
So you have announced to the rest of the league, and maybe it was already announced, but we're trading him no matter what. And that's tough. That's going to be really tough to get leverage in trade talks unless you can very clearly have two teams bidding against each other, which on one hand you should be able to because you are talking about one of the greatest players ever, and he's still really good. But you have basically announced that no matter what, we're trading him. This is Devin Booker's 8th coach going into his 11th NBA season.
Oh, man, that makes you gasp.
He should just get to pick the next coach.
Just makes you gasp to hear you say that.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 in the last 4 years now.
Yeah.
Okay, that
alone.
I mean, that alone blows your mind. But when you say 8 in the last 11 years, this is all Book knows is change.
Yeah.
He doesn't know anything that is solid.
No.
He doesn't know anything foundational. All he knows is change. An upheat, man, that's stunning. You know what? More than anything else, that could be the reason why his leadership has been stunted.
Yeah.
That could be it right there.
That would have been my first question to Jordan Ott. If Devin Booker's trying to lead during a game, are you going to tell him to be quiet? Because if you are, you're off the list.
Yes.
I'm guessing none of these candidates would have said yes to that. I think they would have. It's going to be an upgrade over what you had last year, just in the sense that you have changed things from a miserable season. But there's a real good chance they win less than 36 games this year, and that's where the put yourself in Jordan Ott's shoes side of this comes out of, like, I'm going into a situation where if I don't win a ton of games, people are going to say I only got the job for one reason. And I'm not in a situation right now where I probably can win a ton of games. You're probably going to trade Kevin Durant for draft picks now.
Yeah, the one thing I do love about all of this, and I'll end on this, Space Interneans, is the fact that this forces Devin Booker to be the guy. This forces him to lead or get out. And I guarantee you they've had that conversation with Book. Can you do it? Will you do it? Because you must. He's on board, and that makes me happy.
I wonder, and maybe we can ask this question, maybe we'll do like a listeners only tomorrow or something, when the next time the Phoenix Suns are going to make the playoffs.
Your calls.
Your calls tomorrow. All right. When we come back, will Jordan Ott make it all 4 years of his new contract? That's another conversation. We'll have it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals organized team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really? Really?
So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes. There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. Like to say that, just walking around the compound, if you know what I mean. Listen, I got two things for you right now. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. That's right. What Ford's employees pay for a brand new Ford, you're actually going to pay for a brand new Ford. That's right. It's like you're almost an employee of Ford, even though you're not. You get my point. And number two, the selection is huge over at Santan Ford. That's right. Santan Ford, they have 1,400 new vehicles on the ground, All the models that you love, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's super simple right now. Get employee pricing on your new Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets go on sale this Thursday, June 5th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again. For those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures, they can't smile, they can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have their next head coach. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach Jordan Ott. Our John Gambadoro reports that the contract is for 4 years. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in Atlanta against the Braves. First pitch is at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon.
We got to do stuff different and change to be better.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. By the way, we are live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center in Tempe. We're going to talk some football as the show unfolds. Wolf, Darius Robinson, Tip Ryman are going to join us here in a little bit. We're going to stick with the Suns, though, for now, because it's obviously a pretty big story. Jordan Ott is now the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, 4-year deal. We were just talking about this going to break. Devin Booker, this is now his 8th head coach going into his 11th NBA season. And if you think about it, Monty Williams was here for a little while. So if you take that part of this out, that's crazy. Either way, it's crazy that he has now had 8 head coaches as he heads into season number 11. I would assume, the question we asked going to break is Jordan not going to be coaching all 4 of his years? I would assume yes, honestly. I don't think they're going to be like terrible next year, but I think no matter what, you're keeping him beyond next year. And I think he's going to have a longer leash than some other coaches might. I honestly, I don't think they're going to be this bad, but I think they could be winning 22 games a year, and he's going to keep his job all 4 years.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thought I turned that microphone on. For me, it's going to be a tough year coming up. This is going to be a very, very difficult year, and I think it's going to be shades of Devin Booker, and back when the Suns were struggling with Devin Booker. It's going to be a hard season, I think, coming up, especially this first season. You have to go out there and make the kind of changes that are going to be huge changes to the paradigm of what Phoenix Suns basketball has been this whole time. And, can you do that and win? I just don't think you can, because it's going to take time to actually bring people with faces. Those guys that have faces have names, and they have abilities and talents. You're going to have to bring them together in this locker room. And many of them, Basin Orleans, are going to be young guys that are making their way in this league. They're going to be young guys. They are. I don't know how many veterans you're going to be bringing in here, unless they're totally squared away with a Jordan Ott.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to, and that's one of the things I was talking about earlier, Luke, you're going to have to really vet the type of individual you bring inside this locker room.
Yeah.
When you have a coach that is as inexperienced from a head coach perspective as Jordan Ott in the NBA.
That's why I keep coming back to what does a successful season look like next year for the Suns, because I think everything you just said right there is true regardless of the coach next year. I really do. Like, Jordan Ott may come in here and they may win 30 games, and you could have gone out and got Michael Malone and they may have won 30 games, because that is the roster. That is what you're going to change. That is you reacting to how bad it was last year with your previous head coach, who didn't do a whole lot, it doesn't sound like, to help things get better. So next year, I think it's almost not irrelevant who the coach is, but I think you were going to struggle next year anyway. But I think as a fan, and I think as Devin Booker too, which is why it's interesting to hear he signed off on this, I think as a fan, you want to know, okay, look, I'm going to invest next year. You guys might win 30 games. And maybe they win more. I mean, we don't know what the roster looks like yet, but it sounds like you're going to move on from Kevin Durant for draft picks. That's not going to help you next year. So what you want to know, and I think where it's tough for the fan base, when you bring in a guy that is so inexperienced, and the narrative is very easy there to latch on to why he got the job, whether you want to tie it to Ishbia or you want to tie it to Brian Gregory, like Gambo earlier, and he said this yesterday too, it's not like Matt Ishbia knows Jordan Ott, but it sure sounds like Brian Gregory does, and he was the one in charge of narrowing the list down to 2. So I think as a fan, you want to know that if next year is tough, it's working towards something, not just, it's going to be 2 or 3 tough years before they realize they have the wrong guy and we have to start over,
Yeah.
But the only other person that would truly have that perspective would be Devin Booker, because he doesn't want to waste the prime of his career appeasing the idea that we have to do it this special way and burn through his prime. He signed off on it. So that is something to me.
Luke, can I just ask you, what do you think is going to be the toughest, most difficult thing in regard to Brian Gregory and Jordan Ott? What do you think might be the most difficult, if there's anything? We hear about this alignment and how important the alignment is and everything else. What do you think is going to be the most difficult thing for Brian Gregory to navigate with Jordan Ott?
It's going to be his inexperience. It's going to be his inexperience on top of the idea that he only got the job because he went to Michigan State. I think that we can say, oh, it's only us and the fans that think that. Don't tell me other players around the league don't think it too. You know what I mean? If you are a free agent right now, and I know the Suns aren't necessarily in a spot where they're out there pursuing high-end free agents, but if you're a free agent, you're looking around and you have Let's say the Knicks hire Johnny Bryant.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's a team that just went to the Eastern Conference Finals. They're a little crazy. They just fired their coach. But they brought in this guy that has – and then you look over at the Suns, it's like, well, yeah, but it's just all Michigan State guys. I mean, that's fair or not. To a certain extent, the narrative is reality. Like if you're running a professional sports team, you have to be aware of what label is now being put on your team. You have to navigate that. That, to me, I think is going to be the biggest thing for them to navigate.
Yeah, for me, Basinonians right now, I think it's Brian Gregory and his coaching background. That's really what he is at heart to me. It's his coaching background.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden he's got this young guy in Jordan Ott. I don't know. Brian Gregory knows an awful lot about coaching, knows an awful lot about basketball on a schematic level, knows an awful lot about that. Now all of a sudden I think that's going to be his toughest challenge, is going to be staying out of what Jordan Ott might be wanting to do. It makes it even more difficult, this relationship going forward. Now, maybe he's going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And you know what, Basinonians? There's a real possibility. Maybe it's not a bad thing. Maybe it's not a bad thing. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I'm thinking Jordan Ott doesn't want Brian Gregory to actually be looking at the schemes that he's running and take advice from Brian Gregory. Or maybe not. Maybe it's going to be a positive. Maybe it's going to be a negative. You know what? This is the story overall, isn't it? This is the story of the Phoenix Suns' new hire as head coach.
Yeah.
Maybe this thing is going to be brilliant, and maybe it's going to be the worst thing that ever happened to the Suns.
When you go so far off of conventional wisdom, and it's a fine line, right? Because you need to think for yourself. You need to be able to do things your way. I said this the other day. I think Kellen was in. I can empathize with Matt Ishbia in the sense of he feels like he did things the way other people wanted him to do them, and it failed. And that's got to be so frustrating because it's like, okay, if I'm going to fail, at least let me do it my way. But now it feels like from my perspective, I could be totally wrong, it feels like they've overcorrected. It feels like they overcorrected to having the wrong coach last year. It feels like they really are overcorrecting. And when you do that, when you go out on such a limb like they're doing, you're going to be judged on wins and losses. And that's what's tough if you're Jordan Ott. You're not in a position to win next year. And you're going to be judged on wins and losses because they did this so differently. Like, you're the Phoenix Suns. You had Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. You could have gone and gotten pretty much any GM that was available. You probably could have Bob Myers and Taylor Jenkins as your GM and your coach right now. You probably could. You got an owner who has all the money in the world and wants to win, and you have Devin Booker and Kevin Durant right now. You probably could do something like that or change the names to whatever. You probably could have got pretty much anybody that was available, and you went with two guys that were not on anybody else's radars other than the Hornets interviewed Jordan Ott last year. So you've gone out on a limb.
To say the least.
That's the definition of on a limb. I'm late to break, Wolf. How could you let me go off like that? When we come back, is it possible the Arizona Diamondbacks are showing signs of turning things around? We're going to ask D-backs Assistant General Manager and Senior Vice President Ami El-Sadeh will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns hire Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as their next head coach.
Let me clear this up. Is there familiarity in the Michigan State thing, and people are going to just really go up on this Michigan State thing, and I totally understand it, and there's bias in the NBA, there's bias in all sports. Matt Ishbia did not know Jordan Ott. He had never met him before. He had never spoke with him before. He didn't have his phone number. First time he met him was yesterday in Michigan.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Listen, you know what? Moving can be a very, very stressful situation, can it not? Ron Wolfley reported, well, Moving Team 6, they want to take that stress away from you, Basinonians. That's right. You know what? Tim Lee, the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons, Garrett and JT. That's right. This is a family-run business. It's one of the things that I love the most about Moving Team 6. This is a family that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And because of that, this family has started a company that now is built on the same thing, faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And they proudly support and hire veterans. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake. I'm Carol Royce, your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Let me show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. I'll even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. Call me today, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, the Arizona Diamondbacks have won 2 in a row. Hopefully lining up for a third today, although weather permitting, I guess. We'll see on this one, Wolf. D-backs assistant GM Amiel Sadeh joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about the state of the team. Amiel, thank you for the time. How are you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Okay, Amiel.
Let's just start with the game last night, and you guys are now on a 2-game winning streak. Just with everything that's been going on, injuries, the losses that had piled up over the last week and a half, whatever. Just how big was it for you guys to go out there in Atlanta and get a win against Spencer Strider of all people last night?
Yeah, that was good. That was great. That was a good game. That was a bit of a statement game for us to just kind of walk in and win the first game. And, obviously we're facing Strider and we had Gallen on the mound. So we knew it was going to be a tough game, but we had our horse on the mound. And it was great to see Zach pitching the way we know he can. And that's a tough lineup, and he navigated that really well.
So, Amiel, I've been on vacation last week, of course. This is really my first day back, and it's tough coming back from Amish country and looking at the Diamondbacks being 2-9 going into their yesterday's game, 2-9 in your last 11. How is that clubhouse, and are you getting the requisite leadership that you need out of players in that clubhouse?
Yeah, the clubhouse hasn't changed. I think we were going through a tough stretch, and it happens over 162. I mean, I think some of the tough things that happen when you play 162 games and you go on losing streaks, or you lose, you go 2-9. I think the most important thing is trying to stay consistent, and Torrey does a great job of trying to stay consistent from the leadership level. And we have really good players that don't change the way they operate, and their process is very much the same. Their attitude is very much the same. It's very loose. They know what's in front of them. They have a sense of urgency, but I think they don't take it lightly to when things like this happen, and they get embarrassed as much as anyone else. And so, going out and winning the last two and hopefully continuing to play well on the road, I think that's something that they're going to do.
Amiel, can a clubhouse be too friendly? I mean, does a clubhouse have to have a couple of guys in it that are stirrers of the pot, so to speak?
I mean, it's hard for me to say. I mean, I've been around clubhouses that have a couple of those, that have too many of those. Right. And that generally, it doesn't, a lot of times there are some issues that happen. Look, I mean, I think people look up, and we have great guys, but when they get in between the lines, they want to win. And, I think what you guys also see with people's personalities sometimes isn't exactly what you see in the clubhouse too. I mean, there are players that call each other out, that do certain things, and the competitiveness of our team and our players is I take it it's probably at the tops of the league. So, I'm not worried about that, and I don't think that's something that we have to be concerned with at all.
We're talking to Amiel Sadeh. Amiel, it felt like the last week and a half was sort of magnified by everybody, and you said it. I mean, every team goes through a patch like that throughout the season. I don't know if it was because of the bullpen stuff, or I think a lot of it was because of the Corbin Burnes injury. So I know we don't have anything definitive on that quite yet, but if for as long as you have to play without him, how do you cover up for that? Like, who steps up? Is it Ryan Nelson stepping in? Is it what we saw from Zach Gallen last night? Like, how do you navigate potentially losing somebody that important to your rotation?
Yeah, I mean, well, first off, I mean, if that does come to a head where we lose him, I mean, it's really hard to replace Corbin Burnes. I mean, I think if somebody's trying to beat Corbin Burnes, that's a really tall task for them to fill. I think our players being themselves, like you said, Zach Gallen being himself, Merrill Kelly, we have a very talented pitching staff with and without Corbin Burnes, and I think people have seen Ryan Nelson and what he can do, and we know when Brandon Pfaadt's good what he could do. So I think if our pitchers pitch to their abilities, Erod coming back and pitching like he did at the beginning of the year. Yeah, I mean, we'll miss Corbin for the period of time he won't be in our rotation, but I think our guys will step up and they could shoulder the load.
Does Zach Gallen have a key? Like, in other words, when he's on, he does A, B, and C. Does he have a key to when he pitches well?
I don't think so. I think that's what's so great about Zach is he's so unpredictable. He has so many good pitches. He can manipulate the baseball. I think the most important thing for him is execution. And I think Zach, to your point, like, what's the key? The key is that he executes and he drives the ball into the zone and he gets ahead and he doesn't walk guys. And I think that's what he did last night. And he navigated that lineup very quickly, and that's a really tough lineup. He got early count outs. He got some punch outs. He mixed his pitches. He's just so hard when he's unpredictable. He's so hard to hit.
Talking to Amiel Sadeh. Amiel, you mentioned Ryan Nelson, and we've seen him as a starter. We've seen him as a reliever. We've seen him back as a starter. He just seems to step up every time he is put into a starter's role over the last two seasons, and he's going to be there, at least for a little bit right now. What do you see from him when he's starting that has made him so effective?
Yeah, the most important thing, I think, is Ryan, for the last couple of years has been with this club and has kind of taken his licks early on and faced some adversity. And, back when it was, when he was going through some of the I guess what I like to call the transition tax of coming up and being a major leaguer from the minor leagues. I think a lot of times he would just try to throw harder, and he might get himself into get himself behind or get himself into a 3-1 count or a 2-2 count and try to throw harder and just throw a heater down the middle or on the edges, and it would end up misfiring down the middle or middle in. And now I think his command is much better, so he's executing. He's able to put his fastball where he wants. I think that in the introduction of the cutter last year has kept, one, it's given him some early count outs, and two, it's kept the barrel off the bat. When he goes in and he's not just throwing fastball, curveball, changeup, which he was doing over the past couple of years. And I think we're just seeing a guy who's really learned how to pitch and is now executing at the major league level.
So, Amiel, did you have a favorite moment in yesterday's game? I had a couple of them performed by the same guy, I might say. But was there a moment that meant something a little bit more to you watching yesterday's game? And if so, who was that?
Oof, is this a trick question?
No, it is not a trick question at all.
Okay, I didn't know if I missed somebody's
No, to me,
I didn't know if I missed some milestone.
Yeah, it's a situation. No,
Wolf's setting up our guests.
Please, are you kidding me, Amiel?
Amiel, if you missed the milestone, Wolf missed it too, so we're good. It's fine.
I've always had a belief. It's not what you do. It's not just what you do. It's also when you do it that matters and makes great players. And I was just thinking of Corbin Carroll and what he did yesterday. It wasn't just the fact that he hit those 2 home runs. Ketel Marte, yeah, no doubt about it, he also had a great game. But to me, it was watching Corbin Carroll do it when it mattered, responding to suddenly the Braves scoring 3 runs, and it was a 4-3 game, and Corbin Carroll came back in the next top of the inning and then hit a home run. And then in the 9th inning, hit the 3-run shot. To me, it's not just what you do, it's also when you do it that makes great players. Isn't that the truth?
Yeah, that is, and there's no doubt about it. And it's, it gave us some breathing room in the 9th. It was kind of a punch back in the 5th or the 6th when they scored some runs. Like you said, he kind of came up big when we needed him. But and then I think back to the Alec Thomas catch. And that ball was scalded, and that's the Alec Thomas that we're used to seeing, going back on a ball, running into the wall, making a game-saving catch or game-tying catch. And there were so many good things, and I think that's the type of baseball. There's some things we needed to clean up from last night, but that's the type of baseball that we're used to seeing and that we need to play.
Well, Amiel, we appreciate your time as always, man. Good luck building up this winning streak here.
Okay, I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Amiel.
That's Amiel Sadeh joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Wolf, I got to tell you, that felt a little bit different than when we were out at Chase Field last week talking to Mike Hazen, coming off that loss to the Pirates where they were up 6-0 in the in the 7th inning, I think it was 6. Yeah, I don't know. Corbin Burns is pitching and it's 6-0 and you lose to the Pirates. Not that everything's fixed, but at least finally some steps in the right direction here, having won a couple in a row.
I am ready for Corbin Carroll to become the best baseball player on the planet.
Well,
I'm ready for that.
They could use that right now. He continues to hit home runs at
I'm ready.
Pace of 50. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day all in one place with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely, and you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have their next head coach. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach Jordan Ott. Our John Gambadoro reports that the contract is for 4 years. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in Atlanta against the Atlanta Braves. First pitch is at 4:15 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best. Online at sciatica.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a suddenly very busy Wednesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick, what do you got?
All right. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Phoenix Suns have hired Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach Jordan Ott as their head coach. What do you guys make of this?
I'll just peel back the curtain. Each break, I'm trying to figure out how to not get too caught up in this hire over the course of the next 2 years. You know what I mean? Like, I want it to work, Wolf. There's a certain point where it's like there's no guarantee that Johnny Bryant would be a better NBA head coach than Jordan Ott. I get all that. I also know myself enough to know that I'm going to try and talk myself into it over the course of the next few months and as we go into the season. And the part I really can't wrap my head around, not the only part, but the part I really can't wrap my head around is how are we even going to know if this worked next season? You know what I mean? Because you've gone so far out on a limb that I'm going to want to see some signs of progress next season, and I don't know that this team's going to be built to win a ton of games next season. That is all aside from the initial reaction that I hate of, yeah, we all knew it was going to be this guy since they put a name out. Since they put 9 names out and such a big deal was made about how many people they interviewed, that really felt like hey, look, we interviewed everybody on the planet. It just happened to be the Michigan State guy was so good. That's who they wanted all along. That's my initial reaction.
You know, for me, Mattias has become a man of extremes right now. He went full-on George Costanza. Whatever I'm going to do, I'm going to do differently. I'm going to go opposite of whatever George does, obviously. So, you know,
every instinct you have is wrong.
That's
the opposite must be right.
He went from aligning himself with big names, of course, in the basketball universe to aligning himself with names in his personal universe. We'll see how it all plays out. We all are going to have a front row seat. I know that Suns fans aren't very happy about it. I can tell you right now, I'm looking at it with a jaundiced eye as well, yet at the same time, I am willing to admit one of the best things about competing and being a professional athlete, tell me I can't do it, and then you watch. Bruh.
Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll each had 2 home runs as the Arizona Diamondbacks picked up an 8-3 win over the Atlanta Braves yesterday. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. What about the D-backs' 8-3 win over the Braves was most promising? Zach Gallen looking the part, Corbin Carroll breaking out of lull, Carroll and Ketel Marte click in the same game, or they didn't blow an early lead?
I thought the last option was going to be nobody significant got hurt. To me, this one's pretty easy. It's Zach Gallen looking the part. I'm not worried about Corbin Carroll. I mean, he's having a monster year. I know he kind of lulled in May, but still, I'm not worried about Corbin Carroll. I'm not worried about Ketel Marte. And one game doesn't show me that the bullpen is good. But Zach Gallen needs to look the part of an ace now because they don't have Corbin Burns, at least for the next couple weeks.
I'm going to say yes to all of those right there. Yes.
You have to pick one, Wolf. Come on.
Right.
You're coming back and you're already doing this.
Are you kidding me right now? The one thing I would say to you, Rick, the best thing that happened yesterday were the names of the Diamondback players that actually went out and won the game for their team. That is the best thing. We don't even include it on our little poll.
I did think that would be on there. It wasn't.
All right. I voted Zach Gallen looking the part. Which right now we have a tie for the lead. Zach Gallen looking the part, 40%. They didn't blow an early lead, 40%. Carroll and Ketel Marte click in the same game, 15%. And then Corbin Carroll breaking out of a lull is last in 6%.
Their best players played their best, and they won a game. And that is going to be the theme going forward the rest of the season. It's time for them to step up and bear that responsibility.
That is just jaded Valley sports fans right there. If they didn't blow an early lead, the number one answer. Well, if you did miss this, I'm trying to catch you up on things as we go. Saturday night, maybe you didn't miss this, maybe you saw this, when they finally got the first out, when it was 9-0 Washington in the first inning on national television. Did you see all the D-backs fans erupt in a cheer, and they were like standing ovation because they recorded their first out of the game? That's kind of where we were on Saturday.
You know where I stand on sarcasm.
Yeah, well, there was an entire stadium.
Not a big fan base that leans on sarcasm. You got something to say it to me. All right, bro?
D-backs ace Corbin Burns landed on the 15-day injured list yesterday with right elbow inflammation. According to D-backs broadcaster and friend of the show, Jody Jackson, Burns will get a second opinion from Los Angeles-based Dr. Neil L. Atrache, who Mitch was very concerned about the potential of Burns seeing. So are you guys concerned that he is seeing El Atrache?
Yeah, I would say the last 8 days have gone down as one of the worst 8-day stretches. Not worst, but worse 8-day stretches in Arizona sports history, with the capper being Corbin Burns now going to see him. Doesn't mean he's done for the year, but you're right, Rick. Mitch brought this up when he was on the show the other day. He was like, I'm going to reserve judgment until I see that he's going to talk to Neil El Atrache, and now here he is.
Are you really? Do I have to answer this?
Yes, Wolf.
Oh, my goodness.
Or I could just move on if you would rather me just move on.
Move on.
Can we just move forward like 2 months?
I don't even want to talk about it. Are you kidding me?
All right, we'll just move on. How about football,
Wolf? You know
Wolf?
why I don't like it? Okay, I'll tell you why I don't like it, Rick. I don't like it because we got a bunch of people here that believe, Arizona, Phoenix, we can't have nice things here in Phoenix. Knock it off.
The weather's nice.
All right, moving on to football.
Okay.
Cardinals backup quarterback Jacoby Brissett joined the show yesterday and talked about his role, what his role is on the team.
I think as you go, you figure it out. You know, I think that I've taken that mindset every year of my career and different places that I've been. Is you don't go in there and try to define the role. The role kind of defines itself, and you accept it or not. And and that's what I'm trying to do now, trying to figure out where I belong and figure out where I fit in and take advantage of that.
How can Brissett help the Cardinals this season?
Oh, I think there's a lot of ways. Even just talking to him in that interview, you get a sense of the wisdom he has, Wolf, that is, I don't even think he totally realizes how much he just naturally has from being around the game and just being who he is, too. I mean, he's somebody that you talk to almost any of his former teammates, and they love having the guy on their team. I think he can do a lot for Kyler. I also think he can do a lot for Marvin Harrison Jr. in a roundabout way, because any question that Marv comes to Jacoby Brissett with, Jacoby Brissett has probably seen it somewhere in the NFL and is going to have a pretty decent answer.
Jacoby Brissett is smarter than all of us. All right, just accept that, embrace that, and understand that goodness is going to show up in that quarterback room. He's going to help Kyler Murray. That makes me happy.
All right, that was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie. When we come back, the Suns have their GM. The Suns have their head coach. So what is next for the Phoenix Suns now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns hire Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as their next head coach.
Devin Booker was a part of interviewing 5 of the candidates, and Jordan Ott was the guy that he recommended the most. Steve Nash, former Sun, had Ott in Brooklyn, raved about Jordan Ott. They did their due diligence. They did their homework. They took 6 weeks to do this, and they came away with Jordan Ott.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You know, at first I looked in the backyard because my mom had a pool. I did not see anything. So we went and looked in the other places. And then I was like, you know what, let me just look one more time outside. And I see Eric in the middle of the pool. At that time, my husband had finally come into that backyard. He jumped into the middle of the pool, grabbed him, and brought him off to the side of the pool. And we both started CPR as my mom was calling 911.
And then they landed a helicopter in the middle of the street, picked him up, and flew him to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
That ride took forever.
As soon as we got there, they put us in a little room, and the doctor came in and said, we tried for an hour and a half.
And they couldn't get him back.
Realize that it can happen to you? It takes less than an inch of water for a child to drown. As long as we are able to save one other child's life, that's what this is about.
Fulton Homes remembers Eric and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona sports.
You know, I happen to believe that KD does not want to leave.
Suns, a new horizon.
You want players to not want to leave.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday afternoon. Darius Robinson's going to join us shortly, Wolf. Shortly.
It was way tougher than that rejoin, I might add.
He's going to join us at some point this hour. We're still working on the time on that as they wrap things up out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center where we are. And then Tip Ryman's going to join us a little bit after that as well. Been talking a lot of Suns for obvious reasons. They have hired a head coach. It is Jordan Ott. Now it kind of begs the question, what's next Wolf, because we go into this offseason, and if we can take a step back from today, I think we all agreed this is one of the most important off seasons, at least that any of us can remember with the Phoenix Suns. In terms of what they control, I know if you're a longtime Suns fan, you're like, well, yeah, what about the year when there was the chance to get Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and they lost the coin flip or whatever? Like, I get it. But in terms of what you can control, you knew there were going to be changes. They have already changed general managers. They have changed head coaches. All indications, it's like the worst kept secret in the world, are that Kevin Durant is going to get traded probably around the end of this month. In fact, here's Gambo, when he was on with us earlier today, said, yeah, KD trade probably right around the draft.
Well, I expect a Kevin Durant trade by the draft. So we got the draft coming up in just a few weeks. I think it could be tied to draft picks. So I am expecting a Kevin Durant trade. I do think there will be interest. You know, what they would get back for Durant, I don't know. Yesterday, from a really good source of mine, said that, you know, keep your eye on the Spurs. That's a place that KD would like to play. He's actually talked to some people about the Spurs. So keep your eye on the Spurs. We've talked about Houston and Minnesota and New York in the past as teams. I think there will be a really good market for Durant. What you could get back for him, I'm not sure. But I do think that they will trade him by the draft.
Okay, your thoughts on that?
Well, I just Can you imagine the Spurs with Kevin Durant?
Yeah, I could, as a matter of fact. Going back to Texas.
Yeah. They pick 14th. They also pick 2nd. I'm guessing you're not getting the 2nd pick in the draft from them, although that'd be interesting.
Why not?
I mean, if this is one of those things, this is where the leverage comes into play. If you go to San Antonio and you're like, even if you just throw out the idea, hey, why don't the Suns go get the number 2 pick in the draft for Kevin Durant? Most people right now will laugh at you. Well, okay, well, why are you laughing? Kevin Durant is still just almost as great as ever.
It's Kevin Durant.
If you're the Spurs, you add Kevin Durant to Castle and Fox and Wembanyama, yeah, you probably will win the title. So why do you care about the 2nd pick in the draft? It's not Cooper Flagg.
Yes.
Why do you care about the 2nd pick in the draft? I've kind of gotten to the point where I almost don't want them to trade him to Houston, because Houston, all indications, the way they're playing this, like they might give you a free jersey for Kevin Durant. Like they are acting like he's not good and Booker's not good and they don't need anything. So I would almost just let Houston rot and go ahead and trade him to San Antonio. That's how jaded I am at this point. Make the Spurs better. That's where I'm at.
Yes. And, you know, where I'm at in regard to this is you've hired Jordan Ott as your next head coach. This is a guy that has a lot of inexperience in terms of being a head coach, Basinonians, especially in the association. He has no experience of being a head coach. Because of that, you're not going to have a lot of strong-willed guys around this team that aren't willing to assimilate into the new culture that is definitely going to be employed here. And it's going to be a shocking culture for a lot of NBA veterans that may have wanted to come play for the Phoenix Suns, because I think it's going to be predicated on playing defense first and being a guy that is going to try to play defense first. Not go out and use your talent to score 40 and go out there and have a +3. Okay? I'm serious. I think it's going to be a situation, Luke, where they're going to go out, they're going to get a bunch of dudes that are long and lean and not too far in between, as the old saying goes. And suddenly you're going to have a guy that is going to give all that he's got, especially on the defensive end of the floor, and surround him with guys that are going to do the same. Now that is a dicey proposition, and you're going to have to find guys that can score the basketball as well. That takes time, and that's the reason why we're looking at a rebuild right now, and we're saying, yeah, maybe 3 years down the road, they get this right.
It feels like Devin Booker is going to be averaging like 48 points a game next year. Like, it feels like we're in the era of, can you still get TJ Warren back so you have another scorer on the team? It feels like that's sort of where this is headed. I want to play this cut for you because I'm guessing you missed this while you were gone. This is a trade that was thrown out there by a few people This is Joe Fortenbaugh yesterday.
Don't say Karl Anthony Towns.
I'm not going to say Karl Anthony Towns. This is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say Cat because you always say they need more dogs.
Say Cat.
And now there's this push that they need to go get Cat instead of a dog. Here's Joe Fortenbaugh.
These contracts are close enough where it wouldn't require a whole lot of gymnastics to make it work financially. Now, on the Knicks side, it's pretty simple. We spent a year with Karl Anthony Towns, and while he can be very helpful in certain situations, he's also a liability, and he costs too much money for the problems he creates on the floor, especially on defense. We need to move on. On the other side, if you're Phoenix, you're going to lose Durant anyway. So what do you want to do? Do you want to wait a full year where you're not going to get anything, or do you want to move him this offseason, try to maximize the investment? Durant's going to be leaving. Towns comes in. Hey, here's a guy that can average 20 and 10. That's a great spot. He's also close with Devin Booker. So there's a lot there that you could like. And it could put Phoenix in a situation with Towns and Booker where you're still competing to a certain extent.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, on your laughing.
I just keep basing it honestly right now. Just stop and think about it. Jordan Ott, we're going to bring him in here. Jordan Ott, he got a ton of experience as a head. No, he doesn't. Okay. Now all of a sudden we've got this new culture. We're going to go out there and our culture, man, our culture is going to be, we're going to be in your face. We're going to play some defense. We're going to be tough. We're going to be intense. This is we've got a whole new way of playing basketball around here. And then all of a sudden, we're going to bring this guy in to model that culture. Karl Anthony Towns.
I feel like your voice just changed there, Wolf.
Are you kidding me?
That feels like one of those trades, and it's not just Joe Fortenbaugh. We've heard that a lot over the last week or so. That feels like one of those trades that's thrown out there because it makes sense to the team on the East Coast. It makes sense to New York.
I would be shocked.
Oh, they're not going to do
if that ever happened.
They're not going to talk about trading for defense and then go get Karl Anthony Towns, who's not great defensively.
I would be just shocked.
It feels like one of those ideas that's been thrown out because it would help the team from New York, and then people can make the connection of, well, hey, Devin Booker and Karl Anthony Towns are friends. So, right. I mean, obviously you have to work with all of your friends, right? That's the only way it works. So, yeah, that one just, it doesn't, I would be pretty stunned. And the other part of it, and he said it in there, if you trade for Karl Anthony Towns, you can still compete next year. Like, I do, in theory, like that more than just Houston saying, oh, we'll give you the 25th pick in 2 years because we don't even really like Kevin Durant. But you just hired Jordan Ott. You're not trying to win next year.
Wait a minute.
Like, you're just not.
Once again, not even the Jordan Ott thing. You're trying to build a brand new culture here in Phoenix. This is what Matt Ishbia has said.
Yeah, there's no way.
There's no way. You're trying to build this brand new culture. You need players that are going to model that culture, not rub against it. Man, no way.
Also, did Karl Anthony Towns take out Michigan State at some point? Now we have to start looking at that. Was he ever on a team that eliminated Michigan State? Because then it's just a total of waste of time to even suggest it. All right, we come back. What does the hiring of Jordan Ott say to the Phoenix Suns fan base? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Braves.
Here's the 1-0. Broken back, ground ball to third. Suarez gloves and throws across the diamond. And that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks dominate Atlanta here in the series opener. They win it by a final score of 8-3.
D-backs at the Braves. Game 2 of the series. Coverage begins at 3:30 this afternoon on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You know, All Pro Shade Concepts, they're celebrating 20 years of shading Arizona homes. They just celebrated their 20th anniversary this past May. 20 years of keeping patios cool, private, and protected. And what I love about this, they're locally owned and operated. That's right, Robert Mulvin, he's a friend of mine, Basinonians. And his team, they have earned the trust of thousands of Arizona homeowners. 20 years of shade means 2 decades of quality, custom-installed patio shades, awnings, and sunscreens, offering free installation on all products and free estimates. These shades are custom-built to block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays, cut the dust and wind, and drop temps up to 20 degrees. It's time for you to schedule your free in-home consultation at allproshade.com. Go to allproshade.com.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets go on sale this Thursday, June 5th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have their next head coach. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach Jordan Ott. Our John Gambadoro reports the contract is for 4 years. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in Atlanta against the Braves. First pitch for that one is at 4:15. And you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Kevin Durant, I'm like 98% sure he's not going to be a Sun next year. How it works out, though, I'm about 1% sure.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we are back here. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday afternoon. We are out here at Cardinals headquarters in Tempe, Arizona. Of course, the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. We're going to talk to Darius Robinson in 15 minutes, Wolf. He's going to walk through that door, and he's going to sit down in that chair, and you're probably going to ask him how much he weighs, and then we're going to have a conversation about football.
Yeah, and then I'm going to also follow that up with, how much do you want to weigh?
Yeah.
You know, how much you weigh now, and what's your goal?
And sometimes you might even jump in with, I like you at this weight, Darius.
Yes.
That's possible.
Just saying, Darius. Hammer the dude in front of you.
So that's coming up in about 15 minutes. We're gonna stick with Suns here though for now because they have hired Jordan Ott. I am reading through. This is great. Most of the comments on the YouTube live chat now, Wolf, have just changed to it feels good to be aligned. Everything is good. We're so aligned. Before it was we're gonna change our team colors to green and white, and now it is we're just like this is where I appreciate the Phoenix fan base. There's a certain point of, man, this is frustrating. You guys are hiring a guy that nobody else was even really going after. It sure seems like you were hiring him just because he went to the same school you went to and Brian Gregory knew him. That's what it feels like. Within 3 hours, the fan base has already moved on to just making jokes. Let's just make jokes. Let's just change our uniform colors.
Yeah, I'd love to play along. I just think it's a little bit more serious than that.
Yeah, it's not going to be a joking matter if they are struggling. If this was the wrong hire and in 2 or 3 years they're still struggling, then we're all going to be miserable. All right, so now I guess the question, it does beg this question. What are you saying to your fan base?
What does this hire say to your fan base?
Yeah.
Boy, I like that. That's flying. That's parachuting in from 30,000 feet.
Maybe even
right
40.
There. I like that, Luke.
Yeah.
What does this say to the fan base, this hire? Man, you've got to read into that one right there a little bit,
Go
don't
anywhere you want.
What would be the first thing you would say that this hire says to the fan base? And you know what, Luke, I know this is great. You know, the show dynamic is wonderful on this because Luke has a tendency to act like a fan. And
I'm trying not to go too far with what I'm going to say.
He's a very well-educated dude. There's no doubt about it, Basinonians. He's really, really good at sports talk.
State, but
he understands it. He understands the dynamics. And I love him because he's got a very measured approach to a lot of his takes. But at the heart of Luke is sometimes a bit of a fan. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's called a show dynamic. I'm not a fan. I'm some old dude that used to play football. Savage Basinonians. No doubt about that. But you know what? I have a different perspective than you on this, Luke.
On this one you do. A lot of times I tend to eventually, if not instantly, go to where I think you're going to go. Tell me I can't do it. I mean, that's the essence of sports. You tell me I can't do it, and I will prove you wrong.
Yeah, you want to compete? Okay, great. Here we go. I guess we're paying for keeps.
The problem, by the way, I'm still reading some of these comments. Ian said, you have to joke around as an Arizona sports fan. If I couldn't laugh, I would have lost my mind years ago.
Okay.
The problem with this is not, hey, we're going into the playoffs, Cardinals playing, the Niners, and everybody's saying the Cardinals have no chance. And here's the essence of competition. You're galvanized in that room. Let's go. Let's go. That's what it's all about. This is, I feel like the Suns are making it harder on themselves. Nobody did this to them. I feel like they're making it harder on themselves. So if the question is what message are you sending the fan base, I don't know. I don't want this to sound the way it's going to sound, Wolf. But basically the message to the fan base, and you have to let me explain it after I say it, is we don't care what you think. I mean, that's kind of what the message is, right? Now, not in the sense of on everything. They obviously care about their fans. And again, I'll go back.
Course.
Matt Ishbia has done a lot of great stuff off the court for this and the Mercury already. But they have to know that the fans aren't going to like this hire out of the gate. If you start winning, nobody's going to care where he went to school or if you should have hired Chris Quinn over him. But right now on this day, they have to know they're making an unpopular decision, but they're convicted that it's right. And so for lack of a better term, we don't care what everybody says about this because we know inside we're right. I don't mind that philosophy and that attitude. I'm just not sure they're right.
Yes, and that's going to be seen for all to see. We're going to be standing there, and we're going to find out how this thing is going to come to fruition, Basinonians. My number one thing that this says is trust was an issue in the last couple of years. For whatever reason, whatever you want to say, I don't know if it was Frank Vogel, I don't know if it was Coach Bud, I don't care really, but trust had to be an issue inside the organization, and that's why we continue to hear the word align. It's become a punchline, the word align and alignment. Yet at the same time, it's the truth. It's one of the things that I think the number one takeaway in terms of a fan that is outside looking in. It's the fact that trust was an issue, and that no longer is going to be the case. Now, my second thought on this is, you know what? Devin Booker had to be our leader. And in order for Devin Booker to be our leader, our de facto leader, our sole leader, in order for that to happen, we had to bring somebody in who was going to support him 100% in doing that. And then we're going to go out and bring guys in that will support him 100% in doing that. That's what it says to the fan base. And that, to me, Basinonians, is a complete rebuild around Devin Booker. You're stripping everything that was, and you're going to strip it down to the foundation. And the foundation is Devin Booker. And then you're going to build on that foundation. That's what's going to... But in order for that to happen, Devin Booker, they had to be in a room, Luke. They had to be in a room with Devin Booker. It's Devin Booker, it's Matt Ishbia, and it's Brian Gregory.
Yeah.
And they're those three guys, and nobody else is in that room. And they're talking to Book saying, Book, are you willing to do this? Are you willing to lead this team? And if he said no, then you need to move Devin Booker. And if he says yes, you need to build around Devin Booker. And that's what this says. This is going to be a complete rethink of the Phoenix Suns.
It says a lot. I mean, it also you're basically asking the fan base to trust you. I mean, it also says, hey, trust us.
Yeah.
We know what we're doing. I'm reading through some more of these comments. Sons of Cinema says 3 Michigan State guys walk into a bar. ... Okay.
Oh, brother.
Let's see. Ian brings up a good point. Why couldn't we get Ishbia, who's willing to spend all this money, before they implemented the new CBA? Because seriously, if the NBA doesn't put all those second apron
That's
rules
right.
in, this team's winning. And
Second apron?
Yeah.
We don't need no stinking second apron.
Probably Frank Vogel is still your coach and you're winning games because you can just go out and buy your way to the top. Let's see.
We don't have, I mean, honestly, just give me the butcher block and the cleaver.
SB Flood, I wonder what Michigan State prospects are in the draft for the Suns to snag. Well, just keep an eye on Jace Richardson. He's a late lottery pick. This is one thing I will say, Wolf, because you bring up Booker, and I do think it's important because we could be sitting here today, and instead of reading a post from Shams where he says, yeah, Booker's on board with this, and he gave it his stamp of approval. In fact, he stamped Ott as his top choice as well. That's the quote.
Okay.
The quote is, Suns franchise cornerstone Devin Booker was involved in the search process during the final stages and stamped Ott as his top choice as well.
Boy, that's a direct quote right there.
That's from Shams, yeah.
Right?
It's not...
Right.
It's not inconceivable on a day like today, and there's a lot of star players in the NBA where we would be reading posts from Shams that say Devin Booker is not on board with the direction the team is going and is interested in exploring his options elsewhere. That's not Devin Booker. But I'm just saying, if you're looking for a positive today or a silver lining, whether you believe everything that Shams just posted right there, or if you think some of it's been fed to him or whatever, that's a positive. Devin Booker's involved, and he seems to like
huge.
As opposed to a lot of players in the NBA would be like, get me out of here. I just want to leave.
That's right.
That would have been really easy for that to be the post.
Okay, for me right now, I want to hear from Devin Booker. Where is Book? Do we have, I know we have our social media.
Well, you have Kevin Durant's phone. Can't you just call him for that?
Just knock it off. All right. I know we have people out there that are scouting this out, Basinonians, but you would imagine right now the news has come down. You'd want, okay, what does Book say?
That's a good point. I'm going to go.
Where is Book?
I'm going to his. I'm
would
going
think
there during the break.
The news would come down, and then all of a sudden Book would follow it up with, yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about.
I hope he posts something really cryptic like 36 unbothered.
No.
And we have to figure it out.
Don't do that again. Bad things happened after that.
That's true. 36, and we've all been bothered since. All right, when we come back, you know what? We're going to talk some football. We're going to talk to Darius Robinson. He will join us out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals organized team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really? Really?
So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes. There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, I've been telling you about my Desert Ridge AMC appearance June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink, brothers. That's right, Retirement on the Brink, the eye-opening documentary everyone nearing retirement needs to see. You can reserve your VIP seat right now at retirementonthebrink.com. Now, listen, I wouldn't call it a starring role in this documentary, but I do make an appearance in Retirement on the Brink. Once again, you can join me June 10th at 5 p.m. at Desert Ridge AMC. That's right, Basinonians. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. That's TrajanWealth.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back, and that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere, and that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-9336. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-9336. That's 800-444-9336. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-444-9336.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs now.
All right, welcome back to the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. I want to remind you a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. We are pleased to be joined right here in the studio out here at the training center by Darius Robinson.
Oh.
Darius, what's going on, man?
Not much. How you guys doing?
We're doing good.
Doing good, Darius. You might want to step up on that microphone a little bit just so we can hear you there. How you doing, big guy?
I'm doing great, man. It's a beautiful. You can hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Great.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing great. It's a beautiful day in the valley. Just had a good practice today, a lot to learn from. But everything's going good. How you doing?
Okay, well, I'm doing great. And, of course, you know this question is coming right now. What's your weight at right now?
Yeah,
I just want to know.
Yeah, I'm about 290 right now.
Okay, you're 290.
Yeah.
I'd like 290. Is that where you want to be? Is that where you want to play?
Yeah, I think that's a good weight for me. You know, we'll see as we go into camp in the preseason. But honestly, my whole thing this offseason was just focus on being lean and just gaining weight and, you know, being real strong in there, you know.
Could you actually play in a 7 or a wide 9? Could you actually play that at 290?
Yeah, I definitely did. That's what we did. We did a little bit of that today. So it's so much fun being out there and just competing, and I feel really good. And then still excited for the rest. I mean, we still got June, July till camp, so really just making sure putting in the work every day.
Man, I love that.
Yeah.
Darius, you're going into year 2. You know, we talked to Garrett Williams, and we talked to Garrett Williams last year going into the season, and he was going into year 2, and he was like, man, just to be going into year 2, and it turned out great for him. But he's like, just because I kind of know what to expect off the field and just kind of what's going on and just what to expect day to day. You seem like such a process-oriented guy. How much do you think it'll help you to go into year 2 now?
Oh, it helps me a lot. Like, already just looking at the installs and, like, remember, like, what I would have thought last year versus now. Like, it feels like I'm already thinking steps ahead and just really making the most out of our playbook and just my time, just trying to grow and be the best I can be.
Okay, so are they going to move you across the defensive front? And if so, do you like that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I did in college. Like, you know, I'll play all the way from a 2-eye, and then sometimes I line up all the way in a 9. But that's the thing, in our defense, I go to the field a lot. So depending on what, like, group we're in, that determines my alignment. But really just focus on my technique and just play because, you know, at each position just needs either a little bit more speed or you need a little bit more power if you're a 2-eye versus a 9. So I just try to focus in on my technique.
Man, I love that right there, the 2-eye versus the 9.
Yeah,
okay, tell people that are listening right now, why is that important that you can move and line up in different areas all the way across the front?
Yeah.
What is so important about that?
No, it's important because it just shows versatility. You know, that means on defense we can play with a certain amount of D linemen. You can play with less D linemen or more D linemen when you can put certain guys in certain places. So for me, like, I just really take pride in, like, Indy. Honestly, that's like my favorite part of practice is just going through the drills and going through all the technique. Because at the end of the day, it translates once you go 11 on 11, and when they put you in different alignments, being able to do your job at a high level. So I just think it's important for people to know, like, the more versatility you can do, the more it can help the defense, more disguise things and all those things.
Disguise things.
Yeah.
See, in the NFL, that's huge, Luke.
Yeah, we're talking to Darius Robinson. Darius, along those lines, specifically in a defense coached by Nick Rawlis.
Yeah.
I mean, versatility is always going to be important, but it seems like it's almost more important in this defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, but I love it though, because it's literally what I did my last year in college, and that was my best year playing football. So it's exactly what I did before. And then Nick is like a next level of how he thinks things out, and I'm just always so like excited to see our new install and see like what we're doing differently, because I feel like Nick does a great job of putting us in positions to make plays, and that's when I talk about Indy, like it translates, because if you can do the Indy right, Nick put you in the right place. Like, you have no excuse to not make the play or do something.
So when you say indie, you're saying individual?
Yeah, individual.
Individual,
drills.
Period.
Yeah, like,
you
I love that.
that.
Yeah, that's my favorite part.
Okay. Man, there's a lot of people out there that are like, indie. Period of practice.
Yeah.
Why do you love that?
Because I feel like it's a time where you literally just sharpening your iron. Like, you're just like over there in the corner, it's hot, but you're just focusing on my get-offs. I'm focusing on my block reaction, focus on I'm going to hit the sled. And it's just like, if you can do that at a high level, like, you already built up the confidence. So once you go against another person, like I've already did it a billion times. So that's why for me, I think of that as a time just to literally sharpen my skills.
It is so foundational, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the individual period is where it is foundational to the position you're playing. You line up with all the guys that are in your position room. Defensive line goes with defensive line. DBs, linebackers with linebackers. That's individual period of practice.
Right.
And you love that because it's foundational.
That's where it all starts.
That is your mindset, right?
Yeah, no, that's honestly the first thing I watch on tape. Like, everybody's so quick to want to watch 11-11, but nobody's like really want to watch Indy. But I'm like, Indy is literally your time where everything you did in 11-11 was in Indy.
Yeah.
So you just gotta check your oil, you know.
That is great.
Yeah.
Based on the few conversations we've had with you in the past, that doesn't surprise me.
No, it doesn't. You're right.
Yeah.
We're talking to Darius Robinson. Darius, when you see some of the guys that they brought in on defense this year, it's Josh Sweat, it's Dalvin Tomlinson, it's Calais Campbell.
Yeah.
I mean, how does that impact you to have guys like that come in, especially when you're playing all these different variations up front, that have been in this league and have kind of seen it? Calais Campbell's seen it all.
I love it because it's all like pieces of their game that I can add to my game and also just learn from them, but also excited to make plays with these guys.
Yeah.
So that's the thing I'm most looking forward to, and it's going to be a great year with the new additions.
Okay, so I don't know if I've ever asked you this question before, but are you a goal guy? Do you kind of like set goals going into the season? Okay, yeah. You're kind of like a goal guy. This is what I'd like. What are your goals for this coming season, Darius Robinson?
I mean, honestly, like, I keep them like really like in my notes and like just keep them personal to myself. But like, if I was to say something, I would honestly just say stay healthy the whole season.
Stay healthy.
That's goal number one.
How are you feeling right now?
I feel great.
Do you feel great?
Yeah, like that's the funny thing. Everybody always asks me about my calves, and it's like, yeah, I did miss a lot of time, but I promise, like in the off season, I've done so many calf raises, so many calf holds. Like, I love because I appreciate when people ask me that, but I'm like, I feel great, you know. So honestly, just staying healthy and just dominate my role. Honestly, like all the other stuff, like on the inside, I know exactly what my goals are, but I don't want to put that out there because I'm a team guy.
Okay, there you
so
go.
Just focus on being healthy and just dominate my role.
We've, you talk about your path to the NFL, and it shows that you're a quick study at this game. And then last season, I mean, you were great in camp, but then, like, you just said you had to miss time. To jump in mid-season in your rookie season, everybody else is already going. Like, to just be thrown into the fire. Did you learn anything from that you think you carry to this year?
Definitely, just a lot of adversity, just being out on the field, playing those last 6 games and realizing like any of those games could have helped us win to the playoffs. So definitely a lot of good experiences. But I tell everybody, I feel like a red shirt freshman. Honestly, like I didn't play that much my first year, and now it's the new year. And but I definitely learned a lot. So I'm just excited for my red shirt freshman year. So it's gonna be a good year.
So Darius, if you're gonna make one play in the game of football, if you're gonna make one play, what would that play look like to you? What is one of your favorite things to do? Whether it's lining up at a 3 technique and sacking the quarterback or busting up a play, what is one of the things you like most about playing the game of football?
Yeah, I'd probably just say if I was a 4-eye, which is the inside shade of the tackle, and then the tackle like comes down really hard just to give me a base block and just really knocking him back, peek through my gap and just release violently like TFL. Honestly, that's probably like the most like that would really get me going, because in college, like I feel like that 4-eye is like where I lived in. Like when we played Tennessee, like we just played 4-eyes the whole game, and I had so much fun because it's like if you can do it right, you can control the beats in the run, and then on pass you can go from the B to the C gap. So honestly, I love the 4-eye reps.
That is so
Yeah.
I might add.
Yeah.
Very foundational as well.
Yeah.
Wolf would take this interview 3 hours probably if we could. Darius, we appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Darius.
I appreciate you guys.
All right, that's Darius Robinson joining us right there. When we come back, did the Tom Thibodeau firing take Johnny Bryant out of the running for his son's head coach? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. I can tell you, listen, I have had the all-on-4 dental implants. The Dental Implant Treatment Center at Aria helped me so much. I can tell you right now, the all-on-4, of course, will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Dr. Joe, he's been there 20 years, over 20 years of dental implant experience and surgeries, of course. He trains and he lectures all over the world, all about dental implants. And what I love about Aria, they will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. And what I also like, they're locally owned and operated, and they pass the savings on to their patients. If you want a brand new, beautiful set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. For a free consultation, all you have to do is mention me, Basinonians. That's right. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA, dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, With our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have their next head coach, according to ESPN's Shams Charania. The Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach Jordan Ott. Our John Gambadoro reports that the contract is for 4 years. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in Atlanta against the Braves. First pitch is at 4:15, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. I'm Tyler Drake. Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott to be named next Suns head coach. Who could the Diamondbacks trade if they opt to be sellers at the deadline? And Michigan State ties make Suns fans skeptical about hiring of head coach Jordan Ott. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi.
Every time I hear this rejoin, I want to scream. I do.
But don't hold back.
But I can't do it today.
Oh, okay. Save that for tomorrow then. When we get back to the studio, you can just scream.
There it is.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday afternoon. As you can hear, Wolf is back. We're at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Just got to talk to Darius Robinson. Great. Always good to catch up with D-Rob.
Oh, Darius. My expectations are huge for Darius Robinson. I think he is going to get off.
Tip Ryman is going to join us. You're going to yell. one way or another.
Oh, Tip Ryman, grow strong, grasshopper.
He's going to join us at 1:30 today, so in about 26 minutes and 14 seconds right now.
Okay.
We are going to go back to the Suns, though, for anybody that's just jumping in their car. Oh, yeah, maybe they're going to hire Johnny Bryant. Well, that was me this morning, but they didn't hire Johnny Bryant. They hired Jordan Ott. That is a done deal, 4 years for Jordan Ott. So it does beg the question. Okay, Wolf, and we threw this out as a look ahead, as a joke, and we're mocked mercilessly for it.
Yeah.
But when Tom Thibodeau becomes available, how does that impact things? Now, it wasn't going to impact the Suns. They weren't going to hire him because he has experience.
Yes.
He was just in the conference finals.
Just listen to what you just said.
I know.
Okay, you did that. You fired for effect on that.
But it's also true. I mean, we all knew they were never going to even remotely look at Tom Thibodeau. A, because of when he became available. I mean, they were right near the end of their coaching search. But also, B, he was just coaching in a game this past weekend in the Eastern Conference Finals. So they were never going to hire him. But is the timing weird that the Knicks fired him while Johnny Bryant is out there? Did that on some level, and the Knicks haven't hired Johnny Bryant, but there's a thought out there that the Knicks wanted him to come back to New York and be the head coach this time. Do you think that impacted the Suns at all?
No.
I don't think it did either.
Right. I don't think it impacted the Phoenix Suns.
I'm not even sure I'm not even sure they know who Johnny Bryant is. I think it's just the guy that was standing between them and Jordan Ott.
The Phoenix Suns, for the most part, were bent on having a head coach with little to no experience at the NBA level. That was one of the qualifiers. That was one of the things that they were looking for. They wanted a young gun that was going to come up who didn't have any preconceived notions as to what a head coach was in the NBA, because he had no experience as to what a head coach was in the NBA. I think that was part of the prerequisite that they were looking for, which is fine as long as you go out and establish a winning culture and turn the organization around. It's fine if it works. But, you've always got to remember this, too. Belief and credibility matters to players and to fans. It does.
Yeah.
Players, it cannot be overstated. Players that have played in a league a long, long time, for the most part, become free agents. I'd say right around year 5 or 6. And I'm not talking about contractually. I'm talking about mentally.
Yeah.
Mentally, year 5 and 6, you're like, listen, I know how to play the game of football at this point in time. There are very few things you're going to learn after year 5 or 6 in the National Football League, unless some whole brand new scheme comes in. Granted, that has happened in the past, the spread offense, taking over the National Football League.
No, you love the spread offense.
Oh, the spread offense. That everyone said, this is the way football is going to be played forever now. And that is not the case. The pendulum, as we all know, has swung back. And thank goodness for that. For anybody who loves the game of football, thank goodness that has happened.
And that is why the Knicks fired Tom
Okay?
Thibodeau.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, right about that. Tom Thibodeau.
It's not your fault. We've surrounded you with football stuff.
I'm just
everywhere you
saying,
look is football.
Belief and credibility matters. It does. And that's why Jordan Ott, he's going to be able to come in, and the very first thing he's going to do is he's going to have to establish his culture. This is what we're looking for around here. And that's why Devin Booker is the key, the passepartout to the Phoenix Suns and this new coaching staff and this new culture. It's Devin Booker. Because if he's not on board, if he isn't the key that unlocks all locks for the Phoenix Suns, what are you doing?
Yeah. He's the one part of this news today that makes me, I don't want to say optimistic, because I'm not optimistic. I'm just not. I'm not saying it can't work, but I'm not optimistic as we sit here today. I hope it works. But he's the one part that makes me think, okay, but it could, because the one thing I don't want, Wolf, is for the Suns to go back to where they were in 2017
right.
and 2016 and 2018 and those years where you talk about credibility.
Yeah.
They didn't have any, and I'm not talking about the 7 seconds or less era way back. They had a ton of credibility then, but you see how quickly the Suns in the 2000s were one of the most fun teams in the NBA. And if you weren't a Suns fan, but the Suns were playing, you're probably checking them out. And they were, one of the most winningest franchises in NBA history. Didn't have a title, but one of the most. They had a ton of credibility. You see how quickly it can go away if you're not careful. They didn't have much credibility in 2016 and 2017 and 2018. And we're doing shows hoping LaMarcus Aldridge will come in for a visit as a free agent if they talk to his friend. You know what I mean? Right now, you have a team where Kevin Durant wanted to come play for. You have a team that was in the NBA Finals still just not even 4 full years ago, and calendar-wise. You have credibility. You have Devin Booker. You have credibility, but it can go away quickly if you go way off the beaten path and don't win. Their only way to keep credibility right now, because they're doing things so differently, is to win. And I don't know that they're built to win right now.
Well, once again, this is going to be a rebuild. So you tell me, how many teams go ahead and rebuild in a year?
Especially in the Western Conference.
Especially in the Western Conference.
Can't.
Oh, my goodness. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here in the Western Conference. You just can't do it. You can't do it in a year.
So you have to become if you're not going to win a ton of games, you have to become a very difficult team to play against. That's what you have to become.
Yes.
Yeah.
And once again, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the process. See, I love the process. I am surprised. There's no doubt about this. I did not expect them to go with Johnny Bryant or Jordan Ott, for that matter.
Yeah.
I didn't. I thought there were some other guys out there. Sean Sweeney was one of the guys. I really thought Sean Sweeney had the inside shot.
I thought Chris Quinn or Sean Sweeney for sure.
Chris Quinn, another name out there. Yes, no doubt about it. There were people out there that I think we all thought they were going to look at. They had the pick of the litter, so to speak. And now I'm not saying it can't work. I'm saying I'm fascinated to watch and see if it does.
And see, you're right there.
I love that.
I love that too.
Tell me I can't do it, Luke.
I just wish it was a different team doing it.
I know.
Like if it was, hey, the Denver Nuggets, they're going to go totally away. They're going to zig when everybody else in the league is zagging. Like, yeah, I would pay attention. I hope it works. I like the independent thinking. But if it's the Suns, it's like, better not be dragging us back into years of 25 wins, and we have to talk about how that's good because it was more wins than the 23 the year before.
The circumference that it took to make this decision is massive.
Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on the Seattle Mariners. Just text HALF to 620-620. We're going to send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. That's HALF to 620-620. Again, text HALF to 620-620. All right, when we come back, Wolf, you really haven't gotten to talk about this a whole lot, and I'm kind of jealous. But the Corbin Burns injury.
Oh.
We're going to dive into that. There was at least some level of an update yesterday, and what does it mean now for him and the Diamondbacks going forward? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
The Phoenix Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as the franchise's new head coach.
Surprise. Jordan Ott, when this whole thing started, when this process was at like 15 plus, people zeroed in on that name with only the connection to Michigan State. And Jordan Ott is the last man standing.
On the banks of the Red Cedar, there's a school that's known to all. Its specialty is winning, and those Spartans play good ball. It's the first lines of the fight song. Get to know it.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. Maybe you're looking to build that dream pool, Basinonians. I know 7 years ago, that's what we were doing. We, the Wu Fan Clan, we were looking at our backyard, and we were saying, man, a pool would be real nice right there. Well, you know what? You need to go with the name Arizona trusts the most. That is Presidential Pools and Spas. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound, man. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts for military members and first responders. That's what I love about Presidential Pools. Maybe you're ready to dive in. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com. Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning to the D-backs keep it rolling in Hotlanta. We get started at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke. Wolf, the post from Jody Jackson yesterday, friend of the show, that Corbin Burns is seeing Dr. Neil Elatrache in Los Angeles for an opinion on his elbow.
Isn't he Dr. Doom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was trying to make some
That's
sort
his
of comic book
nickname,
joke,
right?
but
Yeah.
I couldn't. So that's nice. That's great news for. I mean,
Boy, that is, yeah.
anytime there's any sort of positive anything right now, it's like, oh yeah, you got that nice win over the Braves. By the way, your best pitcher is going to see this guy.
And he was he not? He was the Diamondbacks' best pitcher.
He was pitching like one of the best pitchers in baseball, honestly, when he went down. We were looking at even just his ERA the other day. I think it was 15th.
A rocky start.
Yeah.
Little bumpy. And then all of a sudden it flattened
Just
out.
locked in.
Yes.
And you looked at the guys in front of him ERA-wise, and you're like, if he pitches all season, he's going to blow past 10 of these guys for sure, you know. So nothing definitive. There's not that report that everybody fears that, oh, he's done for the year, or it's Tommy John, and then that could be even longer than the rest of the season. I don't know. Like, that hasn't been reported, but he's visiting the guy that you don't really want him to visit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, I'm going to read into that. Maybe I shouldn't. I'm not reporting anything.
Everybody's
all right?
reading into it.
I'm just saying. Yeah. I think we're all reading into it.
I'll go back and play some of these cuts from Corbin Burns from right after the game on Sunday, when everybody was just trying to read lips and try to figure out what he said to the trainer and what he said to like Perdomo and a couple other guys. You know, he was pitching well in that game, gives up a single to C.J. Abrams, immediately motions for the trainer to come out. We're all trying to figure out what he says. He leaves. He waves to the crowd. It's like, okay. Corbin Burns after the game said elbow got tight, and now he's just hoping for the best.
It just kind of really started to get tight on me. Obviously saw the velo starting to drop, and the movement of the pitches was not where we wanted it to be. So we kind of got to the point there in the fifth inning that tried 2 or 3 times to put away Abrams and just couldn't do it. And just got to the point where the tightness was just too much that weighed him out, and didn't feel like we needed to push it any farther. So hopefully we caught it early. Hopefully it's not bad, but we'll see.
You know, for me right now, it seems in Major League Baseball, Tommy John surgery has become as common as ACL injuries.
Yeah.
Back when I was playing in the National Football League. ACL injuries, pretty much for the most part, were a death knell to a lot of NFL players' careers, especially if you were a corner, if you were a wide receiver, if you were a running back, if you were a skill guy and you blew your ACL out, you were never going to be the same for the most part. And that's the way that it used to be. Tommy John as well, back when I was playing.
Yeah.
And it wasn't nearly as prevalent. It seems like now, today, it's very prevalent.
Too prevalent.
In all of baseball. Tommy John surgery. Who hasn't had Tommy John surgery?
I mean, that was the thing. People were like, well, Corbin Burns hasn't had it yet, so I guess he was just due. And again, I don't want to like that news hasn't happened yet. It's just that's the news everybody's fearing. And that the news that he's going to see who he's going to see that came out yesterday in L.A., it was like, okay, this is just feeding into that. Yeah, I mean, it's happening too much around the league. You look at every team, and it's like, yeah, they got, one or two or three pitchers that are just dealing with Tommy John right now. The only thing that has gotten better is typically when guys come back, they seem to be good again. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem to be like a career thing where you come back and you're not the same.
That's why I likened it to the ACL tear. But today's NFL player doesn't really fear that.
Yeah. But
you can come back from it.
You're still out, though, for a long time if you're out. And this is a guy that, we were talking about this earlier in the week, Wolf, and it's probably worth bringing back up now with you here. For me, I keep having this thought of, okay, yeah, the Diamondbacks are losing some games. Okay, what are you doing losing to the Rockies? Why are you losing 2 to the Pirates? Why can't you get an out against the Nationals? But in the back of my mind, I keep thinking, okay, but they're going to go on a run here at some point this season because they have certain pieces that make them just better than other teams in this league. Not all of the teams, but better than a lot of teams. But one of those pieces was Corbin Burns. And so now you're going to have to, I mean, I guess for now, you're going to have to just deal with the reality he's missing a couple starts because he's technically only on the 15-day IL right now. But chances are you're going to have to figure this out for a good chunk of this season at least without Corbin Burns. I think the best case scenario is sort of like what's happening with A.J. Puck. And A.J. Puck's still missing a lot of time.
Yeah.
So this just got significantly harder for the Diamondbacks in the last couple days.
Immediately when I see an injury of this caliber, Basinonians, to this type of player in Corbin Burns, I think of the guys inside the clubhouse. I think of the guys inside the locker room. I do. Once an athlete, always an athlete. I'm always going to think that way and have that kind of mentality. This is a blow. This is a slap in the face. Every guy inside the clubhouse knows what Corbin Burns was and how important he was to them winning games. And yet, it's also at the same time a challenge to everybody. What are you going to do about it? You're going to sit around and cry about the fact that you're probably losing your best pitcher, maybe your best player on the team? Are you going to sit around and cry about it, or are you going to do something about it? That's why, once again, yesterday and what happened yesterday, I can't get over it. I keep looking at that and thinking, who was it that actually stepped up for the Arizona Diamondbacks in that first game against the Braves, in a game they really needed? Well, you know what? It was 3 guys in particular: Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Zach Gallen.
Mm-hmm.
Could you think of 3 better guys in light of this news right now? When we consider this news, 3 guys that you'd love to see step up. Man, your best players have got to take over this team and be responsible for winning games. Your best players have got to do it because it's not just the what, it's the when. And I've been talking about it all show, but it's the truth. It's when you do it that matters as well. And Corbin Carroll, that was on display. And Zach Gallen taking the ball and going out there and overcoming a rough 4th inning and yet giving them 7 innings, a strong outing.
Yeah.
That was really important to me.
I would even add, it's not just what and when, it's who. I mean, you talk about 3 guys that, and this is what I'm trying to wrap my head around with this team. Did we feel like they were a contender before they even signed Corbin Burns? I think a lot of us did feel like maybe not winning the World Series, I don't know, but like they should be a playoff team and probably a team that could be tough in the playoffs if they play to their potential even before they signed Corbin Burns. So then what is it? Like, if they don't have Corbin Burns, are they still a dangerous team if they get rolling again? Well, if they're going to be that, it's going to take Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and Zach Gallen. Probably exactly those 3 guys leading the way. Other guys are going to have to step up too, but it's got to be those 3 guys. Honestly,
lights out the rest of the way.
Not worried about Corbin Carroll, not worried about Ketel Marte as long as he's on the field. Zach Gallen's the one that's been concerning, and he's probably the most important one now because you need an ace now. You need probably to have him and Merrill Kelly both be co-aces of this team now, at least until till Corbin Burns comes back, but we don't know when that's going to be yet. All right, when we come back, Wolf, we know who's going to join us next. Tip Ryman is going to join us next. Ever heard of him, Wolf?
Yes.
We're out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center, and Tip Ryman's going to be in here with us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh.
The Phoenix Suns have a new head coach.
Jordan Ott.
Yep.
Assistant coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers is their pick to become their 4th head coach in 4 years. Ott has been on NBA coaching staffs with the Hawks, Nets, Lakers, and Cavs since 2012.
All right.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Calvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1225. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1225 or biglou.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice?
You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi?
Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
We need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have their next head coach. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, the Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach Jordan Ott. Our John Gambadoro reports that the contract is for 4 years. And the Arizona Diamondbacks go for a series win tonight in Atlanta against the Braves. First pitch is at 4:15, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
We're back here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. As a reminder, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, visit azcardinals.com/tickets. Pleased to be joined here in the studio out here at Cardinals headquarters by Tip Ryman. Tip, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up, you guys?
What's going
Good to be
on,
back.
Tip?
Good to be back.
Yes.
Hang out with you guys a little more.
Okay, I just want to start with this right now. Year 2, Tip Ryman. Walking into year 2, how much better do you feel than year 1?
I feel a lot more like confident, and with the confidence able to actually like just go play ball a little bit more.
Right.
A little less analysis and paralysis by analysis.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like rookie year was, and a little bit more just like, okay, I know this concept and I can jump in anywhere. Okay, cool. Let's roll. You know.
It seems like, first of all, I'm thrown off because you didn't ask him his weight,
Well,
Wolf,
yo,
and I feel like I need to ask him to scoop you on it, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to do that. It just feels like logically what you just said would allow you in year 2 to kind of be like, okay, now I can focus on going to the next level instead of just trying to catch up with everything.
You bet. Yeah, I mean the catch-up game that's all it feels like in rookie year. So seeing the new rookies come in and being like, okay, I know exactly where they are, and if I can lend a helping hand in any way, that's been a good avenue to, just be a teammate. And but yeah, man, the fluidity that it feels like as far as the difference goes, year 1 to year 2 is very real. I definitely feel that out on the practice field, and I'm sure when games come around, I'll notice the difference.
So,
too.
Tip, would you say you're more confident?
Yeah.
Are you more confident going into year 2 than you were in year 1?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
and what does that do for you, Tip? What will that do for you, do you think, as a player?
Yeah. My experience when I'm confident is just playing more free. And when I play more free, my hair's on fire more, and I lay into people more, and more pancakes.
Good.
That's
darn.
that's all we care about. Right?
All these things Wolf really hates.
Seriously.
So I mean, that's the goal as I continue to get more confident and play more free, and just kind of that senior year in high school feeling, or high school or college, really.
Yeah, right.
You feel flowy out there and kind of getting into that more. I'm eager to see how it comes on game day on Sundays.
I want to ask you about one of your teammates, Isaiah Adams, who's probably going through the same things that you are. Have you noticed that? I mean, he's jumping into year 2. Yeah, you guys know each other pretty well. Do you feel like he's kind of set up for the same sort of jump?
Yeah, no, we've talked about it, man. We've talked about it at length, at church and just random stuff. He's feeling the same way. We've talked about it at length, and he definitely feels the fluidity and the difference, and like the ability to jump in and understand the playbook just that much more. The freeness you can play with. Yeah.
Okay, so here you are going into year 2, and I think you're just going to hammer people.
Thank you.
I'm just telling you that
Kinda
right
sounds
now.
like it.
I think you are going to destroy people. I think the confidence is going to turn into all of that goodness in year 2 going forward, because you're not questioning yourself anymore in terms of, do I belong here? You know you belong here.
Right.
And when you know you belong here, now all of a sudden it changes the entire paradigm for you going forward. Having said that right now, are you a goal guy? Do you have any type of goal coming into year 2? Or is it always just, I just want to be the best player that I could possibly be? Or do you get specific?
I don't really have tangible goals.
Okay.
I have more intangible goals that are like, it when you see them goals. And that turns me to my process-driven self. My goal is to just dominate, to train to dominate, and when I get there, dominate. And that goes right into what you were saying, is just being so process driven, because I know if I just take my next best step and be the best version of myself that exact time, this exact day, where my toes are, then time's just going to keep going. So I'm going to go with time. So every step of the way, if I just focus on the now, then I'm going to be my best self when that now comes, and that now is Sunday.
Define dominate. I mean, what exactly
no
do
contest.
you mean by that? I'm going to hit you right in the face, bro.
Yes. Yeah. A no contest moment. You know it when you see it, and someone else had no chance. And that's my goal. You know, I don't want to just win in my niche. I want to dominate, and I train to do so.
We're talking to Tip Ryman. Tip, we talked to Paris Johnson Jr. last week, and he talked about the offense and how most of the noticeable it gives us some continuity, and what he really stressed was how accountable you guys hold each other. Do you notice that already?
Yeah, you bet. I feel like the fluidity and the confidence in each other and kind of that culture that brings on the offensive side of the ball, that's been more evident to me this year, and it could just be me going year one to year two, but to me it feels like there's more continuity there, and we are more outspoken, in my opinion, than we were last year to each other about, you know, the standard and holding each other to that. So yeah, I think Paris was right on.
Yeah.
All right, Tip. So many football players. Anyone driving around right now, people don't typically know this, but there are so many football players in a huddle where you'll lock eyes with another guy. There's another guy in the huddle that has also got an intensity level that maybe you identify with. And maybe you lock eyes in the huddle and you look at each other. Who's that one guy? Is there a guy in the huddle that you know you're going to look at some point in time and maybe even lock eyes with in the huddle? Do you have that guy yet?
Paris and I, quite a few times last year, we would lock eyes, and then you glance at each other, we glance away. You glance at each other again, you're like, yeah. And then you do it one more time, and then you just like headbutt in the huddle, and you're like, yo, we're going to go. This tray block is going to be insane.
There's always that one guy, Luke, I'm telling you, in my 10 years in the National Football League, of looking that guy in the eye and going, yeah, you're going to bring it? What, you're soft as butter. No, you're going to bring it, aren't you? I just challenge each other. I think that's a great thing. It's one of the things I miss the most is that huddle where you challenge each other.
Yeah.
You guys, what are your expectations for this offense in 2025?
I mean, just that, like you said, Wolf, was like when you do something like that, you know that other guy's going to bring their best on that play, and you're visualizing that when you get up to the line of scrimmage. They're going to do this because we just locked eyes. I know what they're going to do. Now it's like, okay, I know what I'm going to do, and so to get that on the full offensive scale of like, my brothers are going to bring it every single time. I know how they're operating. I know how I'm going to operate and not let them down. And, instead of working in negatives, not let them down, working in positives, I'm going to dominate for them, alongside them. And I think that's been evident and in the culture that seems to be being set up out there right now.
We're talking to Tip Ryman, was there a moment from the rookie year where you just got to hit somebody so perfectly that you're like, there's just like a hit that stands out from rookie? You're like, yeah, just completely just laid that guy out.
Yeah, there's a wham block against the Patriots on a nose guard.
He had it ready to go.
The wham on the nose.
Yeah, that was an enjoyable one for sure. Yeah.
That is one of the best blocks.
I love how you didn't even have to hesitate. You're like, yeah, Patriots, obviously.
Where do you need to improve? Okay, I think they can get more out of you in terms of receiving. Where do you think you need to improve?
Yeah, so my improvement plan over the offseason was as far as a tight end goes, pass blocking and being just as reliable as an extra tackle, and being a reliable tiny tackle, if you will, and
tiny tackle.
and on passing downs and stuff. And so being able to be more consistent with my hands, my feet, and the placement of my hands, and my weight being bared down. Because I often have gotten caught in the past playing overextended.
Yeah.
And so just staying within my phone booth, you know what I mean? And I'm strong in my phone booth, so I can take advantage of that. And so that's been a big emphasis for me, as well as out of triple flexion. So ankles, knees, hips, bottom of my 3-point stance, exploding out of that with everything I've got, and just getting faster out of that position. That was a point those were 2 points that Drew Petzing and JG made at the postseason interviews. So I made sure to emphasize those every single day in the offseason. Still do.
Tip, it's always great talking to you, man.
Oh, you guys
so
are
much.
awesome.
Thanks
so much.
Appreciate it. That's
Hey,
Tip
Jesus
Ryman.
is Lord, man.
Yes, he is.
Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Day to Remember is coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater October 25th with Yellow Card for the Maximum Fun Tour. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m., but you can win a pair right now by heading to the contest page at arizonasports.com. We come back. Final segment of the show. Why did the Phoenix Suns hire Jordan Ott? We'll get you the national perspective next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Rook! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Listen, I've got a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Well, the spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the U.S. and worldwide in endoscopic and minimally invasive spine surgery. Worldwide, Basinonians, that is DISC. Call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. 602-944-2900.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell Groom's Cake Ice Cream is renewing its vows on the frozen aisle. Milk chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces, chocolate-coated strawberry hearts, swirls of strawberry sauce, and chocolate icing. See you at the reception.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons and 12-pack cups are $6.99 with coupon at Albertsons and Safeway now through June 10th.
When the new head coach comes in, the one thing he's going to have is someone who has sat in that seat. Not at this level, but has sat in that seat.
Arizona sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, thank you to Tip Ryman for joining us last segment. Thanks to Darius Robinson for joining us earlier in the show. Wolf out here for OTAs. I would say 8 for 8 on the guests they have set us up with over the last few days, going back to last week.
What you were saying, man. Of course, I wasn't here. I was in Amish country, hanging out with Jethro.
There were moments with the way some of those D-backs games were going that we were all like, man, we should just go join Wolf where there's no electricity right now.
Yeah. The Amish were walking around talking about the Diamondbacks.
That's not great. No tree burning incidents this year.
No tree burning whatsoever.
It's kind of disappointing. All right, so in case you have missed it, the Phoenix Suns are hiring Jordan Ott as their head coach. That is a real thing that's happening. The Suns are doing that 4-year deal. Jordan Ott. This is Shams Charania on NBA Today earlier talking about the move.
The Phoenix Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as the franchise's next head coach. That will be their 4th coach in the last 4 seasons, and he beats out fellow Cavs assistant Johnny Bryant for this first head coaching job for him after being an assistant since 2012.
More from Shams on when the Suns came to the conclusion that Jordan Ott's the guy.
Suns leadership agreed on Ott after interviewing over 15 candidates for the job. And obviously, Ott and Johnny Bryant worked under Coach of the Year, Kenny Atkinson, this past season. The most interesting part, though, is really over the last 7 to 10 days. Devin Booker, the Suns franchise cornerstone, was involved late in this process for the hire. And I'm told Jordan Ott was his top choice as well. We know Devin Booker has had a ton of coaches over his 11 seasons in the NBA. 8 coaches to be exact, he's on now. And that partnership will be critical to the Suns' future between Devin Booker and Jordan Ott.
Boy, I wonder where Devin Booker is right now, because the news is out there that Jordan Ott is going to be the next head coach. Well, thank you, Rick, for Flagstaff.
He's always in Flagstaff in this time of year.
Yet at the same time, well, I don't blame him. In fact, let's all go to Flag.
Road trip.
I love that
We
place.
could just ask him if Ott was his first choice.
I just honestly would love to hear him come out and back that up.
Yeah. I would too, because I it's not like I think that that's like fabricated. I'm sure that he was in on the process, but you never know until you hear it from the guy, from the person, right? Did something get added in translation of, did they go to Devin Booker and he's like, yeah, I like Jordan Ott. Yeah, okay, I've signed off. There's a difference between that and this is the guy, gotta hire him. He's my first choice. And I'm never gonna totally believe that was the case until I hear it from Devin Booker. It might have been. But it doesn't really matter. What matters is that he was in on the decision making and that he gave his stamp of approval. Because that I do believe. If that's out there, I don't think anybody's just making that up.
Yeah, I was talking about this earlier in the broadcast, my brothers, but I think it is really critical. It is super critical. If you're telling me Devin Booker is going to be the pillar, he's going to be the cornerstone of the Phoenix Suns going forward, that they're not going to move Devin Booker. And, of course, Book says he doesn't want to be moved at all. That's not going to happen. The Devin Booker trade thing is not an option. Good. If he's going to be the cornerstone, you're going to build this new culture around. He's got to be on board 100%. And that's why it's so critical. It's so critical that Devin Booker lead this team. Because if you're starting from scratch, if you're tearing it down to the foundation of Devin Booker, and you're going to build on top of that right now, that foundation better lead.
Yeah. Yeah, and now get ready for more comments like this, especially nationally. This is Kendrick Perkins on NBA Today, also from today, said Devin Booker needs to get out.
Right now, and I'm just going off of right now. The Mavs, Lakers, Nuggets, OKC, Minnesota, that's 5. Houston, that's 6. And we could really keep going. So Devin Booker, I don't want to ever get to the point where I look at him and call him a loser. But if he comes to a place where he's okay with being there and not leveling up to go to an organization where you actually could compete for a championship and you ready to just stay there, basically for another rebuild, I got a problem with that.
Man, yeah.
And we're going to hear that.
It's okay. That is the mercenary way to approach that. It is. There's no doubt about it.
There's nothing wrong with loyalty, though.
Loyalty, exactly. I was just going to say that. It is a mercenary approach, what Perk just said. Mm-hmm. It is.
Yeah.
And you've heard me talk about this. That's never forget, Basinonians, when you're a professional athlete, why you're in it. Take care of your family. Go out and do what God has gifted you to do, to take care of your family. That's why you're out there doing it. And the moment you lose focus of that, there's a lot of bad things that typically might happen down the road. Ron Wolfley reporting. Look it up. It's in the dictionary.
My source is.
Yeah, right. Okay.
The dictionary.
Yeah,
your source.
It is. But, it's a situation right now where I don't ever see Book wanting out of Phoenix.
I don't either. I mean, if he is going to stick with them right now, this, to me, is the most just like up in the air it's been since he's gotten here. When he first got here, they just weren't good, but you figured at some point they would get good, and then they did. And I don't know. I mean, when we're all looking at Devin Booker on the court as Milwaukee's celebrating and Book's looking around in a series they were up 2-0 in the NBA Finals, didn't you think, okay, yeah, this sucks, that they were so close to winning, but they're going to be back soon? And even a bigger thought was, you know what, though? Devin Booker's going to be in the playoffs every year the rest of his career. Like, he has turned the corner. This team, this franchise has turned the corner. And now here we are on the verge of potentially going back for a little bit. Like, Wolf, you and I were out here right where we are right now doing interviews with Cliff Kingsbury in 2022 when that whole season was just a mess. And to me, that spurred the Cardinals to where they are now, where they have rebuilt the culture. Monty Ossenfort's done a great job, and Jonathan Gannon's doing the right things. And some of these players we talked to, it's like, man, these guys get it. Like, they are moving in the right direction. The really rough season pushed them in the right direction. I hope that happens with the Suns. I hope that the really rough season they just went through doesn't push them to overcorrect and go in an even worse direction.
That bothers me. I'm sorry. I'm just still thinking of Perk. It bothers me. How in the world do you come out and make that a negative? That a guy is actually loyal to his organization.
Books heard this all, though.
Like that is going to reflect on his competitive fire or his competitiveness. Oh, my goodness. You know what, Perk? We got to have Perk on the show because I want to ask him that specifically. Why?
This is where you can't win if you're an NBA player, right? If you're Kevin Durant and you switch teams, you're just ring chasing. If you're Devin Booker and you stay with the team that drafted you, you're a loser because you're not ring chasing.
I really do want to know that. I really do want to know why Perk would say that. And that means because he's been on the show a few times. Yeah. I love having him on. Can't wait to ask him that. Perk, why would you look at that and say that was a negative?
A lot of guys do. It's at least a lot of guys say it in the media. I don't know if it's like a hot take thing or what, but we've heard this about Devin Booker before. Look, he's being loyal. He must not want to win. Like, he's trying to win here. It's not like he's just hanging out. He's trying to improve and win every year here. All right. Thanks to everybody involved. Aaron Maloney, Rick, Jamal back at the station for Wolf. I'm Luke. We've got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos I fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. Call 800-995-2929. That's 800-995-2929.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family.
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community.
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS Store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing,
and electrical. The Phoenix Suns reportedly have their new head man. Former Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott has been tabbed as head coach of the franchise. Our John Gambadoro reports it is a 4-year deal. Additionally says that Devin Booker gave this hire the seal of approval, and that former Sun Steve Nash very complimentary of Ott as well. Nash, the former head coach in Brooklyn, where Ott was also an assistant. You can read more about the hire right now on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. And the Diamondbacks are looking for a third consecutive win tonight in Atlanta. Merrill Kelly will take his turn on the mound. He'll oppose the reigning Cy Young Award winner in Chris Sale. There's currently rain in the forecast. The tarp was on the field earlier today, so fingers crossed that we get a game today. And assuming that all is A-OK and the rain goes away, first pitch will be at 4:15. Pre-game coverage will still start at 3:30, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC on June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo! Burnsy, what's going on? Well, we got a coach, Gambo! We saw white smoke from Michigan today. The word came down via you and Shams and others that it's going to be Jordan Ott as the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns. It is our top story of the day. It's good to have everybody in on with us on this Wednesday. We're a short show again today because you always see, this is what you get for missing staff meetings, Gambo. You're not up on what's going on, and you don't realize that we're also like keeping an eye on the Doppler, and this is where I get to play Ed Phillips.
This is you. You love this stuff.
So there might be some rain issues today. So we might be on even after the Diamondbacks game starts when it doesn't start. So we'll still be here. For whatever reason, there's not baseball being played. We'll jump back on and we'll continue to do our show.
That's good. I'm all by myself. I got nothing to do. Just dropped Chelsea off at the airport today. She's going to Florida for a tournament with Q. He was in Mississippi. He's now there. So I'm all by my lonesome. I got nothing to do.
Well,
I got nowhere to go.
You're Mayo from an officer and a gentleman. Well, we do appreciate it since you're home alone. Thank you for being clothed. I mean, there's at least that since we're watching you on the. You're not like walking around the house naked
I did it yesterday. And I kind of I was all of my office stuff is facing in front of me, like all my
your
memorabilia
pictures, your flags,
and signed
right?
stuff, everything in front of me. But my computer's there too. So now I've got to do a computer, and then you get a picture of
your closet,
my other room and stuff. Yeah,
it's the closet.
Sorry, I don't have it all decorated.
It's fine. It's all good.
Yeah.
Let's not waste anyone's time. Let's weigh in on and as we do, there's going to be what we know and what we think. What do we know? It's our top story of the day. Jordan Ott is the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns. Hit it, Lauren.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Jordan Ott is going to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns, replacing Mike Budenholzer, who replaced Frank Vogel, who replaced Monty Williams. Who replaced Monty Williams.
Igor Kokoschkov?
I guess so, if you're doing the timetable. Gambo, you've been at the forefront of a lot of this reporting. Great job, as always. Let's start with what we know. Jordan Ott is going to be the next head coach of the Suns. Take it away.
Yeah, I found out yesterday both guys had met with Matt Ishbia. Both meetings went really well, and that they were, I was told that they would make a decision this morning, They were going to, sleep on it and decide to make that call today. They made the call that it was Jordan Ott. What they liked about him, they really liked they felt that he was just at a different level offensively. All the things that they want to do offensively, spacing, cutting the floor, very sophisticated in what he did. They thought that Johnny Bryant did a very good job as well, but they really liked Ott, the work ethic, the drive, The vetting of him, it was really interesting too. I think everybody knows that Devin Booker was involved in this process to a certain extent. He interviewed the 5 candidates that were finalists until it got to 2. So I guess we had 2 finalists. But the round before this, he interviewed all 5. He was in that process. Devin Booker was not in Michigan. He did not interview the final 2 guys for a second time. But I did report today that one of the really good recommendations came from Steve Nash, the former Sun, former 2-time MVP, the former coach of the Nets, where Jordan Ott was. Steve Nash had a lot of good things to say about Jordan Ott. That really helped, too. He raved about him. The intel was really good. They felt very comfortable. I mean, obviously, they want to do it a certain way, having everybody aligned. We're going to hear all about the Michigan State things, and rightfully so. Yep. Rightfully so, because he has Michigan State ties, and I get it. They felt this was the right guy for the job. There is some familiarity, but not a lot. I mean, there's really not a lot of familiarity with this guy, contrary to what people believe, but he does have a Michigan State background, and a lot of people like
I'm going to cut you off right there.
That.
When you say familiarity, and I heard you at the gym today when you were on with Wolf and Luke, and specifically what you meant by that was people maybe envisioning Matt Ishbia and Jordan
They'd never
Ott
met,
hanging out, drinking coffee at Starbucks, going for a beer, breaking bed. That's that when you say there's not a basis of familiarity, that's what you're referring to, yes?
Those guys, they don't know each other. I mean, Matt Ishbia didn't know him, and Jordan Ott didn't know Matt Ishbia. They knew of each other, but they didn't know each other. They've never broken bread. They've never had lunch. They've never met. They've never talked on the phone. The first time that they met was yesterday. There was a hello when Cleveland came to town for a game in passing, like how you doing, but it wasn't a conversation or anything like that. So I mean, I think it's pretty safe to say that these 2 guys did not know each other at all. Whether that matters or not, I don't know. There is a Michigan State tie, and there is a bias, and there's bias everywhere. There was bias when Jerry Colangelo hired Brian Colangelo. There's bias in Utah right now. Danny Ainge, his son Austin Ainge, just became the president of the Utah Jazz. So, there's some bias involved probably, and there's the Michigan State tie, I'm sure, had something to do with this. I don't think it had a lot to do with it. I would say it probably had 10 to 20% to do with it, the Michigan State tie, because they want to do it a certain way, and they want to do it probably a way that they felt that they did it at Michigan State under Tom Izzo. And because he was part of that, I think they feel like he could probably fall more in line with the way that they all want to do things. But this guy got the job on his own merit. Let's not forget that he interviewed for a head coaching job last year.
Charlotte.
He's been at 4 different Charlotte. He's been at 4 different stops. You can't say that this guy's not qualified to be a head coach. You just can't say it.
No, you can't. And now we're starting to veer off into what we think and away from what we know. No, you can't say it. And I got a lot I want to say about this.
You get me back on track. If I messed up,
you
get me back on track.
No, it's fine. We'll today's the kind of day where everything's just going to kind of happen, and there really is.
I could go with today. More I know if you want that.
I'll say this: the one thing about this story that bugs me, and there's a lot of it that I think is true, and there's a lot of it that I think the feelings are very real and they're very validated. The one thing about this story that bugs me is it's not like Jordan Ott wasn't. It's not like this is a stretch to think that he should be a head coach in the NBA. He was very close to this anyway. You know what I mean? Like he was his it's not a stretch to say Jordan Ott should be a coach in the NBA based off of his resume and his credentials. There were other guys who were more qualified, who were closer to the top chair than Jordan Ott was. But this isn't like, hey, you just plucked the 5th best assistant off of the Cleveland Cavaliers because he was a Michigan State guy. Jordan Ott's been in this league a long time, and he's been with a lot of coaches in this league a long time, and he's done a lot of things in this league. That is the one element of the story that I will say in defense of Jordan Ott and this hire. I don't like the narrative like he's this severely underqualified candidate who has no business being a head coach in the NBA. That part I don't think is true. All right, let's talk about the other things that you know. And so his stops around the league, there were stops in Atlanta, there were stops in Brooklyn, there were stops in L.A.
Yeah.
He's worked for Budenholzer, he's worked for Darvin Ham, he's worked for Kenny Atkinson, he's worked for Steve Nash. You mentioned the Nash recommendation. It's interesting to me that you say he's got a background in offensive basketball when it always felt to me like they were going to hire more of a defensive-minded coach to kind of get that grit and that grind out of him a little bit. Not that he can't be gritty being an offensive guy, but it did surprise me to read that his qualifications are more on the offensive side of things.
Look, I had one coach, and I've spoken with a lot of them today, that said, what's going to be very important, his assistants, the 1, the 2, the 3 to cover the flaws that he may have, because he hasn't been a head coach before, so he doesn't have, that, so he's going to have to hire a real quality assistant coach. One of the guys who I think will be under consideration is the former Suns player, current Dallas Mavericks assistant coach, who was with Jordan Ott in Brooklyn, and that is Jared Dudley. I think Jared Dudley could be a guy that they consider to be a number one assistant. Jared's rising up. He did have an interview in the first round. He was interviewed for this job. He didn't advance past that, but he's been on Jason Kidd's staff for a number of years. He's that perfect guy to kind of work with the players, hold players accountable, be that go-between between the coach and the players. Now, I don't know if he's going to get the job, but I do think there would be mutual interest between Jared Dudley and Jordan Ott, because he's going to have to build a little bit of a staff here and get that done. So just keep your eye on that. I wouldn't be surprised if those two at least have a conversation about one of the openings on the staff.
And finally, and then we'll get into what we think about this hire in the next segment, because like I say, I think we both have a lot of thoughts on this. Have you heard anything in terms of introductory press conferences, when we might hear from him for the first time, when we might get a chance? Because he's going to be all coached up on how to address the Michigan State thing when he's asked about it. Do we know when that's going to happen and when we hear from him officially in a capacity for the first time? Have you heard anything?
Just sent out a message. Let me see if I can get something back before too long on what day there would be. I do know this, that it's going to end up being a 4-year deal. So let me just start with that.
Yeah, you had reported that. Yes, you did report that.
It's either going to be a straight 4-year deal or a 3-year deal with an option that will lead to 4 years. But I was able to get that part of it out. So it's either going to be a straight 4-year deal or a 3-year deal with a team option that would make it 4 years. So but they did want to kind of lock him up for 4 years. That's like the last thing that was discussed was the years. Like that wasn't even something like the contract and the years wasn't even figured out. Both guys had the same agent too. Both Johnny Bryant and Jordan Ott had the same agent. So, once you made the one call, the agent knew that it was, who was going to be.
The other guy lost.
The other guy lost. Yeah, the other guy lost.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. So I think Devin Booker was involved.
Yeah, I want to talk about that a little bit too. A little bit later.
And then I'm telling you, Steve Nash's endorsement and what Steve Nash said about him carried a lot of weight, which we reported on the Steve Nash thing. And now they've got to deal with it. They cut to the chase. They've got to deal with the Michigan State.
Yes, they do.
Yes. I don't want to say fallout. I mean, again, Michigan State's a great program. It's a great program.
Fallout's the right word.
But they're going to have to deal with it.
Use fallout. Yeah, join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. The Diamondbacks are taking on the Mariners for day baseball at Chase Field, and you can text the word half to 620-620, and we are going to send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Again, text the word half to 620-620. That's half to 620-620. That's what we know. What do we think? We got a lot of thoughts. Is it all green and white? Next on Burns and Gambo.
The Phoenix Suns hire Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as their next head coach.
Let me clear this up. Is there familiarity with the Michigan State thing? And people are going to just really go up on this Michigan State thing. And I totally understand it. And there's bias in the NBA. There's bias in all sports. Matt Ishbia did not know Jordan Ott. He had never met him before. He had never spoke with him before. He didn't have his phone number. First time he met him was yesterday in Michigan.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I love the Lincoln brand. I tell everybody we have a Lincoln Navigator in the house right now. My wife's gone, so I'm going to have to go take that thing, get it washed this weekend while she's away. But we do love the Lincoln line, and Sanderson Lincoln has the best selection, including the black labels of the Lincoln Aviator, the Corsair, the Nautilus, and, of course, the Navigator. They've got a 2025 Lincoln Navigator starting at just $99,995. Now, I love the Navigator. We've always had a Navigator in our family. We really love it. I don't get to drive it very much because Chelsea likes to drive it more than I do. She doesn't really like me driving it, but I love to drive it when we get the chance. But the great lineup, my neighbor down the block went to Sanderson Lincoln and bought an Aviator, and he loves it. The service that you get at Sanderson Lincoln, second to none. You need an oil change? They come to your house. They leave you a loaner. They take the car back. They rotate the tires. They do the oil change. They wash it. They clean it. They bring it back for you. You're like, wow, you don't lift a finger. That is the level of service you get when you buy a Lincoln from Sanderson Lincoln. They're just east of the I-17 on Bell Road or the boutique store in the Scottsdale quarters. For more information, go to sandersonlincoln.net.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Why Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Matt Ishbia suggests he will become more involved in Suns basketball operations. Jordan Ott hiring strengthens questions on Suns decision-making tree. And Michigan State ties make Suns fans skeptical about hiring of head coach Jordan Ott. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Why Refi.
Those are pretty much the top 3 headlines here on the Burns and Gambo show today, too. This is Jordan Ott, who was a head coach in the Summer League last year for the Cavs, and how that helped him prepare for life as a head coach now in the NBA. This was from July of last year.
Just getting the reps. Those reps are tough to get in the NBA. I didn't take the G League route. My path came a different way, and having the opportunity, this is a rep. The rep to be in front of the team, think like a head coach is a different way of thinking. So you hope that those reps then help me be a better assistant for Kenny. And I also think it's a different way of looking. I get to watch a little bit. Instead of being in the drills, I get to watch a little bit, see what I like, see how I talk to players in between, drill to drill, practice to practice. Even though I'm an assistant coach, when I become the head coach of the Summer League, my words are different to players. And realizing what it means to move over to that seat. So these reps are great.
Well, he's in that seat for good now as the head coach of the Phoenix Suns. It was reported this morning. Gambo doing the follow-up reporting, and you just heard everything that he learned. And now we're reacting to it. And what we're finding out very quickly, Gambo, is that, and I'm just generalizing here, this has not been a very popular hire by the Suns fans when it comes to this move. That's very clear.
If you asked me who my top choice would have been, I probably would have picked Sweeney. Second, I probably would have picked Quinn. Because I know more about those guys than I know about Jordan Ott. I mean, I have spoken with people that know Ott to try to get some background on him and get some information. But I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I probably would have preferred Sweeney, and then probably Quinn, and then from there I don't know. I don't know if I would have had a third choice. I do think that Ott is qualified. I think you can't knock that. I believe he's ready to be a head coach in this league. I think he was going to be a head coach at some point anyway. But now you're going to have to deal with the Michigan State ties. And again, it's not like Gregory and Ishbia knew each other. Ishbia and Ott don't know each other. So take it for what it's worth. But there is that Michigan State connection. I think they want to do things a certain way, and it's his prerogative to hire whoever he wants to hire. But, yes, people have been bracing for the fact that it might be a guy with Michigan State. And it was two guys in this interview process.
And honestly, when the initial list came out of the guys that they were interviewing, I'll never forget it. I mean, we looked through the list, and we're like, Michigan State guy. And those two guys, Wetzel was the other one, stood out like sore thumbs, stood out like, okay, those are the two Michigan State guys. And I think if you had told a Suns fan even back then, 4 weeks ago, when that list first came out, hey, who do you think's going to get the job? I imagine most of them would have said, I wouldn't be surprised if it's the Michigan State guy. It's unfair, I think, to hold the Michigan State thing against Jordan Ott specifically. There were more qualified candidates in this group than him. Bryant was one, Sweeney was one, Bliss was one, Norrie was one, Quinn was one. There's like a half dozen of them that I think were more qualified than him. But he's qualified enough to at least make the justification of him being a head coach in this league. Like you said, he was a finalist for the Charlotte job last night. I think it's unfair to hold the Michigan State thing against him. I think it's perfectly fair to hold the Michigan State thing against them and against the organization for creating this. I get it. We're all sick of using the word alignment. I hear alignment now, and all I think about is Matt Ishbia in a room surrounded by a bunch of yes men. A bunch of guys who are telling him what he wants to hear and validating what he wants to do. And I don't think within that discourse, great basketball teams can be built. It's not so much that they all went to Michigan State. It's if they're all like-minded and all coming from the same place and all aligned the way we've been told a million times that they are. I don't think that allows for growth or for great basketball because I don't think there's going to be any. I don't think there's going to be any disagreement. I don't know if there's going to be any arguments, and I certainly it feels like, and especially now that we've got this letter in front of us that Matt Ishbia sent to the basketball operations people. Boy, it sounds like he's taking this bull by the reins, and it just feels like the whole room is there to agree with him. And if that's what we've got, that's where the Michigan State thing becomes a problem, Gambo. That's where it becomes an issue to me.
You know, I was speaking with real prominent front office executive from another team last night about this whole process and things like that. And We were talking about Thibodeau getting fired, and there was a lot of people mentioning, Johnny Bryant. Would he go to the Knicks? And my guy was saying there's just no way. The people there don't like Johnny Bryant. So it's very unlikely he's going to get the Knicks job. But one of the things he was saying to me was the problem with the NBA is that the coaches have such big egos that they don't work with anybody. That's the problem. We've seen it. We started with Budenholzer for sure.
Sure.
It's one of the problems in the NBA. And let me say this, and then we could just debate it all we want. And this person was telling me, it is a major problem. The egos of the coaches in the NBA are so out of control and so out of hand that they get to a point, they have any success at all. They don't want to work with the GM. They don't want to work with the owner. They don't want to work with the president. They want to do things their way. You tell them you want to play a certain amount of guys, and they don't want to do it. Tom Thibodeau in New York was getting to the point where, he didn't listen to anybody. He had no control. And I think you've seen that time and time again in the NBA. So this guy was telling me the best teams are the ones that are aligned. The best teams, are the ones who, the general manager and the president and the coach and the owner, they're all together. And this guy was saying, look, the owner signs off on all decisions. So it's it's reckless to think that an owner doesn't sign off on decisions. So even if Matt's trying to say I didn't have that, Matt had to sign off on every big trade and the draft pick and every coaching. He always had to sign off on it. So sure, he had a role. The thing I would say is, what we got to give this a chance is to see if everybody can work together and be on the same page, and if that leads to better continuity and a better team. Well, this team's not going to win over the next couple of years. We know that.
Yeah.
But can they be a better functioning organization than they have been the last few years?
Well, and I don't know, but and certainly as Suns fans, okay, now we just kind of give into it and let's see if it works. I just think that you mentioned Jerry Colangelo and Brian Colangelo. You mentioned Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge. The difference is that Jerry Colangelo had a tremendous amount of success running a basketball program. Danny Ainge has had a tremendous amount of success running a basketball organization.
Yeah.
Matt Ishbia has had none. Matt Ishbia has had none. And so to put the same level of faith in him and say, well, it's okay that he's hiring a bunch of dudes that he knows. It's fine when Jerry does it, and it's fine when Danny does it, because those guys have proven track records and resumes that you can look at and say, okay, there's success there. Matt doesn't have that 2 years in. He just about everything that they've done with the Phoenix Suns since he's bought the team has failed to work. And so it's
that's why they're doing this.
It's this lack of evidence that I'm supposed to trust them. You know what I mean? I just, there's nothing there to make me believe that this is going to work other than words,
We don't have to trust it. We don't have to believe it. I mean, it is what it is. This is what they're doing. They have a certain way that they want to do things right now. And Matt's going to lead the way and set the tone and the culture of the organization, and everybody else is going to kind of fall in line. And they all have to work together. Again, do you trust it? Do you believe in it? Look, do I think the Phoenix Suns are going to compete this year? No. Do I think they're going to compete for a championship next year? No.
I've never felt better about my bet with you than I do right
I think they'll win. They're going to win more games than they did last year.
Never felt better than my bet that I do right now.
They're going to trade Kevin Durant. They're going to trade Kevin. They're going to be better next year. It's hard not to be better. They were so bad this year. They're going to do it their way. And it's their way or the highway, Bernsey. It's their way or the highway.
All right.
So that's why it was important to make sure that they made hires at GM and coach where all of these people will be, and you could use the word, and I'll use the word, aligned to do things in a certain way where everybody agrees.
I'm never going to use that word again as long as I live. I'm banning it from my. Find me synonyms for the word aligned. I will not use it again as long as I live. I'm done with it.
Let's see how long we could actually go without us saying anything about that.
Saying the word, the A word? Watch me, brother. You watch and see how far I go when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. One of the steadying forces in a not-so-steady position group. How's the bullpen going to get right again? Jalen Beeks joins us from Atlanta. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Great deals right now. All month long at Liberty GMC, and that includes $12,500 off on a new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500, $7,000 off on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro, SLT, or SLE. All of that going on right now at Liberty GMC. You cannot beat the deals, and certainly when it comes to servicing your car, you can't beat what they have to offer there either. Their service center stays open late. They know people are busy. Drop off your car by 8 p.m., and you're back on the road the next day thanks to Liberty GMC. You can't go wrong buying a car, leasing a car, or having your car serviced when you head on out to Peoria. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian rolls or dig into their new Big Belly burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Had it again last night. Huge storms, lots of rain last night. Woke me up about 2 o'clock in the morning. Looked outside. Oh, wow, it was pouring outside. For those of you that have an older roof, you may be noticing some leaks, some problems with your roof. You need to get it checked out. So for those of you that need a new roof, JLC Roofing, local roofing company, been around for a three generation of roofers. From the grandfather to the father to the son, they offer our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement roof. Now, what happens if you don't get your roof replaced or you don't get it repaired? A lot of times people end up with tremendous amount of damage. Insulation, mold, drywall, paint, flooring, baseboards. What could have been a simple repair for a few $100 ends up costing you so much money out of pocket because the damage to your roof from the rains. We're going to have a lot of rain over the next few months, right? The monsoons that are coming. We've had rain 3 times already in June, and it's only June 4th. So call JLC Roofing and get a free estimate right now at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns reportedly have their new head man. Former Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott has been tabbed as head coach of the franchise. Our John Gambadoro reports it is a 4-year deal. There is so much more to read about the new hire, and you can do that right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. And the Diamondbacks are looking for a third consecutive win tonight. They're in Atlanta for Game 2 against the Braves. Merrill Kelly will take his turn on the mound. He'll oppose the reigning Cy Young Award winner in Chris Sale. There's currently rain in the forecast, so fingers crossed that we get a game through today. And assuming that all is A-OK and the rain goes away, first pitch is at 4:15. Pre-game coverage will still start at 3:30, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Welcome back. It is the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Our Clubhouse Call-In as the Diamondbacks getting ready to take on the Atlanta Braves in Game 2 of the 3-game series coming up later this afternoon. Joining us right now, live from the ATL, Diamondbacks lefty reliever Jalen Beeks, our guest here on Burns and Gambo. Jalen, it's Dave and Gambo again. Welcome back to the show. How are we doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me back, guys.
All right, I'm not going to have you call out the Hogs, but come on, our Arkansas team in the Super Regional right now in college baseball.
I love it. I got a lot of guys still back there, so I'm going to be tuning into it.
Yeah, took care of North Dakota State, and then they took care of Creighton a couple of times. Now they play Tennessee. What kind of rivalry is Arkansas and Tennessee?
Well, I know there's been some tensions in the last couple of years. I think it should be the game to watch in the Supers.
Yeah, I would imagine in the South especially. I mean, a lot of good college baseball down there. I would imagine those two teams, though, there's history, right? There's got to be history with the two of those.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it goes to, Vitello being an assistant coach with Van Horn. There's a lot of good storylines. I was actually there with Vitello, and I love Vitello, but, both Van Horn and Vitello, very fiery, hard-nosed guys. So I think there's just so many storylines you can go with here, but I'm excited to watch it, see what happens.
Jalen Beeks is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. All right, now on to the baseball team that currently employs you, and that's the Arizona Diamondbacks. Mm-hmm. Just how badly was that one needed last night to kind of reset things with everything that had gone down the last week and a half or so?
Yeah, I mean, we needed it. We needed it. We needed to turn this around. It hadn't been a great week and a half, 2 weeks here. I mean, the good thing is we played about as bad as we could, had injuries all over the place, and we're only a couple games out, and it's by no means a lost season. So I think we're one good week to feeling good about where we're at.
Yeah, I think one of the key developments is Ryan Thompson was so good for the Diamondbacks last year, and their struggles this year. Seeing him, that was a great inning, a 5-pitch inning, 1, 2, 3, get it over with. You got a couple of tack-on runs, and then Alec made that great catch with Shelby on the mound to save Shelby, but you didn't have to go to J-Mart last night. But I think Ryan Thompson getting right was a big deal.
Absolutely. I mean, his stuff's plus. Like, his stuff's always been great. We think he had a tipping issue, and we were looking into that. Kind of as a team, we're trying to help our guys out. And when I'm struggling, they help me out. So we're all behind him, and he's got great stuff. I think when he gets rolling, it looks like he has the last 3 or 4 outings. They're taking terrible swings on him. I mean, fastball sinkers down the middle, and they're taking really bad swings. So he looks back, and I think he's really gonna change the dynamic of the bullpen.
Yeah, and I was at the game. Sunday. Me and my wife went to the game, and J-Mart comes in the 9th inning, blows everybody away. It's good to see. That velocity. Right? I imagine just even you, right? A few ticks off in velocity probably means a big difference, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always easier to get guys out if you're throwing 2 to 3 mile an hour harder. And J-Mart obviously has just some of the best stuff in the game. I mean, it's crazy when his 101 mile an hour fastball is not his best pitch. So he's dangerous, and I think when he gets going, he's just going to be a shutdown guy, and we can just kind of close the book at the end of games.
Jalen Beeks is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Game 2 between the D-backs and the Braves coming up later this afternoon, a 4:15 scheduled first pitch here on Arizona Sports. I know this is a time of uncertainty with Corbin Burns and the injury and kind of waiting to hear the news. In that regard, we talked about how big last night was, but from a pitching standpoint, what did it mean for Zach Gallen to do what he did last night in that moment when everything's kind of up in the air right now?
Yeah, I mean, that's as good as I've seen him. I've been here 2 months. I think it's that one and the game early in the year versus New York. And I know he gave up 3 runs. I mean, it should have been one. Even the home run was a really good pitch. So, I mean, he seems to be turning a corner. His stuff's obviously excellent. And, the good thing with Burns, we're going to miss him. I mean, obviously he's getting paid. He's one of the best pitchers in the game when he's healthy. And I'm hoping it's not too bad, when we get news. But I don't know. We got a good starting staff. We got plenty of guys to go to. I mean, Ryan Nelson's been awesome. So hopefully he can step in and fill his shoes.
In moments like these, what is being done behind the scenes to kind of keep morale, for lack of a better word, from sliding off the rails? There was stories of a trip to a Japanese steakhouse for some of the guys to try to bond everyone together. What can you tell our audience about what's going on behind the scenes to keep everybody on the same page and at least in a decent mind space right now?
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is we've got a really good group of guys here. It's really it can be a selfish profession sometimes, playing baseball, but this is actually a really, really great group of guys. Nobody's panicking. We still got guys bringing energy every day. I'm sure guys are going out to eat and trying to figure this out, but Torrey hosted and had a bunch of guys over. We're playing games in the clubhouse and bonding, and, it's a long season. It's a really long season, and everybody has a rough stretch. But the good news is we've played about as bad as we could. I said this earlier, and we're definitely not out of it. So I think our best baseball is yet to come.
Who picks up the tab at a Japanese steakhouse when there's so many of you guys?
Not me, I'll tell you that. I'm going to throw that to the guys making the big bucks. We went early in the year, and Eduardo picked it up. Corbin picked up a tab. Merrill. There's been plenty of guys who have done that. So, it's been a lot of fun.
So how do you play it? Like when the checks come in, do you excuse yourself right before and go to the restroom to wash your hands or something? Or do you just pretend you're on your phone or look the other way? How do you make sure you don't get caught with that?
Well, there's an etiquette. There's an etiquette to it. But you kind of know going in, I'll sit there and be like, I'll pay. But usually, the guys making a lot of money step up, which is appreciative. I hope I get to do that one day.
I hope so, too. That would be great.
Gambo wants to know he's trying to perfect the art out of getting out of paying for dinner. So
I know. I always got it.
He's
He's
looking for tips, Jalen.
I'm because I go all right, I'll pick this one up. Everybody's like, okay, great. I'm not, I understand what you're doing. I've got it. They're not going to let you pay, but I always end up having to pay.
But it's an etiquette to offer.
Yes.
Right.
I've done it with guys. Like when I've been out with some minor league guys or some rookies or something, I'll pick it up. They try to pay. I'm like, no, you're not paying, but I appreciate the gesture. That's just how it is.
Yeah, no, I'm an expert at this, actually. You reach for the wallet, you pull the wallet out, you even go so far as pull the card out, I'm ready to do this. I'm prepared, and eventually you're going to get the stop sign from the people who make more money.
Yeah.
So
you got to put up an appropriate amount of resistance.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You have to at least reach for the wallet in a moment like that. You have to.
Absolutely.
Right?
But you always appreciate
Yes,
taking me out to a nice restaurant. I really appreciate it.
Always.
I'm going to text Melra right now and just say Jalen wants to pick up the next big dinner you guys have.
Don't do
Don't
that
tell
to
him
him.
that. No, we got plenty of other guys.
Don't do that
Not
to
my
him,
time yet.
Gambo.
All right, I wanted to ask you this. Ryan Nelson, going back between starter, bullpen. You were a starter in college. I looked at some of the numbers. You had an awesome ERA, 1.98 as a starter at Arkansas. The transition from starting to relieving, give me your thoughts on what Ryan's going through. Hey, I'm a reliever, now I'm a starter, then I'm a reliever, now I'm a starter again. How difficult is that?
Yeah, it's really tough. I actually did it in the big leagues trying to transition, so very similar just role that he has, which he's obviously everybody thinks he's good enough to be a starter. We just got a lot of good starters right now. That's not a bad thing for the team. But he's taken it all like really well. The good thing with him is he's got plus stuff, so it just give him the ball and he'll get out, whatever role you get him in. But I mean, it is a little tough mentally, not knowing when you're going to pitch and jumping around from, just having different routines. Being a starter, you can very much schedule it and be very consistent. Reliever, it's just kind of chaos. You just get comfortable with the chaos. So, I've talked to him a little bit about it, but nothing crazy. He's good. He doesn't put too much stock into it, and he's just going to go pitch, which is a really good mentality to have.
Best of luck to you and you guys on this road trip, and we'll catch up with you soon, okay?
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on again.
Thanks, Jalen.
It's Jalen Beeks joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. The clubhouse call-in. Yeah, big win for the Diamondbacks last night. Game 2 of that series, and they go for the series victory tonight against Chris Sale when Merrill Kelly takes the mound. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, back to the top story of the day. Jordan Ott is the new head coach of the Phoenix Suns. What role did Devin Booker play in this? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In, brought to you by Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Game-changing burgers, brats, brews, and breakfast burritos 24/7. Dine in or order delivery. A home run every time.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax because the decisions you make right now, today, are going to have a profound impact on your future and your ability to retire on your terms and do the things that you want to do. I recommend a local fiduciary, 5 locations in the Valley, Stuart Willis, Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax to help you the way they've helped me. Because a lot of us, it's not just about having a financial plan. It's about having a retirement plan. It's about having a tax plan. So many of us put money away tax deferred, and all of a sudden that tax bill comes due, and maybe you could have taken advantage of some good tax years to pay it instead, because it's really about how much of your money you're able to keep. Not how much you make as much, but how much of that money are you able to keep. That's why I recommend speaking with Stuart Willis, getting the free portfolio review, and seeing if you guys can work together, seeing if there's a match there. Stuart's done a tremendous job for me, and I highly recommend him to you. Get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Back here for Global Credit Union and locations all across the valley. It is such a good time to sign up at Global Credit Union for all of your banking needs. That's what it's all about there. They offer everything that a bank does: checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and so much more. And at Global Credit Union, it is all about their membership and that ability to offer you things that banks simply can't offer. It is a better way to bank. It's a better way to manage your money. Everything these days seems to have some kind of a fee attached to it. There's a delivery fee. There's a service fee. There's a convenience fee. Global Credit Union, and I can vouch for this personally, they are all about eliminating fees, whether it's no-fee checking accounts, whether it's no-fee savings accounts, no fees for accidentally going over your account balance. Global Credit Union is committed to a better, different kind of banking experience. Explore the benefits, and there are a lot of them that come with becoming a member at Global Credit Union by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, welcome back to Burns and Gambo. We've barely spoken about the Diamondbacks today outside of Jalen Beeks in that conversation we just had a moment ago. D-backs baseball coming up. Big win last night. We'll talk about it a little bit in D-backs on deck. Suns the focus today because of the breaking news this morning that Jordan Ott is going to be the next head coach. Lauren is here with our Suns-themed poll question today. Take it away.
We actually have two poll questions
Oh,
out
boy.
today. One
Wow.
Suns one, one D-backs one.
Okay, I had no idea. My apologies.
Yeah, so we'll lead off with the breaking news of the day, which is that Jordan Ott is the head coach of the Phoenix Suns. So we're asking, which significant offseason move will happen next? Is it Kevin Durant is traded? Is it Bradley Beal is traded and or waived? The NBA draft or free agent signing?
It's a good one. I'm going to go with Kevin Durant gets traded.
I think it's the first domino that has to fall. Certainly that happens before the draft. The Beal thing is a bit of a wild card, but I feel like Kevin Durant happening is the easiest thing and the next thing that needs to happen. I think Kevin Durant. My answer.
And Kevin Durant's leading the way with 70% of the vote, 27% going with Bradley Beal, trade and waive, and 4% going with the NBA draft. And our next one is D-backs themed, which is who had your favorite performance in yesterday's D-backs win?
Who?
Zach Allen, Corbin Carroll, or Ketel Marte?
Zach Allen.
Yeah,
And I know the other guys had home runs. Zach Allen was really good. They needed that.
He's had 2 home runs.
I know, but they
I know.
needed Zach
No,
Allen,
it's. I'm just being devil's advocate here. The correct answer is Zach Allen. That was what everybody needed to see. And Eugenio Suarez didn't do his starting pitcher one little favor
What
at all.
happened to that guy?
I don't know. But that is something that really needs close scrutiny over these next few weeks. His defense and whether you can live with it over there or not, because it's become really problematic. Zach Allen's the answer for me.
Corbin Carroll is the answers for our listeners. 41% going with Corbin Carroll, 33% going with Zach Gallen, and 26% going with Ketel
Fairly
Marte.
evenly split among the three. I tell you, the 2 homers that Ketel hit were lasers.
One in the first inning. Oh my goodness.
109.
The guy didn't move.
I know. 109 was the
didn't
first
even move.
one. 113 off the bat was the second one. It was a show to be sure. Game 2 of that series starts today at 4:15. We'll preview it coming up in about 15 minutes from now, 20 minutes from right now. One of the other elements, Gambo, and I don't need to tell you this because you were among those who reported it. You reported it. Shams reported it. I think Dwayne Rankin reported it. Was it not only was Devin Booker involved in this process, that Devin Booker, and I'm going to use the word here of Shams, I think you used something similar, stamped Jordan Ott as his top choice as well. Like he gave his blessing that, okay, that's the guy I want. What do we know about Devin Booker's level of involvement with this and how deep it went?
He was not involved until they got to 5, until they got to the 5 candidates. And once they got to the 5, then they brought Devin Booker in, and they had him sit down and talk shop with these guys and just go over, offense, game plans, things that they want, just talk basketball. And I think it was welcome. I think the candidates enjoyed it. Like, I had one candidate tell me that was the best part of it. It was sitting down with Book and going through talking basketball with him. So I think they wanted they wanted to have him give an approval on a guy. They wanted to have his opinion on guys. As you said a couple days ago, and you're probably not wrong, if there was a guy, you're involved with 5 interviews, there's a guy like, hey, I would never be able to work with this guy. Tell us, so that way that guy's out.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the case, but my understanding is that Booker met with all these guys last week, said the guys that he liked, and then that was it. From that point forward, then Brian Gregory pushed two guys to Matt Ishbia after Brian was done. Remember, this whole thing started with somewhere between 15 and 20 guys. And then it went to 9, and then from 9 it went to 5, and then from 5, Gregory pushed it to 2. And then it was just 2 remaining. Booker didn't have anything to do once it got to the final 2. It was all done. It was just a matter of me with Matt Ishbia and let the owner decide which of these guys he thinks is best based on everything he's heard and all the notes that were taken and everything that was passed along to him.
Yeah.
But I do think that Booker, again, involved with the 5 and able to give his opinion and say what he wanted to say.
Yeah, and that's to me is where I really, the next time we have an opportunity, whether it's media day or before that or whatever, I think this is something that's going to bear, maybe not scrutiny is the word, but certainly a little more attention. I want to hear from Devin Booker specifically on this, because the way it's being presented, specifically by Shams, Suns franchise cornerstone Devin Booker was involved in the search process during the final stages and stamped Jordan Ott as his top choice as well. I want to hear Devin Booker say that. I want to hear Devin Booker on record saying, yes, Jordan Ott was my top choice, because you have to pardon me for being skeptical on this one. I'm to be quite frank, I'm a little skeptical about everything kind of coming out of the Suns right now. But I think if there's one way to make your fan base feel better about hiring Jordan Ott, it's by telling them that Devin Booker has given his stamp of approval for the hire. And as long as it's accurate and true in the case, that's fine. I want to hear Devin Booker say that. You know what I mean? Like, whether via social channel, an interview, whatever, because that is, I think, a very important component of this that I want to make sure he, in fact, says, yep, that's, of the guys I met, Jordan Ott was absolutely the one I wanted to be my next head coach. Because I tell you, that would make me feel better as long as that's accurate. That would actually make me like this hire a little bit more.
Okay, why?
Huh? Why? About Booker?
Well, why Booker's stamp of approval? Why does that make you feel better about the hire? Tell me why.
Because them working together is the chief thing that's going to make this thing work.
Okay.
Booker needs total buy-in. Booker needs to be totally, because I don't think Booker was totally bought in with Bud, and I know Booker wasn't totally bought in with Frank. We need total Devin Booker buy-in for this to work. Without it, it doesn't. That's why.
I just got to no press conference set up yet. They don't know yet. So there will be a press conference
at some point with Jordan Ott.
But they first need to. It has to be official. Right now, it's not official.
That's why.
Okay, the Booker thing's interesting.
It's maybe the most important thing, because if you get Devin Booker to buy in, then everybody else kind of follows in line behind your presumed leader. You know what I mean?
Does the Michigan State thing go away if Booker comes out and says, I was involved in the process, this guy's the right guy for the Phoenix Suns, this is going to be the coach that's going to help us get to where we need to go?
It minimizes it a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but again, it's got more weight and gravity coming from him rather than people saying that it came from him. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things I want to hear with my own ears on that one, because I think that matters here. But if it's true and it's accurate, then that will, I think, make some people feel a little bit better about it. Yeah, that he endorses this the way he does.
Sure.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll continue to talk about Jordan Ott as the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns, and the letter that Matt Ishbia has reportedly sent to people in basketball operations that paints a little bit of a different picture about how things are going to work around the Phoenix Suns for the next few years. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Rook! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kiltlifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Nobody wants to have to replace their AC unit. It's expensive. You want to try to get as many years as you can. As long as it's running efficiently, you want to get as many years as you can. A lot of times when your unit's not running efficiently, it ends up costing you a ridiculous amount of money because, again, each year the unit is alive, the SEER rating goes down. So you've got to make sure that you're maintaining your AC unit. Part of that is getting it tuned up, making sure that a professional looks at it, which is why I recommend Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric to you right now to have your unit tuned up. There's still plenty of time to get a tune-up, and eventually we'll get to repairs and AC replacements. But right now, everybody's using their AC every day now, and it's going to stick that way for about 5 months. Let's get yours tuned up for $129. They'll come out, they'll clean the condenser coils, do a condensate drain line flush. They spend a lot of time out there for $129. Matter of fact, when they leave, you're going to be like, you were here for a long time. That's only $129. Yeah, they're going to do it right for you. Cleaning the condenser coils is imperative. It's important, because your AC unit wants to run efficiently. That cover's got to come off. They've got to clean that whole thing for you. You don't want to do it yourself. It's a lot of work. They'll do it. They'll also go up on the attic and do the condensate drain line flush. This is all included for $129. You get a lot for your money. So call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 and schedule your AC tune-up. That's 602-222-3535.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets go on sale this Thursday, June 5th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Oh, it is hot in the valley, and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out. Because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns reportedly have their new head man, and it's former Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott. Our John Gambadoro reports that he has signed a 4-year deal. Gambo additionally says, I should say, well, it's all initial, but he additionally says that Devin Booker gave this hire his seal of approval, and that former Sun Steve Nash, who was head coach of the Brooklyn Nets when Ott was an assistant there, was very complimentary of his work as well. You can read more about the hire right now on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. On the Diamondbacks, they're looking for a third consecutive win. They're in Atlanta taking on the Braves. Merrill Kelly will take his turn on the mound. He'll oppose the reigning Cy Young Award winner Chris Sale. First pitch is scheduled for 4:15. There was rain in the forecast, so we'll see if that fully passes. Tarp is off the field right now, so fingers crossed everything's good there. We will still have pregame coverage that starts at 3:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and drink.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? Delivered to you at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Because we are off a little early today for Diamondbacks baseball. What's on tonight?
Maybe.
Well, maybe. I saw from Jody Jackson's Twitter account, and Mitch just mentioned it in what's trending now, they pulled the tarp off the field. So maybe we'll be okay. I've been keeping an eye on the rain most of the day, and there's a chance it could pop back in. If for whatever reason the game is delayed or that they pause it or whatever, Gambo and I will pop right back on, and we'll keep delivering to you another quality edition of the Burns and Gambo show. But if the rain stays away, Diamondbacks baseball is what's on tonight, and that is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks baseball at 4:15 against the Braves. That is coming on this evening. And we also have Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight at 5 o'clock. The Florida Panthers taking on the Edmonton Oilers in a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup Finals. Game 1 is coming up today at 5 o'clock. Those are two things that are on. NBA Finals start tomorrow.
And you're rooting for the Edmonton Oilers.
I am. It's about darn time Canada won one of these things.
You're rooting for Edmonton.
You're rooting for Florida, I assume.
I don't know. I know they won it already, but I kind of got to go with that. I got to kind of go with the Kachucks.
I
got to go with Kachuk.
Got to go with Matthew.
I got to go with Matthew Kachuk.
Okay, fair. Yeah, what did we decide? It was my senior year of college, which was 1993, the last time a Canadian team won a Stanley Cup final. That seems like a long time. That seems like too long. So I'm rooting for Edmonton in this one. We'll see what the Oilers do.
I wouldn't be upset if Edmonton won.
Well, good. I don't like you upset. I like happy Gambo. I don't want upset Gambo. Upset Gambo's the one who flashes the pills and needs the defibrillator, and we're
says words he's not allowed to say into a microphone.
Says words he's not allowed to say.
Yesterday.
Yes,
I totally
you did.
yesterday.
Oh my gosh, did you say a bad word on the radio yesterday?
I really did.
Did you? One of the baddest words you said on the radio.
Oh man, I know.
No, it wasn't Poopfecta. It was the one that caused us all to reach for the Gambo button all at the same time.
Were you guys able to dump that?
Oh yeah, totally. Are you kidding me? Lauren's quick on the draw.
Expired.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's quick on the draw. Today's top story is Jordan Ott is new head coach of the Phoenix Suns. I imagine tomorrow when we can, stretch our legs a little bit and let this breathe, and we'll have more information. We'll talk more about, what now and the initial shock, and then, to be perfectly honest, the initial disappointment from Suns fans that it wasn't perhaps a more experienced assistant coach who got the job. Certainly that's resonating. The Michigan State thing is resonating. There's a lot of stuff bubbling for Suns fans right now. I imagine we'll get more into that tomorrow. We'll probably, and I want to bring this up because this is a story on our website right now, ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi, and it's from Kellen, and we're going to have Kellen on the show tomorrow too, in which he was giving his opinion on the hiring of Jordan Ott, and within that story, he's got this. Arizona Sports can confirm that Matt Ishbia sent a letter to members of the basketball operations staff on Wednesday regarding the changes coming with the team, in which he wrote, quote, Let me start with the most important point. The Phoenix Suns will do things very differently than most other NBA franchises. I will be extremely active in the decisions and management of this organization on and off the floor. While I won't be reviewing film, designing offenses, or running the draft room, I will be deeply involved in ensuring that basketball operations, like every other area of our organization, is performing at the highest level. I'm aware that this approach is different than most other NBA franchises. I am not the conventional NBA owner, and I don't want to be. I've tried running the typical NBA owner playbook, hiring the experts, signing the checks, and getting out of the way, and none of us were happy with the outcome, close quote.
But it's not different. It's not different. All owners are involved. It's not. Matt's been in this for 2 years, okay? I know a lot. The owners are involved. Owners make the decisions. So to like that part of it, to me, was the most interesting part. We're going to do things differently from everybody. No, you're actually not. The only 2 cases that I know of in which the owner wasn't heavily involved was when the widows of the owner in New Orleans and Utah, the widows were running things, and they kind of let everybody else run it. There's not a team out there in which the owner's not involved. Every big decision goes through an owner for every organization, for every team. The owner's got to okay a big trade. They've got to okay the hiring of a coach. They've got to okay, the draft. Like, you have different levels of how many people are involved. But that's where I disagree. I don't think that they're going to do things much different the way everybody else does. And I totally disagree with that. They don't do things differently.
Well, I mean, they are his words, not mine.
I know.
I know. They're his words. And he's describing himself as being different. And I think maybe the nuance here is you're saying that there's different levels of ownership involvement.
Everyone's heavily involved. Every single owner's heavily involved.
My perception of this is Matt Ishbia is telling his people, I'm going to be the heaviest involved. I'm going to be the most extreme. I'm going to be at the furthest end of the curve. Okay, like if we can all agree that all owners are involved, as you say, and I don't have any reason to dispute you, but we can also agree that there are levels within that, and that not everybody. The scale of 1 to 10. Where Matt Ishbia is telling his guys, I'm going to be a 10 on this level. I'm not going to be a 7. I'm not going to be a 5. I'm going to be a 10 on this one. That's the message I'm getting.
There is a difference between being involved and controlling everything. Every owner is involved. Every owner doesn't control everything.
Okay.
There is a difference in being involved and controlling everything. There's not an owner out there, not one, that's not involved in every big decision that goes on.
Okay.
But controlling everything is a different angle.
Does this letter not give you fear that Matt Ishbia is telling his basketball ops staff, I will be controlling everything? I mean, that's a very interesting distinction that you're giving. Yes, every owner is involved. Of course, every owner is involved. This letter seems to suggest I am going to be the most involved, and by most involved, I'll take that to mean what you just said a second ago. I'm controlling things. These are my decisions, my wishes. We are doing exactly what I want.
And
here.
that is different than being involved.
Right. And
that would be different than being heavily involved.
And I wonder if that's what this letter is telling his people. Because he's saying we're not going to run this like a typical franchise. I know there's a lot of nuance here, and there's a lot of scale, and there's a lot of, that sort of thing. But this feels like a tonal shift when it comes to the organization and how things are going to run. Like I say, we're probably going to talk more about this tomorrow because this is really interesting.
Okay.
But when we come back on Burns and Gambo, we got a Diamondbacks game to get you ready for because last night was a resounding success. Can the Diamondbacks follow that up with a win tonight? We'll preview the game coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
The Lund Mortgage team is helping people every single day when it comes to taking care of your mortgage needs. Now, a lot of people are looking at the market and house prices coming down on a big inventory, and it is a buyer's market right now. It's a buyer's market. If you want to purchase a home, the Lund Mortgage team can help you. They'll get you pre-approved, absolutely free. The Lund Mortgage team is a family-owned mortgage company. Been around for well over 30 years, and they do a fantastic job of helping people with refinances, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. So let the Lund Mortgage team help you. It's real simple. Let them help you. If you are renting, living in your mom's basement, living with a friend, you're like, I really want to own my own house. You have a good job. You've been at that job for a few years. it's very likely you'd qualify for a mortgage. The Lund Mortgage Team will pre-approve you for free. That way you know exactly what type of house you can afford. So once you get that pre-approval, now you can actively go look for houses, confidently go look for houses, knowing that if you make an offer, you'll be able to get that backed by the bank. Call the Lund Mortgage Team at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Join the party on Saturday, June 7th at 7:30 p.m. as Phoenix Rising takes on Orange County in a night full of color, community, and top-tier professional soccer. Be one of the first fans through the gates and grab a free Phoenix Rising beach towel. Perfect for the summer and perfect for showing your pride. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. That's phxrisingfc.com.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, Sweet Top Lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible. And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Try Sweet Top Lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Game Game 2 of this 3-game series is scheduled to begin about an hour from right now, 4:15 first pitch here on Arizona Sports. The local sports leader is the Arizona Diamondbacks won the opener last night in resounding fashion, an 8-3 win against Atlanta. 2 home runs each from Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll, 7 great innings out of Zach Gallen. And today it's game 2 of this series. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Atlanta Braves, the defending Cy Young Award winner, Chris Sale. The lefty gets the start. He is 3-3 with a 3.06 ERA. He is opposed by Merrill Kelly, the Diamondbacks' 36-year-old right-hander, 5-2 with a 3.78 ERA.
Yeah, D-backs coming off a great win yesterday. Just a really great win. I mean, offensively, they were terrific with the 2 home runs by Marte, 2 by Corbin Carroll, an outstanding effort by Zach Gallen. The only thing that did him in was another error by Gino Suarez. And in that same inning, he actually bobbled the ball, picked it up and threw a guy out, but bobbled another ball. Looks like he's carrying his glove like halfway down his hand, but he wasn't able to backhand the ball. It was an error. It led to some runs for the Braves. This will be a tough one today. Sale has been real good. He has allowed no more than 2 earned runs in each of his last 5 starts last month. He has not allowed more than 2 runs over his last 8 turns in total, going back to April 19th. He is a sensational pitcher, and he is off to a really good start. And he actually recently recorded his 2,500 strikeouts, so 2,500 strikeouts for Chris Sale.
Yeah, and it's not exactly breaking news here. Chris Sale as a lefty. Lefties have really, especially lefty starters, it's been a little bit of hot and a lot of cold for the Diamondbacks offense against lefty starters. So that just kind of adds another element to the degree of difficulty today for D-backs and their hitters. As far as Merrill Kelly goes, his last time out against the Washington Nationals, he also was done in by poor defense, a bobbled ball by Ketel Marte that extended the first inning that drove his pitch count up real high. Later, he gave up home runs in the game as well, but he ended up going 5, giving up 6 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts. Back-to-back outings for Merrill Kelly, where he has given up 4 earned runs in each of those outings, Gambo.
Yeah, and he's made a lot of starts against the Braves in his career. This is going to be his 6th start against the Braves. He's got 1 win, 2 losses, 3.55 ERA. So he has faced a lot of these batters. He's very familiar with these guys. And Merrill Kelly, always feel confident when he takes the ball.
I say scheduled to begin at 4:15. It is scheduled to begin at 4:15. I know I recently saw a picture about a half hour ago from Jody Jackson in which they were taking the tarp off the field. I'm looking at some Doppler stuff, and there might be more rain coming through the area over the next hour.
All right, I'm on standby.
I've said this before, so I'll say it again. We're both on standby. We'll pop right back on the air if this game goes into any kind of a rain delay, and we'll keep you company until it resumes. But hopefully they're able to get this thing underway and started on time. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Nothing new on the Corbin Burns front. We're still waiting for more information on the second opinion that he's trying to gather about his elbow, and certainly when we know, we will pass it along. Gambo, I know you've been following that story. In addition to everything going on with the Suns, you've been following that story, so I know when you know something, you'll pass it along, but so far it's been all quiet when it comes to Corbin.
Yeah, I was told yesterday that we would not have any results on the second MRI until Thursday or Friday. So I was not expecting anything today at all. I think that's going to take a little bit of time. So tomorrow or Friday, we'll get a better understanding. We know he's on the 15-day IL. I wouldn't be surprised if it's longer than that, but we're trying not to speculate because we just don't know. But at this point, we know he's on a 15-day IL. Ryan Nelson's back in the rotation. Tommy Henry is up as a left-handed reliever.
The MLB standings, they are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Diamondbacks with the win last night. They've won 2 games in a row now, 29-31, 7.5 games out of first in the National League West behind the LA Dodgers. The Atlanta Braves with the loss last night, 27-32, puts them 10 games back of the NL East leading New York Mets going into play today. That's a look at the standings going in. Gambo's got a key for tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
Burns, if there's one pitch that the Diamondback hitters are going to have to lay off, it is the Chris Sale slider. That slider has produced a run value of 11 this season. It is the most valuable slider in baseball and the fourth most valuable pitch of any kind in the major leagues. Opponents are hitting just 158 with a 248 slugging percentage when Chris Sale throws the slider. So the most important thing today is work Chris Sale and lay off that slider.
I just love it when you use phrases like run value, Gambo. It makes me wonder who I'm hosting the show with. Who is that guy? Who is that guy rattling off values like run value, stats like run value? I don't even know what that means. That is going to do it for us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Diamondbacks baseball is next. We might see you in a few minutes. We might not. I don't know. Either way, I know we'll see you tomorrow at 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz, and it's where I went for my LASIK surgery. Dr. Schwartz has performed over 60,000 LASIK procedures, the most comprehensive eye doctor out there, the most experienced eye doctor out there. When it comes to your eyes and seeing the best that you can see, I only recommend Dr. J. Schwartz. My entire family goes to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for all of our eye care needs. I've been there for dry eye, glaucoma, and I've been there for dry eye, and I've also been there for LASIK surgery. My daughter's been there for glasses and contact lenses, but they also handle cataracts. They do glaucoma, any type of surgery, cornea surgery, any problems with your eyes at all, you want to go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. There are locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. They offer 2 years of interest-free financing for your vision correction procedure. So make the call today to 480-483-EYES. That number again is 480-483-EYES, or find out more information online by going to teamidoc.com.
Sonic Radio. CIO here. You're listening to the Not So Late Show. To celebrate half-price shakes after 5 p.m. at Sonic, we're coming to you live from Sonic Drive-In after dark-ish. Oh yeah, half-price shakes after 5 p.m. The Not So Late Show. No rules, just cool, deep voices and shakes. Strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, and more. You get it.
Sonic hand mixed shakes are half price after 5 p.m. Live free, eat Sonic. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space,